fans, just 2 more days of qualifiers before we head up to Toronto for Major 3.
First up, it's Vegas Legion versus the Boston Breach. The Breach couldn't possibly go winless in these qualifiers, right? Right?
And then it's your monster matchup, a massive showdown between 2 of the league's top rookies. Gwen and the Carolina Royal Ravens versus Linz and the Minnesota Rocker. And just to raise the stakes even more, this one is for a spot in the winner's bracket at Major 3.
It's all coming up right now on the Call of Duty League.
Every single map, they are the top of their game. Flank coming through, and now you flood into Hydra. This man is a maniac, getting bullets on players that are basically invisible.
Oh my God. Geo! Red might be there to slaughter them. Rotation's on as well. Red in the time.
Oh my God. Almost game. These guys are just playing next level Call of Duty.
It's all happening here. It's all coming out on the final hard point. LA Thieves, breaks are good. They're in. The Blues are finding a few more kills in this absolutely sensational game of Rio Hardpoint. They're eating it alive. It's the bread and butter. 5 seconds for the win. Oh my goodness. Here comes the lead change. Seattle Surge, you've gone to pieces. It's done. Thieves. 3-1 the final score.
That is Thieves with the flawless hill, and now we celebrate a big birthday here in this studio.
You're
Happy
old as hell.
birthday, Alley Cat. 30 years old today.
No,
How are you feeling?
Feeling great at 24. Thank you, Chris. How old are you again?
I'm basically 30 as well, Allie.
What about on this side?
Yeah, 29.
Yeah, exactly. We're all young here on this desk, Allie, but today we celebrate you. And I want to start by asking you, what do you want for your birthday from our CDL teams?
I want to go to Toronto, and I want a Toronto jersey. I got a scarf last year, so.
She's ready to plug it, man. Let's jump right into it. Toronto is less than a week away. We will be there next Thursday to kick off Major 3, and tickets are still available. Get them while you can, because that Matamay Convention Center is going to be packed.
It's going to be popping in there, man. And Toronto is a beautiful city, going there at the perfect time of the year. The fans are always absolutely electric, and their home team is looking phenomenal headed into their home major. The first time all season a home team has been in winners.
All right, birthday girl, the pressure's on. Only 2 of these teams are making it into the top 8. Who do you see powering forward with their winning in matches this week?
This is a really tough one. This is easily the biggest banger on the weekend, and not only because of the implications, but because where both these teams have looked during Major 3 qualifiers.
Heretics and Gorillas will also be facing off, but I want to start here with that Carolina versus Minnesota discussion. We touched on it yesterday. This could be a showdown of the rookies, Gwen versus Linz, and let's start with Gwen because he was the hero that led this squad over the New York Subliners. His S&D game was ridiculous, and his stats have been through the roof. Since he's dropped these numbers, it seems like Carolina's found some new confidence, Allie.
Yeah, no, Carolina has been looking really strong, and now that their search and destroy has started to click for Gwen, this just furthermore pushes him towards that front-running Rookie of the Year conversation, and he's gotten better somehow as well. He was already a very good all-around player, but recently during an interview, he talked about his search and destroy and what he's done as a player, and I was so impressed with the already veteran mentality that he has taken on.
12-2 in that Game 5 against the Subliners. Today, what do you need to see from the rookie?
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing it every single series. I need to see him continue that, but I need to see the supporting cast play a little bit better. You could see the amount of work they put in search and destroy. Top 4 in that game mode, Gwen leading the way once again, but the hard point has taken a big dip, so he needs help from the supporting cast. And yeah, Gwen's a force to be reckoned with.
If the Royal Ravens want in the winner's bracket, Gwen has to keep dropping these numbers. He's been one of the best S&D players in the league, and he's definitely a star here in Major 3. But on the other side of this fight, you got Linz, right? A guy who is in our #1 spot for Rookie of the Year for a lot of our discussions, Allie.
Yeah, on the flip side of this for Linz, the Minnesota Rocker, like, he has been just as consistent as Gwen. The problem is his team hasn't found the same level of success. So, yeah, he's slowly laying in that damage, and he's still being this high-caliber slayer, but they've changed half the roster, and it's been a kind of a struggle to get everybody on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, you can see some of his numbers have improved. The hardpoint damage, he's putting up a lot more, and, you know, for Minnesota Rocker, they've gotten better at search and Destroy. If you remember, they had so many Map 5 losses. They now have 2 Map 5 wins throughout this split. And for Linz and Search and Destroy, it's just been so much more balanced since adding Standy. It takes so much pressure off his plate to be that early playmaker in these rounds, and he's been getting it done. But the team as a whole has not gelled well when it comes to the respawns. 3-12. And I'm not going to say that's Linz's fault. I just think it's having a new roster. There's woes that come alongside that, right? So for Minnesota Rocker today, win and in. They can make it into winner's bracket and make a run in the tournament when we get to Toronto. But it's going to come down to Linz's performance. If he can go off and give himself an edge.
Ali, so I was looking at the numbers. Minnesota has 2 wins in this stage. Those are both from game 5s. Can they win in a 4-game series today?
Ooh, I don't know, simply because their fundamentals have been just struggling, but we'll find out later, Chris.
It's all going down 4:30 p.m. Eastern today. That is going to be our Monster Energy matchup, but you're also going to see the best team in the game right now back in action, Atlanta FaZe, with an opportunity to go perfect. They are 6-0, looking to make it 7-0 as they finish tonight.
I mean, there's only so much you can say about Atlanta FaZe other than sing their praises and how good they've looked throughout the entirety of this qualifier. It's still seeming to get better somehow. I feel like the biggest enemy right now for Atlanta FaZe is maybe themselves, and even then, they've maybe fixed that with the confidence of Draza and the way that he's been playing. So for Atlanta FaZe, looking to be the favorite heading into Toronto.
When did FaZe look more dangerous? When they won the Major most recently here at Major 2, or in this stage here for the online qualifier?
They for sure look more dangerous right now, Chris. And I will go on a whim and I'll say this is the most dominant stage that we have ever seen from a team in the CDL era. And I say that because they've played the other teams that are in the top 4.
Yes.
And what we're saying is the most stacked top 4 ever, right? Nobody will argue that, right? 9-2 map count against those 3 teams. Wipe the floor with them. This is a top heavy league. So there is nothing you can say about Atlanta FaZe bad. They have been unbelievable. Everybody's performing, and they are the heaviest favorite we've had in a long time headed into this major.
Ali, is this the greatest FaZe? Let's take a look at their ridiculous Cold War season. They opened it up 25-4. Now today, the team enters their matchup at 25-4 in MW3.
Well, respectively, now the numbers are looking pretty even. I think it's just about if they come into Toronto and kind of just continue their reign and go back-to-back. So for Atlanta FaZe, easily the favorites.
Atlanta FaZe continued their rise all through Major 2 and are now at the top going into Major 3. But Las Vegas Legion was looking good at the end of Major 2. Yeah. Now they're the second to the worst team in the league if you're looking at our qualifiers. What is going wrong in Vegas? Today, they bring another new starting lineup.
Yeah, everything's gone wrong. I mean, you've lost your team chem, right? We know this to be a fact at this point. Purge was a playmaker, a guy who did the dirty work that set everybody up for success and would get them wins when the going got tough. They got top 8 Major 1, top 8 Major 2, right? They were trending in the right direction. They pick up Asim because they wanted more firepower. They didn't feel like they could get top 4 with the last iteration of the roster. It felt like they halted. Well, it backfires on them. So they go ahead and they release Asim, which, you know, you're trapped between a rock and a hard place. You have to. And you bring in Johnny, which it's kind of unknown, right? His only run in the league, they got dead last 2 years ago. So, you know, I'm excited to see them, but you just feel like they've been fumbling the rock.
We're going to be talking a lot about Johnny. He's not a rookie, but welcome back to the league. FaZe is going to take on Surge at 6 o'clock. But when we return, Boston Breach say it's not so. No shot.
Oh, they roasted themselves.
Right?
I respect that, to be honest.
Stay tuned, find out.
All right, fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here is the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in-game.
to get angry if your name is Maven. Las Vegas Legion is playing again without Purge, but today they're taking on the worst team in the league. This is the time to get a win, right?
I mean, this would be the time to get a win, but Vegas looks to be at the same level as Boston Breach right now, regardless of the statistics, going from what was maybe a top 6 team to now being considered top 5.
Today, though, they bring in some new blood. Let's take a look at Johnny and what he could do for this lineup. You seen him in the past, Nameless. I wasn't around when he was playing with Paris.
Yeah.
What did you see from him back then? What are you expecting today?
Well, he's a totally different player now. Has more experience. You know, I played against him in this game a little bit. He's a demon on the map, man. He's extremely aggressive, loves that SMG. You're going to see him, you know, try to get into a lot of engagements. He's really snappy, so he will get more kills, right? That's exactly what they wanted. But will he be able to do what Purge was doing simultaneously whilst getting those kills, which is the dirty work? That's very hard to do, and that's what they need. You can see for the Monster Energy pregame, stop the slide. 5 series loss streak. By the way, they've lost 4 straight 3-0s. They have been getting absolutely smoked. So just show some signs of life and its improvement.
Things simply did not work with ASIM. Today, they find out if Johnny is the right fit, and they need to fix these holds dead last, Allie.
I mean, they need to fix a lot. I mean, the hard point is just kind of scratching the surface. On the flip side, their search and destroy is sliding as well. So a lot of things to be worked on in the Vegas camp.
LA Thieves put them in the 100-point club. That was back at the first time we saw a 6-star. Tonight, though, I expect to see it maybe back in the series against Boston Breach. Let's take a look at the squad that has Beans and has broken back in action. Pentagram dropped some good numbers in game 3, but he needs to have a much better day today.
Yeah, he had a very unfortunate start to their series yesterday versus Toronto. And honestly, though, like that first hardpoint was really close. It was very winnable if you were looking at the side of Boston Breach again. Unfortunately, Pentagram did go double negative. We don't expect that to happen again today. So there are respawns. My bad. And when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, beware, there's a choking hazard. There are 13 straight S&D losses, which is the record for the league. And 1-9 in game 5's 12. There's no ice. There's no clutching. And the only hope is maybe that their respawns look semi-okay.
And a lot of people are joking around in the chat, and it's warranted, right? You're watching 11 versus 12. But for Boston Breach, this is kind of a pivotal moment in your season because you only have 50 points.
Yeah.
8th place has 100. They have double your amount of points. You probably are guaranteed only 1 match when you go to the major. Yeah. And then you only have 7 matches left in the final qualifier.
For sure.
So you are running out of opportunities to score.
You have to win these matches when you're playing teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard, right? Teams that are sort of falling off, you have to get these dubs. And, you know, for Boston, like, respawn-wise, they have been solid, right? And this is an opportunity here. Search and destroy, though, it is historic how bad they are in that game mode. Can they please win an S&D?
I thought I was bad at search, and then I looked at Boston's numbers. But, Allie, today we've got our maps and modes. Don't worry, Boston. We're going to say nice things, right, Allie? When can they win here?
Maybe they can win in the Rio. It all really depends on the fact if Snoopy has a really good start to this series. I don't mind seeing the Karachi give them a lot of opportunity on that attack, but Vegas are comfortable in a lot of these maps.
Well, I mean, surprised to see sub-base in here?
I mean, not really. I mean, you've seen teams try their map pool in here. Vegas, there's 3 maps in this. Maps 1, 3, and 4. They haven't played throughout this split, right? So they have nothing to lose. They're guaranteed losers back. For Boston, I feel like they have the advantage on map 1 going into this. And then the control, they have been sound and solid there, especially on Karachi. So definitely opportunity for Boston to close it out before we even get to 5.
All right. I want to hear from the Challengers watchers. What do we expect from Johnny in his first game? I know some people are looking at his numbers. In a hard point, can he go over 24 kills today, Allie?
Over 24 kills today? Yeah.
Can he go over 30 kills today?
Hardpoint Rio. Absolutely. Johnny's the guy. If he gets loose, he's going to go on a tear. Like, that's the type of player he is. He is so annoying when he's in your base. He is going to put you down. So, yes, if Johnny gets loose, finds that confident, he can absolutely be a guy who takes over the line.
Allie says no. Nameless says yes, Chad. I don't know if I would take that one. Let's take a look at our official picks, though, as we lock in our Scuff pick'ems for the day. Rosalie, it's your birthday. Let's make it 103, shall we?
I'm 1 behind Ann today, so I gotta start getting creative. But I don't hate that take other than the caliber of players that he's going to be going against. So I'm going to go with Boston Breach.
She's going Boston Breach for the 6th win of the season. She wants to stay
It's your birthday. I'll give you a chance. I'm going to go Vegas Legion.
No,
I think they're going to take the series.
Legion, I got Attach. No way he loses again today. Right, Attach? We're at least getting a map. Fans, they agree with me, but it's time to find out. How do Maven and Merc feel about this one? Merc, do you like the pickup of Johnny?
I mean, I love Purge. I guess we'll find out if I like Johnny. I don't know. I honestly don't know. My guy, Jeremy Stud, hooked me up. I said, what can I expect out of this guy? He said, fast-paced player, can run both weapons. Amazing at S&D, Slayer at times, great fit for Vegas. I said Boston 3-0.
Okay. Listen, Boston fans probably hate Joe and I because we've casted this entire.
I hope they don't, but we're just here.
You've cast this whole stretch, or we've cast this whole stretch where like they've just been struggling. You know, you've had all these game 5s, you lost all these searches. Like we've been trying to gas them and respawn. They've just been losing series because search and destroy. But like, I'm very pro Boston today because
yes, we are.
Legion, listen, I wish Johnny the best of success, but I hate Legion currently because this team change to get rid of Purge was one of the worst team changes I've seen in the history of Call of Duty esports.
Right.
Like, you're in the best spot you've ever been as an organization, best record you've had in a qualifier. You're in the top 8 with a chance to go to champs, but you've never actually earned your way to a champs. It's your shot to do it, and you may have thrown it away. And I don't blame Asim. He wasn't what they needed. I blame the rest of the people that made that decision. So I'm pro Boston Breach today. I think they got in the tank to get the dub.
Yeah, we're going to break the curse. They're going to win a search.
But I also hope
Map too.
I want Johnny to do well. Like,
Of course.
I root for him. But
no,
like,
we like Vegas. Too.
I still think I just want Purge back in the league. That guy's the real deal.
Well, we're going to Rio, where Vegas with Purge. This was one of their better maps. And maybe with Boston, right? You get your Slayers, your subs going. Snoopy, Pentagram didn't look comfortable yesterday. This is a map where at times he can definitely pop off, but it's going to be a lot of fast-paced action, and we're going to start off with a new addition.
Yeah, we'll get right into it. You have high words there from Ant, and what you were saying from Study, despite the fact that you still went 3-0 for Boston Breach. But we'll see as he tries to get in the mix right away, and into the mix he goes. Able to tray out the second one efficiently, third to take. Nice little back down there so far. Movement, Gunny on point. Nice time back to the league.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been stunned, though, right? So he hasn't been able to regen back. So it took that long.
He still was on 5 health.
Yeah, he was still that low. So Boston behind that. Barista gonna start to trade out with their numbers, but Gio up top, he's gonna find a triple. Get on that time as it's come down to a one-on-one for hill control, but you will take this time for Vegas now start to rotate over to P2.
And I said, like, I didn't really blame Ace in this whole thing because, like, you can just tell right away when they're playing. Like, that series versus Optic was really glaring. Like, they just weren't like playing the right way anymore. Like things were he didn't fill the hole they needed, like what Purge was doing. Like, I just want to see if Vegas Legion's playing a little bit better Call of Duty now, Johnny in the mix. Like, are they playing as a unit again? Because they really were playing well together before the swap.
No, they were a fun team to watch, and yeah, already on rotation. Players in position, already are pushed on up. Looks like Gio's locking down mid, so the rest of the team can just sit on hill, hold some of these power positions and get ready for this push. Now Gio gonna rotate on over. The nades will connect, but attach so strong in this position. Gio right back to work as he's gonna find another triple. Up to 7-2.
All right, one might have been attached. Or did he get another enemy in there as well? He killed everybody. He was lighting up on the feed, but he's 7-2 now with the 3 in a row. Looking for number 4. Just see him beans his head, but can't quite get the angle. He's got some help from behind, and Beans gonna take his head away as well. His clean headshots through for Beans on back-to-back. Gunny's there for him. Next rotation up.
And then on this rotation, you win the one-on-one. Attach is able to take down a player for Breach. They spawn out at ult, so great transition here for Vegas Legion. A chance to blow this game wide open early, but Snoopy gonna get the trade, try to finesse around Arcade, but Johnny right back into the hill.
You win one on bridge side as well. You get right back in, as you said, and try to soak up time. Johnny, I think every time we're on his POV, he's dying because he's stunned up. He's going to fall there again, but he's sitting at 5-5 currently. Attaches, dancing, 7 HP. He's able to get his 5th. Pentagram, put the dirt. He's attached, back to full HP, and now looking for a streak.
He's comfortable with any weapon, right? Was a main SMG for so long throughout his career. Only really picked up that AR these last couple of years. So when it's in his hands, you do things like this. Able to earn the cruise. The slaying on point so far for Vegas Legion. You will make this last bit of time a little bit messy, but that transition from P2 to P3, a nice rotation for Vegas.
I don't care about the slaying. It's the fact that it goes with the score line too. I mean, they had several hard points when they made that change that you'd have a couple players double positive. You were out slaying or slaying evenly, you're down 100 points. Here, at least it's turning into objective time.
Yeah, obviously I think Rio kind of sets that up. A little bit different than maybe some of the other maps that they were playing. But maybe a chance here for Boston Breach to get a break. You are going to have Priesta starting to work that pinch. He gets taken down, but everyone popping off with those rivals. That is going to be a clean 4 dead here for Legion.
Yeah, looking real good. And yeah, I hear you. Different maps can matter, but hypothetically, if you're getting more kills, you should be in a better position. Something they were struggling with, but now doing such a good job behind it. The time continuing to soak. Still half the time remaining in the hard point, and still the crews to use. Johnny, help from Geo, still alive, low HP, but doing work. You're still one member here, trying to finesse, get the reload off. He's stunned up again. Johnny's POV has been, how long will he be stunned, I swear.
And you're really rocking like this triple arrival setup as well. So running with 3 SMGs. You know, we've seen that time to time, depending on the hill, but normally it's still sort of a 2-2 setup. But Vegas playing with pace. Nero, Johnny, Geo, all with that rival on rotation. They have a 110-point lead. But Boston Breach are in this P5.
That's something they need desperate, is play a little more pace, a little more enthusiasm to get to the objective, certainly. But yeah, Boston, you've got Priest has probably been their most consistent Slayer, at least from being here since day 1 for the team. He's got 4 kills. He is in the blender right now. He's going to have to pick it up because you're down 100.
Now you got that True's in. That's going to lead to another brace. So this is a perfect start if you are Legion. I mean, you just won so many of these rotation battles. You've earned the crews. You set your teammates up to go on these streaks. Now you're using that streak to carry this momentum. Trophies are down. You see all the nades are in, but you are just not finding kills right now if you are Boston Breach.
No, they are very, very hard to come by. One team came awake and came to play. And the fire that we've seen from Boston Breach and some of their respawns just utterly lacking right now. So far, a very good look for the Vegas Legion team with a change now for Johnny in the mix. And he's been doing a little bit of everything. 9 and 9. He's got a minute and a half to the hard point to work with as well. And well, that's something we saw with Purge at times, honestly, being that objective guy for them.
And then, you know, you talked about Priest, and then even a guy like Snoopy on a hill like this. I mean, he's been the one sort of popping off for them. As tough as a stage this has been for Breach, Snoopy maybe has been that sort of one shining light throughout the respawns, but he's going to finally get to double digits. And again, into this P1, you get a Vegas Legion list, or a break. But let's go to a listen now with Legion.
I got nade on weak.
Sitting lobby in the corner. They go vending. They go vending.
I'm a trophy on town. Still in
Watch out, lobby B.
Maybe I know. Sit down.
Brazil. They could have Brazil.
Alright.
I
spawned from right.
I got them.
I'm just in the corner.
I'm gonna come buff you.
He's short holding. He's on new.
Go. He can be close.
Yeah, work together. You guys go somewhere together. Go somewhere together.
Back left. He's lobby.
You're two new.
To your right.
I'm gonna come third top.
Johnny. One cell on me as well.
I need a busy.
Absolute mid.
He's on the right.
Absolute mid.
Okay, I hit the trophy twice. Clear your son first.
No more trophy.
You look Watch out. One on time.
After left.
I'm coming. Trophy might be gone soon.
He's just one shot time.
I'm name point right now.
If you have an 80, he's dead. On top stand. Oh, he shot.
Fucking hit you.
On time. Okay, what's close top car?
One shot cop car. One holding. I stand on time. One boxes. Nice. One more time.
Okay, I'm in his order.
Yeah. I was playing the back.
He's a cop, Lena.
I'm an 8 touch guy. I'm not
Fight.
Bike killer. Drop down
3-0. Nice. Last two rolls.
You guys can rotate off spawn. I'm gonna get left. I'll be up here. I have middle. Watch out. There's 2 here, I think, Geo.
Yeah. Watch out, watch out, running. Watch out, running. Nice, one's coming back left on me.
I'm repitching. I give him in. I'm repitching.
Left of me, done.
Oh yeah, top afro.
Yeah, I got bridge.
Vegas Legion, who've got 4 series without winning a map, on the brink now. They got a shot to get one on the board to get a good foothold in this series.
Yeah, I mean, right when you listen in, right? It's a nice rotation by Boston. Finally, a good hold at the P2. I mean, there's just some little things there, right? They're counting how many times they've hit this trophy, trying to really put their nades on point, get to the break. But honestly, Boston do a very good job now. Some spawns come in, attaching Johnny, spawn up behind enemy lines. You have Pentagram on 5 in a row. It's like a chance potentially to get back in the game, but you get that spawn in there for attaching Johnny, it leads to the break.
Yeah, and the comeback would need to be ridiculous as you are in a huge hole, and that hole continues to grow. Beans trying to snap. Priest of Snoopy, though, there with the follow-ups. 27 needed for Legion to get the victory now, but you've got him pinned deep. Maybe a chance for a rally, but they're just sending it off board.
I mean, props to Beans putting up numbers, right? Doubled, up to 22 for him. Couple of seconds do come in for Legion, but Beans gonna be the first player here. It feels like the Breach slaying starting to come alive a little bit. Finally, they're maybe just matching the intensity from Legion.
listen, we've seen that online, we've seen that on land. Sometimes teams come out a little bit flat. Not the first time we've seen it. Usually what we'll say is hopefully they ramp up a bit as the hard point goes on. It seems that is the case. Maybe you're going to lose this first map, but maybe something to work towards as you continue on in this series, but not quite done yet. 20 still needed for Legion to get the victory here. Johnny, he's firing. The Renetti gets 2. That'll be 3. Give him another. Hold that. Is on Donnie, stuck him, but not quite able to hit it. Still a triple.
Yeah, Soupy just dodges it, then the hit marker comes in, but they're just locking this down. Attach and Nero on the hill. Legion, with the addition of Johnny, they get a map on the board.
And that was, listen, we haven't casted all their matches, but that was one of the first times that I've watched Legion play since they first made the change where I was like, all right, they're playing God again. Where they're actually having focus on the objective, getting to the right spots, making the right plays, and not just sort of like, what are we watching? Like that series we cast with them in Optic was one of the weirdest series I've ever casted. That looked like Legion kind of getting back to it. So far, so good. It's one map, though.
Yeah, it's one map, but yeah, already the slaying is on point. You heard the listening. Comms were pretty solid. Johnny puts up a great map 1. I think even you're back to the league. But just look how even the scoreline is.
He almost leads in slaying. He had the most damage. He had the most time in the hard point.
260, did it all.
Yeah, no, and that like, honestly, listen, I know Purge, sometimes the slaying wasn't there, maybe leading the way, but like, he'd usually be in the mix and also have some stuff around the objective. Like, he was kind of, that Swiss Army knife, doing a lot for the team, and they need that, and it seems that Johnny's got some potential to do it. Started off well, stunned up at 5 HP there for about an hour, but when he needed to make some plays, he was able to do it. You got out to a great start if you're a Legion, got up early, and never really looked back.
I mean, the first rotation, the first 5 hills, they were always on the rotation. They were winning the rotation. Gunfights. Finally, when Boston won one at P5, you had this happen. A cruise connects, leads to the break. I mean, just look at the scoreline. 5 hills into the game. So, I mean, at least Boston extend this and make the game go further and further, get a little bit more warmed up. But we're talking about this, like, yeah, maybe it's taking them a bit to get into the match. The problem is you just can't allow that to happen in your Boston. Every game is so important to them at this moment.
I think that's why you're nailing it. Like, a team, sometimes Optic comes out to slow starts, or you've seen that with some of the top squads. When you're in their position, you're last in the league, and you're trying to make a run to get the champs, or you are a Legion team who is sitting in the A spot trying to hold on to it, you better come out with some fire and some passion every series. You need to. You got to treat every online match like you're on land. Like, it's champs. You have to if you want to get there.
So we will see. Now the question is just going to be around this search and destroy. Honestly, for both teams, it has been a struggle. But now you're going to a Rio search, and I think this could work well for both teams because it's a very sort of basic map, right? Sort of 4-man pushes on both sides, lots of retakes. I mean, you're inserting a new player into Johnny. That could help him out. And on the other side, if you're Breach trying to find an S&D map win, just kind of maybe make it a 4-on-4 sort of retake TDM on Rio.
Yeah, you're right. It's a map that you can actually do that, like limit the strategies a little bit, but it'll still be interesting, like when it comes down to those little 2-on-2, 3-on-2 type skirmishes where they've been having some of their blunders. I mean, we've casted a lot of their search and destroy. It has been tough to see where it's fallen apart at times, but we're going to take a look at some of the stats here now for their search and destroy. Through the major 3 qualifiers, this is how it's broken down for Boston.
I mean, there's just, 10 through 12 in pretty much all of these categories. It hasn't been great. Now, I will say, there's some round 11s, there's some 6-4s. Like, they are going the distance. There's just a couple of collapse rounds. Even if you look at yesterday on 6-star, had the cruise, that round doesn't work out. You have some clutch rounds, some 1v2s that don't go your way. So there's just rounds that are swinging the momentum, and I think they are collapsing behind those.
Yeah, no, it's been a round or two. Every search has been so frustrating, but it looks like Beans is kind of maybe trying to get the guys fired up a bit. We know he can be a vocal leader for them. Frustrating map 1, but maybe he started to feel a little bit alive the deeper it went. Snoopy's been putting up some bombs for them in Search, Destroy, and Respawn. He's been a playmaker for him. Maybe he can do that here, but the fist bumps are out, and I imagine we're getting ready to get to match 2. Still managed to get some smiles and laughs in despite where they're sitting in the league currently.
That's all you can really do. I mean, just try to have a little bit of fun, get things going. As a Snoopy, you're going to need him on this map to have a much larger impact than he did throughout map 1 on Rio. Kind of shut it down, but there you can see just, for both of these teams, haven't played it much. 0-2 for a Boston Breach, 1-1 for Vegas.
All right, we get ready to get into it. Boston Breach, try to answer back, try to get a search and destroy victory in this crazy, kind of historic stretch of poor search and destroy results. Is this finally where they're going to get the W, or is this Vegas Legion team starting to click again with Johnny in the mix? I mean, it has been night and day, the difference between what it looked like in Qualifier 2 and how they've looked in Qualifier 3. We know this Legion team has the capability to get back to that. Is this the glimmer of something brighter?
All right, so you have Johnny sort of spotting that bomb cross, bomb going down. Another nade gonna connect. Beans, though, so weak, so not gonna get out, and that's a great first pick behind the grenades. But watch number 7. Pentagram might be the playmaker here for Boston Breach. You're trying to set this up. Is someone for Vegas going to read this? I don't think so, but the shots are in. Now start the trades, and Pentagram, he's going to want that one back.
The timing was so awkward for him in the sense like he got there right when he got half eyes on things and shot. It's like you have a little trigger discipline there. Maybe you're able to make a play. It's usually, I mean, if you're in that position, don't shoot until you have a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, and then Johnny just jumps down the staircase.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you get the first blood. They take their time. And we're going to take a look at that replay from Johnny. Yeah, I mean, the nade hits right before this, being still very weak with that first blood. And then there was Gio. Ends up picking the flank, but there was an opening there.
He's still suffering from the gunfight with Insight yesterday. In the round, you get the early lead now for Legion. Now we'll see as they try to swing things on offense. Pressure up mid defensively for Boston Breach as they peek A first. Now they rally back and they are hunting. They are sending it to try to find these kills. They find the timing to get on through. Attach MCW at close range. Doesn't have a shot. Now Pentagram. Bit of revenge for the awkward timing the last round. Hits that nade too. That'll be his assist and 2 kills in the round. Big one there from Penta.
Yeah, no, let's just, I mean, first of all, great timing by Boston Breach. Because there's 2 ways we've really seen this sort of B bomb site go. It's either you allow them to plant, maybe you try to put nades on it like they did in round 1 Legion, or you just kind of hit it. In Breach, they just go for it. They're basically saying, we're hoping this guy's on the bomb planning, right? Because he's out of the play, and that's exactly what happens. Is they start their push behind Pentagram and Snoopy, there's a player from Legion on the bomb, and they just get caught.
Yeah, well, I think it was like a slightly delayed push because they like peeked the A cut first. So I think Legion thought they were good. Like they thought they had the second to get it down, and yeah, the timing could not have been worse. You're working to get this plant down quickly on their side as well as Pentagram sticking it. Plant is through. 4-man retake now for Legion will be the opportunity. Snoopy able to get eyes. He jumps across. I thought he got eyes, but maybe not because he was not gun up.
Yeah, maybe just try to catch a timing, instead gets caught. So another first blood on this retake for Legion. Putting the pressure on Boston. Pentagram able to find one. A nice trade from Beans. Numbers-wise, though, it's down to Priesta. And he put a shot into Nero, so time on Priest's side. He goes for the chow, though. And in the 3-on-4, a Breach up around.
Love that, playing with some confidence. Is Priest able to take it? Yeah, I don't know if Snoopy saw him and tried to get timing, but it also
might not have. Doesn't matter.
It seemed like he didn't because he just wasn't like, didn't seem like he was prepared for the fight at all. But awkward start for him, but Priest and the rest of the boys have the ice in that round to end up bringing it back and closing it out as we get deeper into this map too.
And it was clutch, too. I mean, he starts shooting the first player, then he gets the hit marker on the second. So he has a bit of an advantage, but it's also the info of, I know where he's at.
Kind of similar setup and push you had defensively. Last time you were breaching, this time you push it the whole way through to A. You keep on going and isolate the 1-man there instead of cutting it back to mid. They're just hunting as this 3-man block as they're continuing to go. And I think it's sort of what you were talking about, like just pick a spot and hit it together.
Yeah, and, well, who's benefiting from that is Pentagram. He's up to 5. Johnny, though, has put himself in a nice spot. You're going to check this. Wow, somehow they do great heads-up play. Now, Beans dies, but the fact that he checks that on the rotation back, there was a chance Johnny gets multiple to make this winnable for attach.
Oh, yeah. If he's in turn, that's at least 2, I'd imagine. But feel good he got away with 1. Now we'll see if attach, one of the more clutch players in the history of our league. If he's able to pull it off here in the 1 versus 3.
It's like from his plant spot, he was plenty of maybe for like a box's flank, but I don't think he's going to have time to do this. He's going to have to wrap on back. They're already on it. Yeah, tough spot there for attach. Throws the stun out, but bomb already diffused. But another nice push for Breach. And honestly, Legion, the way you're set up is to at least find 1 or 2 there. Like you're playing a very spread out. You're kind of holding these off angles. It's an info play. You're just hoping the man Pillars at least finds 1.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, after the timing they had in the last round, they're probably like, don't let him just bully us off again and catch us with the timing. Yeah, you sort of play for that, but it doesn't work out. And then attach, yeah, I mean, try to play it offside, think you can catch somebody, just unfortunately they hop it right away and he's screwed. I have this 3-1 lead if you are Boston. Slow it down here for a moment. Beans ripped at 34.
It's just a fake, though.
They're wrapping it back.
Yeah, Smokey is a fake, so you can see what this does on the minimap. It wraps 3 players from Legion, allows the B bomb site to be open. Bomb will be playing a look at Pentagram, maybe in a bit of an off angle. Is Johnny gonna check this? Nice play by Johnny, but there is a quick trade.
He gets the 1. Now 3 versus 3. Snoopy playing from bridge, able to get the kill. Geo can't quite get the trade. Time dwindling. Attached, though. He'll get the route to pick it up. 2 versus 1. It's all on Priesta. Sorry, 2 versus 2. Priesta and Beans. Attached with another. Now down to 1 versus 1. Beans, Geo. 12 seconds on the clock, and Beans comes through.
Such a good heads-up play by Beans. This is not an easy scenario, right? Because he just holds this. Now, this player, Geo, could be on the defuse. But he's like, he's going to challenge me. He could have been on it for a couple of seconds at this point. They really just did not have the info. And well, he just takes the risk because there was a chance where he had to check that bomb, takes his time, trusts his gut, and well, he's able to put them up 4-1.
3 in the round. I counted him out for a second. That was a 2v1. I forgot all Beansy, and then he lights them all up. Big advantage. They've had this a couple of times before. It's been the closing moments have been so difficult for them. Just find these final 2 rounds. Tie it up at 1-1.
And again, just taking another risk right through the top middle. You have all the info. You were going to be in a very quick position to retake A. Not really allow Legion to get very spread out. And you can see the setup that they're going to have.
Yeah, no, it's tight. But how does the collapse now work? For Boston, there's the first pick. Priesta able to get 1, sending it on forward, though Vegas Legion pick up several. 2 versus 2, Priesta continues to hunt, trying to hunt on both sides, but able to isolate Johnny. Now it's going to be narrow by himself. 1 versus 2, last up, getting pushed, double chow, beautiful there from Boston Breach, and there's the 5th round, and I mean, to a T, kind of what you were thinking would be the play style here for them. It's working for a struggling Surge team.
Yeah, just taking risks, and again, it's a switch up. Last defensive round, it was an A hit. This time, let's just go quickly through top middle. Legion go over towards A, and there was a chance here where you had Johnny flank through the defensive spawn, and I think he just gets really bad timing on Priesta, starts to put some shots in. Priesta, though, finesses around the wall, and that just gives them kind of 2 2-on-1s where Breach are able to take it.
1 more round, and this drought is over for Boston Breach, and you're square in the series. Let's see if they can close it out here. Don't allow anything. No funny business. Don't let Vegas Legion start to rally. Get confident. Go for the jugular. Get it done now. They're on the plant. They're trying to get this into a 4v4.
I mean, this has been working, right? This has been working. Now, Priesta, pressure onto him, and he's just going to play his life. And you're going to reposition if you are Breach, but bomb planted.
The 4-on-4 retake. For Legion, are they going to be able to do it? Beans, a big one. Numbers advantage over to him. Snoopy follows it up. The drought might be dead. Just have to hunt down the final 2 players. 1 is remaining. It's the new guy in Johnny. He's able to get 2. Sweet mother.
Oh, God, I'm nervous.
No, not like this.
No way.
Not like this.
Finesse.
Dance with him. Dance is long enough.
It's over.
It's done. Breach, win a search and destroy.
The curse has been broken.
It's unbelievable scenes there in the Boston Breach facility. As they're acting like it's just another day at the office, but it's not. It was a bad stretch. You get the win there, though, and they do it convincingly. 6-1.
And it's kind of why I liked Rio in this, right? It's just sort of, it's a hit it. Let's take some risks. You know, obviously, there is some strategy to it, and when you insert a new player like Johnny into that, where there's these retakes, how do we want to do this? That's not really developed yet with this new roster.
Yeah, I mean, it just works because it's not like, I don't know, these long 2v2s or a lot of min-round decisions. Like, it's usually when you play like that, the way they were, it's like one skirmish, sort of, right? And then there's like a player left from each side, and you hope somebody clutches up. Like, you take some of the thinking out of it in the mid to late rounds. And they get it done, and it is convincing. I got real nervous there after Johnny got 2. I was like, whoa, here we go.
Those were the rounds that were like happening.
Yeah,
you know, when you got to like 4 and 5, they were losing.
Yeah, no, that's why I was getting so worried. They lose that one, who knows? Things start to come off again. We're going to be going deep into this. Next thing, it's around 11, and I'm on my knees crying. I was hoping that was not the case, but they're able to do it.
They're able to have it. Snoopy's able to just buy enough time at the car. Win the one-on-one.
Tied up 1-1. We get ready now for the control. We'll see. The Vegas Legion can get a series win amongst their drought. It's Boston Breach, who are winless throughout the Stage 3 qualifier. If they can come up big and finally get a W, it's a battle of 11th and 12th. We'll be back after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
We're back at it as we continue on in this series. We're taking a look at the scuff play of the game, and it's a search and destroy victory. That's the play of the game. As Snoopy's able to clutch up, and the drought is over, finally. A win here for Boston Breach.
Yeah, I mean, Snoopy, it gets close. Great shots by Johnny to put this into a one-on-one. Snoopy just finessing, and then Johnny stops shooting. He knows, like, look at the clock here. You have 11 seconds. I don't even know if he would have got there in time. Probably not. Probably needed a few more seconds, but he's just thinking, this is my only chance. I got to send it.
Oh, no. He was just praying the 2-pop killed him, and he's like, my only chance to start running now.
Yeah.
And it didn't. So I know it looked goofy from his POV, but, like, that was the only play. Praying that finish him, just go as fast as you can. He still would have got back in time. Like, he was screwed. So the finesse was good enough there, a little dipping and diving. Is Snoopy able to clutch up, and you see a breakdown of how it went. But finally, you get the victory. I think you called it perfectly. Like, yeah, so you thought it would go. So you thought that map might be good for him, and as good as we thought Vegas Legion looked in the hard point. Some struggles there.
Well, I mean, when you're changing rosters, this is just going to happen, right? You're going to have some setbacks in search and destroy. You saw there they had what? It was 3-4 in first bloods. Like, there were a couple of 3v4s that Boston were able to win throughout that. But now we go to a control, and I mean, Karachi control has been probably Breach's best control map. Control has been their best game mode throughout this stage. Can they win a respawn, though, against this Legion team?
I mean, they should. They've been able to win respawns against just about everybody. It's just whether or not they've been able to do it and actually get the series victory.
So you're going to have Legion starting on the attack. And there you can see just a round win rate on Karachi. League leader, Boston Breach.
We'll see. The Boston Breach are able to enjoy some of the success that they've been having here. Narrow looking for the fight. Nice movement there. Nice gunny as Pentagram just gets put down. Not able to snap back and take the second one, though. Still, the fight's mostly going around over towards red as most of the team coming off a spawn now for Vegas Legion. The point man will be Johnny, and his patience will pay off. Well, so an opening now.
You'd love Snoopy to slow that down there, right? Because now, as soon as he dies, look what has to happen. 6 and 8 Priest and Beans have to rotate on over. That opens up the 8 point. You had a 3-man stack around Fountain for Boston Breach. With Snoopy over there now, Johnny 4 in a row inside of red. Allows his team to progress over towards A, and he is just slaying. And now maybe the B point, he can start to work on that.
Yeah, first I thought he was going to get aggressive over towards B, like after he got the kill and kind of bring them over. It was great patience there. Just sort of wait, bait them in, get 2, let his teammates kind of calmly and collectively get A. Really nice individual moment there to set up his squad. And now you'll start to work over towards B, and a little bit of kind of a 2-2 split now for Vegas Legion as they look to work the action. Number 8 and Beans is going to be trying to work through the flank. He might be able to get eyes and break this apart as Snoopy's dealing with the front side of the push.
Then you see the nades, the sun starting to go off, so you're going to keep one player pushed out inside of junk. That's going to be Snoopy. The rest of Breach going to have to deal with Nero. Attach also taken down, so nice kills from Beans, and now you can get to this defensive setup, force Legion to take these long routes and, well, waste their time.
Yeah, when I said Beans was working through the flank, it might pull us apart. I didn't think he was going to wallbang the guy actually on the point. That's not how I saw the ending, but he's able to hit the shots nonetheless, and now you got 60 seconds left to work with. You start to mount up your next attack if you are Vegas Legion. You've got pretty far pushed out Scrap, I was going to say, but Pentagram's got peeled.
Yeah, Tacho is able to get on through, and he's going to find a pick, so that's going to back up Priesta, which allows his teammates to start to work through junk. That was really the point they had to get through. They could not. Breach has been doing a very good job with the one opening pick in the flank drop from Attach. Now puts all the pressure onto the point. His Beans is able to put some shots in, but does get caught. Now Legion starting to win some gunfights.
Yeah, that was Pentagram's first kill in this one. Priesta, a double, should have the clearance here with Snoopy. He's able to do that, time dwindling. You get a tick, but 30 seconds now to go to see if you can progress this any further. Maybe get the round victory. Snoopy will be lying and waiting here at the booth. They're ready to chow. They come soaring in. He only gets 1. Beans there to follow it up, though. 1 player left will be Johnny as he waits for the rest of the troops. You got 1 more push on this.
Yeah, you're going to get a close red spawn due to Johnny's position. But, I mean, if that goes a little bit cleaner for Legion, you know, maybe a couple of players go down, you get the close red spawns, that's when it becomes real trouble for Breach. But a fantastic defense throughout this round 1 so far. Trying to deal with these last players. Nobody going to get there in time. They only give up a tick. And once they gave up A, they locked down B.
Yeah, no, solid job there. And they had to deal with a threat to the point 2-3 times, but Didn't panic.
There was really only one player that got through. Like, you had that flank from attach, but the player jump side or inside red did a good job.
You never really got like a full threat like there with the whole squad.
Yeah, where it gets mixy. You have no idea where the player is on the point, wallbang and everything.
Yeah. So what, 4 total ticks they'll get, and we'll see if you can improve on that if you're Boston Breach. You talked how it's been so good for them here. Yesterday, obviously, some struggles versus Ultra, but a little bit different of a matchup, that's for sure.
And I like them on Dracula a lot more from what they've shown than that invasion control. But that's going to be 3 dead and a great start. Is what you're going to have Nero just kind of hanging out red. He's just worried about the threat of them going right over towards B. So Beans is pushed up, maybe just playing for some spawn kills. Trying to get that life advantage as much as he can and just, well, let Legion know the threat of that flank is going to be there time and time again.
Beans has got 4 straight. He's working towards streaks. You are a massive threat already. Beans is going to drop as he's pushing towards alley, so the rest of it will develop towards red. Nice shots from Pentagram. Kill through for attach though, so it'll halt it for now. One spawning out real deep in Geo. He's got ways to trek across. There might be a chance for Breach to attack here.
Yeah, they're really just slowing this down, waiting on Snoopy and what he can find him off spawn. And there we go, 2 dead now. You have 4 versus 2. See where the spawns are for Legion. Very far away from this point, but his attach, who is so good in spots like this, able to play his life. He's up to 9 and 5. But Snoopy just kind of gets there and doesn't attack the point, stays patient, and now you have 2 players on this. That's going to be 3 dead. They know where the last one is.
Yeah, no, you did such a good job just building that up to get the spawn out. And I thought attach saved the day, but you were right. You called it. Good patience from Snoopy and Penta gets them onto the point. Now they're still scrambling. You've got this chaotic situation. You're on 4 straight, trying to find a timing. Maybe if you are Snoopy, try to snap back and hit the drop shot. Not able to do it. It's Johnny that finds the kill, so you'll have to try this again, but you've gotten to the 4 ticks. You've tied it up in the overall score.
Yeah, and you've been on the objective. You pause the clock. You have a life advantage. So far, so good for Breach. Here comes their next push. Attach. Watching that crush, try to put shots in. But you've always had a player top AC. Another 3 dead scenario. The last player in Geo. You see Beans just kind of hanging out. He's got a trophy on himself, so he's wasted so much time. And now that's allowed the reinforcements to get to the point.
Yeah, Beans just up there eating. He finally gets dropped from attach and gets the shots in from the top of the ladder. Priesta answers though. The point is captain. I think you saw why they found success here. I mean, a great offense like that, and you really saw, I think it was Geo that really spawned out deep first, but their patient like setup and push had them spawning in Narnia.
Yeah, you had the Snoopy play around Dumpster, right? Just sort of taking his time. He was able to find 2. That staggered this setup for Legion, and that play from Beans, I mean, that just slowed down Legion so much, allows his teammates to get to the point, and then they're able to stack it. He's 14 and 8. He was he was solid in map 1, really the only player around even. But keeping it up here.
Priesta right there with him, and as much as we were gassing Shawnee, he played really well given the circumstances and coming in. Like, Bean certainly has got a bit more firepower. There's a reason he was brought to this team. You're seeing it. The opening nades, though, it'll hit for Priesta, so he's a little bit closer now, earning this cruise. Just needs 1 more.
Yeah, you're gonna love that, right? The nade hits, puts him up to 5. 1 more away from that cruise. A little bit of a cleaner opening there for Legion. But I think a lot of that's probably just due to the patience of Priesta, right? He wants to play for this so hard. He'll be one of the guys to go first and take one of these early gunfights, but he's got to wait for his teammates off spawn.
See if he can find a timing here. Oh, that is tough. Thought he had a freebie, but Nero was holding it. He gets 2, and Snoopy immediately answers. Now pushing through, you've got Johnny, who's gotten through on one side.
He never touched the point, though, so they're going to have no idea that he's in this spot. They could be thinking he's just lurking red side. Doesn't have Deddy on, but there we go. Now he's going to be on the B point. Comms are going to come on through. We see 7 starting to retreat.
Yeah, I think as soon as he lost a teammate, he's like, I should put some pressure here to try and turn some heads. Don't let my teammates maybe get stuck in the trap. So they've got to track back, look for him. They send multiple. Maybe he gets half the HP off of both, but unfortunately can't find a kill. And I was hoping maybe he would open up things mid-map, maybe for the rest of his teammates, and to a degree, yes, you're back onto the point, but they were struggling as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was really like, because it was so clean for Boston, when they put 2 back, the other 2 could just still hold middle of the map.
Yeah.
So you're finally able to get this 8 point secured. It's a 1 life advantage for Boston Breach, but they're right back to the setup where they looked great in round 1.
Breach can close this map out with absolute efficiency. If they just hold a bit longer, but you have the extension, 90 seconds to go. They win a 2-on-1 junk side if you're Boston Breach. Beans trying to give haircuts, able to take one out. Attach gets some tags, but not the kill, so back to step one, go Vegas Legion.
He's gonna try to help his teammates off spawn here. This flank should work. He's at least able to find one. Pentagrams, he's on 4 in a row. It was Priest on 5 again.
Yeah, I was going to say, was he on another streak?
So again, you get this junk control, but look how long this is taking. There's only a minute left.
Trying to get Trophy down. Pistol hit though. 3 through for Boston Breach. Attached to be the last guy needs to be cleared. And Beans once again through on the wall bang. 40 to go. Maybe a few more pushes, but still that streak to use to maybe ice the game in a big moment as Beans continue to shoot beams. Doesn't matter the gun in his hand. 4 in a row for him. Looking to reload and hold with both. He's had Snoopy over his cross. He's been able to lock it down. Under 30 seconds now to go as Beans trying to reposition.
I mean, they've just looked so good on this defense. You know, just layering the map well, knowing when they do get to the B point, how to retake that. Maybe one last chance here. Ooh. For Legion. Some great shots out of Attach onto Priesta. Hits the slide. There's a flank, though, so Johnny gonna have to pick that up. And there we go. They just suffocate them around the objective. 4 lives remaining for Legion. What's looking to be a swift 3-0 for Boston Breach in map number 3.
A very solid win. A 6-1 search to destroy, a 3-0 there, and now we see some smiles on the Boston Breach boys. Dude, that I thought they had a chance to Attach. I thought Priesta like angled that pretty well. Like once he got the good comp for Beans, the 3 were coming through. He like backed up, so only 1 player could shoot him, but Attach just came around and world started. But it didn't end up mattering. The teammates were able to get the kills. They take the 2-1 advantage. We'll take a look at the stats here momentarily, but after they look dead in map 1. I mean, that's why we'll talk about like sort of the guns getting hot later in the map 1, because usually if you just get absolutely buried, you get 250 to 50, it's like, oh god. But they started to come alive a bit, rally back, and since then they haven't looked back.
And I mean, look at this. Beans just 22 and 12.
He's a shooter.
Yeah, really got going. You had 2 offenses. Not really many winnable situations there for Legion. Your slaying slowed down. Johnny 9 and 19. Geo 10 and 19. It was worse for Geo at some point. He was like 5 and 16. So got going a little bit. You started off well, but this B defense for Boston Breach, you know, this is one of those things where you look at their record, how they've played on this map recently. Just talk about maybe the vetoes coming into this one, but Legion, they only have so much practice with Johnny. They're just going to go for it.
Yeah, that's like, maybe I got a little too excited with Rio, because even how you were talking about search for Boston Breach, how it can be, you know, kind of straight up, and, you know, you can do 4-man hits. Like, when it comes to hardpoint, like, Rio's pretty, I don't know, it'd be hard for Vegas Legion to look really lost there, I guess. It's a pretty straight up map. This is going to have some more scenarios where spawns are getting a little bit wonky, where the comms have got to be on point, but you've got to really track people. It still seems to be some issues here, but yeah, it's the first series here with Johnny, obviously, but I was a little excited, maybe a little too excited after that first Rio, because they came out firing.
Yeah, I mean, and again, just props to Breach's defense. You saw the way Legion was trying to attack it. You had Attach like top AC a couple of times throughout those rounds, hoping he finds a pick or two. But it's like every time he found one, his teammates just got dropped. A couple of times you got 2 to 3 players towards the B zone, but Breach picked him apart. There was just like no threat on the objective.
And I think the reason you picked Breach in this series is like, listen, Breach, despite, you know, the meme that is the S&D record, they've gone to a lot of game 5s. They've looked very good in respawns. Like, they've been a threat. They're a team that can start in the loser's bracket, and if the S&D just suddenly clicks a little bit, like, could upset some people. Whereas Legion, we've seen nothing this qualifier. Like, that Rio is like the one map they've looked solid. Like, outside of that, it's been so tough, so we're excited to see what Johnny can do. But like Breach, we know, as much as we've been like roasting them, and there's been a lot of losses, and a lot of chokes, and lack of ice, they've been close.
Yeah, you see the progression in the respawns, 100%.
Yeah, it's just...
Like, they are competitive there, but yeah, I mean, it's just not turning into wins. That's the only issue.
You're correct, but like, maybe some search improvements, maybe that'll be the difference, and suddenly us laughing at them throughout this qualifier turns into them making some sort of Cinderella run. But we're going to take a look at how the holds have been right now for Legion. Not many stats are going to look good because, wow, they look lost in the sauce on the map lately.
Yeah, I mean, the rotation percentage, not bad, but when you are getting these holds, what, you're only getting 10 points per hold? Not going to be great. That's going to be last points per hold, 12, and then yeah, that's just that hold percentage. So getting broken a lot on a map like Subbase that we are going to.
I'm sure you can call it a hold at that point.
Yeah, a map like Subbase, what, these P3 and P4s, if you get broken here, game could be over.
It absolutely could. But yeah, if you're getting 10 points a hold, I'm not sure you're holding anything. Whatever you're trying to hold just falling out of your hands. It's not going great, but we go to the Subbase now. We'll see how we can improve. I'll tell you what, like, just look at the players. I was kind of checking out, we had on the other TV, we kind of saw the cams, and like it was really like Boston Breach kind of fired up, fist bumps, like energy looked good. Like Gio was like sitting back, no one was really saying a word.
Well, it's a difference kind of all being in the same place, right? For Boston.
True.
Again, that's kind of what we talked about with them, with these matches, with these roster changes. Like every single match for them, it's their season. CDL points on the line. They're in last place.
You're not wrong.
They're not out of it, but they need to start putting together some wins.
Or they're not out of it purely like kind of due to how the league is this year. Yeah. Like the top 4 and stuff. Otherwise, I mean, different year, they might be good luck if you had that many points on the board, but they're still in the hunt due to how things have played out. We now get ready for our 4th map. We head to Subbase. We'll see if Boston Breach can lock it down, close it out, and Snoopy's going for a dip.
Going for a nice little swim. He really is just like Shotzi.
No, he literally is. Like, he's Shotzi V2, bro, I swear.
Some nice opening time for Legion. Now this flank guard gonna come on through. You're gonna hear that door open. Yeah, Nero just gonna position and he's gonna find the kill.
Knock. Hey, what's up, dude?
It's not even a knock. It's, yeah, no. It's ringing the doorbell like 100 times.
Do not enter. And the point early. Vegas Legion enjoying some great time. They're poised to get over 40 seconds on this first
solid
point.
Hold here.
Yeah, you'll take all this time. Is off the top rope, though. It's stupid to get him out and put him on the board. Get him a couple of points here. Maybe disrupt this with the next hard point getting ready to pop. That'll give the rotation to Vegas Legion. Now, what can they do with it?
Well, I mean, Johnny's going to spawn out. He's going to pinch and find one, but you see this now. On rotation, you're going to lose position here. And Breach know this. Gio, though, trying to hang on to the hill. It's going to be difficult to take him down, but yeah, you give up the first 30 seconds, a nice transition from Breach, but now all the kills go the way of Legion.
Yeah, I thought, like, you know, I saw number 2 and Gio, like, first one there, but then a couple seconds later, he's the only one there, but he's able to stay up.
They stabilize.
They find all the kills. They do stabilize, so Snoopy's play to get those 11 seconds not going to matter a whole lot because you're going to enjoy the rest of this now if you're Vegas Legion. As you hold down the point, continue to lock down the pushes. As Boston Breach find a couple, try to disrupt the late hard point again. They're able to get 3. So they'll enjoy some of this time just keeping the hunt.
Yeah, now Priesta and Beans are pushed up, but you're trying to spawn them out. The problem is you had one player from Boston off spawn, so they were blocking those back spawns, so Legion just gonna relax, starts to rotate. It's like, again, Johnny goes down, but I think just due to the position of Snoopy, yeah, he's gonna spawn up right there. So it's like, you had a couple of chances maybe to spawn a player out. There weren't very many trades for Boston Breach, so you have this setup here for Legion.
They're set up tight, trying to deal with the aggression now coming in. You got 2 hitting through the top side of it. It'll be Snoopy and Priesta that are starting to go on through. Snoopy back into the water and trying to collapse. It's Nero that's going to be holding the angle. Nice gunfight win there from Snoopy, but he's really the only guy. You have a one-on-one, him and Gio.
He's got the close spawn, though. He's able to get one. Is he going to get his teammates there, too? So he is. So he's able to get all the way back there. In that position, get his team to close spawns. The problem is again, there's 22 seconds. Like, you have to get this time if you are Boston, or you're just on the wrong side of the map. And Johnny is going off, not able to find number 6.
Yeah, they're finally, it's, what, with 15 seconds left, you finally get into the hill. So, yeah, it's all well and good if you get spawns, but you can't actually turn it in any time. It's not going to matter a whole lot.
The only good thing is like, they kept that so messy where, what, Legion, they're only down 20.
No, true. Yeah, neither team's had a great hold. Really, like, the first point, those first 30 seconds, the cleanest it's been. Since then, yeah, just kind of mania around the point. But now Johnny trying to seal this up. Allow for a solid hold. It's Pentagram through the wall. It's going to try and catch Nero. He's going to hear Adele, pick it up, get the shots, lock it down, hold the time. It's finally a solid one here, and Mr. Mid-Map and Attach is lining him up. 5 straight makes the triple look easy.
And that's why Boston had to find that break over towards P3, because when they were earning those good spawns, It spawns Legion out towards P4 where we're at right now and allows them to get into this setup. And now you're in the bit of a blender. And then again, it's Pedigree move. Just feels like when his team doesn't have control, maybe just, you know, we've heard like Envoy talk about it. Play maybe with a little bit too much pace, needs to play around himself a little bit more, find a couple of easy kills. But he's got to turn that slaying around.
He certainly does. Now it's your chance to answer, okay? So, been a rough stretch here for Boston Breach, but it's your opportunity to hold. They'll pick up the one player kind of far side of the map. That'll be Priesta. So now they'll start to collapse off of that. He'll spawn out wide right and now try to work his way in. Nero just trying to play his life, get back to full HP, and then take this Chow. Now he's gonna go. Slides out, double Chow's in. You're able to hold. You get 3.
Great break.
Oh, and that's gonna turn into a massive advantage. Now you're gonna be up, what, 100?
I mean, the only...
There's really good patience there from both.
The only good thing here for Breach is like there's no streaks yet, there's no cruises yet, so in case you do get a good hold, it would just be a free break like we saw in map 1. But hardpoint wise, this Legion team looking on point with the addition of Johnny. We've seen him use the rival, the MCW, be in the objective, slay through the middle of the map. He's been doing great in maps 1 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking more like what we came to expect from that team. I mean, we haven't expected much from the Legion franchise for 5 years, to be blunt. The last qualifier was one of the first times where we're like, all right, this team they're playing, they're balling, they're going up against some of the best squads, looking great. Seems like the hard point's getting back to that as Geo on 5 in a row, trying to maybe find a streak. Eyes on Priesta mid. That'll be the assist, not the kill. No streak through. Thought maybe right after you said they hadn't heard one, they were, and now you do. Johnny's able to actually get one as Geo comes up a little bit short.
I mean, they're just literally, this is sort of the sub-base trap. And we don't see this often. Like, some teams are very good at it, at least finding trades. But the entire middle of the map with the MCWs of Vegas have locked them in.
No, it seems like teams either don't want to play this and expand, or you want to get to this as much as possible, it seems like, for teams in the league right now. But how do you get out of this now? Next hard point is coming here soon. You've got bottom left control in Geo. He'll be near the next one, ready to pop and turn this into time. As Breach needs somebody or some big moment and big break to turn this into something, because that hold stat that looks so bad for Vegas Legion is looking a lot better right now.
Yeah, you're finally able to get on through, and there we go. That's going to be 3 dead. 1 player left in attached. Does find Priesta. Able to read the spawns. He knows his teammates are in the back, and that is just great situational awareness. Now, Breach, they did this cruise out early. So maybe one good thing there, but the problem is there's still 35 seconds left, and they're down 100.
Yeah, you got it out of their hands, sure, but if they use it, it turns into even more time, then not sure it's a good thing. Nice shots there, and a tough one through the steps there for Nero. Another one maybe to deal with. He's got to fight players everywhere, but he stays alive. They have reinforcements. They get him out of the point again.
So you have 10 seconds, though. This is maybe the one chance for Boss to get back in the game. You get a full 60 here. You're right around, 140, 130. You already used that streak, like I said. This just has to turn into a full hold.
Yeah, can they get a lot of time here and bait them into the back and flip it like kind of happened to them last time through. Eyes on multiple for Beans. And he's got the gunny forward. The guy's been putting in damage, and there he's able to take out 2. You need all of this, and then
that nade hit as well.
A late flip is Beans. That's 3 straight. Make it 4. He's hitting everything.
Yeah, I mean, he just cuts off that flank route, and then they just know after that, the push is through top snow. So Boston Breach, they're up 2-1 in the series, but they're down big in this hard point. Can they bring it back? Let's go to a listen with Boston Breach.
Top B2, that's it. Top B2, 1 shot, 1 bullet. Arrow picked up. Top gun, top gun.
I got naded.
I can look at your top.
1 shot, God. Got the top. Nice.
Another one gonna pressure. They're gonna hard pressure this. They did last time.
Might have a streak.
I have left. Back cross. Left.
Dead.
Nice.
He trolled.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Starting in.
Nothing. I'm going top gun. I'll say anything. He's gonna be top B2, bro.
I'm gonna AC.
Go be triple 2.
I don't see a top B2.
I'm out P1.
It's top B2, Johnny. He's absolute Johnny. He backed up.
I'm letting. I got through. I'm letting top B2. On time. Dead.
Nice.
Johnny top B2.
Top B2, they're spawning.
And server. Low server. Yeah, low server. Play for P2.
Oh, he's spawn killing. Server in time.
Marking the back.
One for the back.
One server weak.
He's deep back.
One's deep back. One's over on me.
He's on the shed. Watch on the hut. Or on the green tarp.
He's on the shed.
He's on the green tarp.
He's going cat. One's going cat.
I don't know which one, guys.
He repitched. Great cat dead. Great zero.
Deep back.
10-1 bullet. 10-1 bullet. Great set.
That's forward. I got time. Gonna be cat. I'm going top. Right. I'm rubbing her. Yeah, me too. I don't have a trophy time. Go ahead. You're good. I'm wrapping. They might press this, guys. Go top cat. Good trips, right? I got him in front. Yeah, I'm going. You look like cat. Cat out. He's weak. I have your cat. He jumped down. He's going top 3. Plat dead. I know in front of me. Shit. I may not be front. Oh, he's on me. Front. One bullet. I'm going top of AC. Stop B5. Top warehouse and B5. Top warehouse and B5. I got across the trips. I don't see top warehouse. I have your help here. Top warehouse. Dead. Gonna be on now. He's connector. Yeah, he's weak. He went cat. Cat, top warehouse. Time a cat. I'll look at cat. One shot. He's P1. On top, I'm dead. You want my gun? P1. P1. Blame for the other warehouse. Watch out. I'm gonna shriek. I destroyed the trophy on time. Alright. There's 2 back warehouse, 1 top warehouse, and 1 in time. Kill the center. I can tell you one top warehouse. You might just take time. There's 2 warehouse. Low it. No, he's tunnel.
Down 60, they were starting to bring it back. Pentagram earned the streak, uses it, and Joe was flailing around, was not happy with that sequence.
What you wanted. You had the P3 hold it, you turn it into a P4 break and started listening. You earned the cruise, but Vegas ice on up at this P5. 8 in a row as a team for Legion. They shut down the pushes. They can win it here. The cruise just does not connect. And once again, it looks like Legion, Boston going to a game 5.
It's looking that way. Still going to close it out, though. They need 7 more points, and you've got a setup so far for your Boston Breach. Still a chance to bring this back and close it out. As game 5 have been the bane of their existence, but yeah, seemingly another one in the works. But can they keep them out of the point and get the time themselves? We'll see. Pentagram just shooting toes.
Right, some people are into that.
That's true, Joe.
A couple of people, though, on Legion. That's going to be 3 dead. And again, you're getting this fight for Breach. It's almost just a little bit too late. Like, they had a couple of chances, the first set of hills, to break some of the setups for Legion. They didn't find the necessary kills. That put them in such a big deficit. Still fighting, though.
Yeah, it's going to be
still fighting.
So hard to do with them just needing 5. But yeah, the fight continues. Can they rally the whole way back? They've got position for next. They've still got 2 at old. Attach is still here lurking. Let's see if he can catch anybody.
It's a huge double on rotation. Now you're in the hill, but look at this. The spawns flip, so it's a 2-on-3, and Gio's got another streak. And that could be it. One last player there in Pentagram. There is the trade, all 4 dead. Just a little too late. The cruise is help on out, and we're going to a game 5.
Yeah, great job there. Attach was just kind of lurking near old, and I was like, if he gets caught and those 2 can get back, this gets interesting. But the fact that he kills both, cuts off the reinforcements to the next hold, doesn't allow for any miracle here for Boston. And yeah, it's another game 5. I mean, right now, statistically, it's the 2 worst teams in the league. Can't be shocked that they're going the distance. Both desperately looking to improve, desperately looking for points. And now Boston Breach not only have to win, a Search and Destroy, they're going to have to win both in this series to get it done.
Honestly, though, like, just when we look at this scoreboard, the outslaying, what is that, 6, 18, 24, 25, 28 kills, and you win by 49. Which is sort of like...
That's kind of been leading.
Yeah. I mean, just playing around so much map control, and at times, just kind of leaving the objective.
Didn't Gio put up like 43 for the L last week? Or?
Yeah, but you can see just the first set, they get up to 156 again, and I think they just sort of play around that lead. They're just sort of like, let's just play around that map pressure. Don't give up map controller streaks. They win both the hard points, and we're headed to a game 5.
Still got a little close, though, at the end.
No,
I mean, it was never that big of a threat, but that one sequence at the end goes differently. Maybe things change a little bit, but we're looking forward to getting into this game 5. We're going to see if Boston Breach are able to do this and maybe potentially win, too, but...
I mean, it's a 6-star, right? And we've seen a 6-4, 6-5, like... This is a map they have reps on as a team. They're going to go back. Now, for Legion, there's obviously VOD where you can prep coming into this match, how to counter some of these retakes in sort of mid-attacks that Breach have. A lot of it's been around those smoke grenades through that middle cut. But I think you have reps, so you have to be pretty happy if you're a Breach fan.
Okay. All right, well, here we go. Only one team can win this. Who's it going to be? Can Boston Breach get 2 Search and Destroy wins with Vegas Legion? Finally, in the 4-game losing skid. We'll find out in this map 5. Don't go anywhere. Back after this quick break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Bro, this thick as hell.
From FaZe, it's a nade out of Arcites. Accuracy through the church alley, finding a few more. Celium's on the other side. Pred gets the kill, and it's not over yet. It's all 4 down. It's 10 seconds. We've got 2 segments gone, and good God Almighty, we might be going all the way. FaZe flying in, and Seattle.
Get in there. Big win out of Linz.
I mean, huge win, but there go the
my God, Hydra.
you had. They got obliterated this round. It is Hydra still averaging double-digit kills per round. That kill feed is just so yellow.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
All just on the outside. But Nate Dogg's team was in 6. Going big here, finding one. Tapa gonna try to take down Watch Waldo, but falls. The trade from Nate Dogg, it comes through. 10 eliminations. Look who's last alive. It's Huskers in a final 1v1. They eliminated each other. Who wins the gunfight? Huskers pushing the fight. Zoning off with the grenades, finding it. Swings around the corner, no place, but chows it anyway. Nate Dogg gets the better of Huskers for the win. Nate Dogg with 11.
Puts him down. Win behind everybody, though, is Dashy. Can you take down 2? Maybe 3. He gets them all as they line up for Dashy. Fries them, and suddenly it's assaulted at 1v2.
What is this
9 and 4.
spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does, yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah?
Going to be easy for them to break this as kills go down on both sides. Mac trying to do a little bit of acrobatics, finding Octane towards the back. Does eventually get it, looking for Kenny.
Oh my God!
No, Kenny! Oh my goodness! Thieves were set up. They had the first blood, and they've just been ruined.
We're back and ready for this map 5. Storylines all over the place. I mean, none really with regards to starting in winner's bracket here. More the overall picture, or just sort of like turning historically bad into good for both of these teams.
I mean, both teams are not like a similar scenario, but you're sort of like, we're trying to ramp up for the end of the year. Well, Boston is trying to qualify for champs. FaZe is trying to hold on to that 8th spot. It pushed them moving into this, but map 5 all season, it's been a horror for Boston Breach, but you're both trying to, with team changes, you're trying to revamp to hopefully just hit it towards the end of the year, hit a peak.
Listen, man, we've been pulling for Breach. We've casted so much of them this qualifier. We've casted like all their matches and seen all the ups and downs, seen all the little issues. And if you would have asked me, Joe, like, is Boston Breach going to win? If you would have told me, let's say they win 2 and 5, I would have said, Joe, did you drink a bottle of whiskey for breakfast?
Is it crazy that in my pickups I picked up in game 5?
You picked it a win in game 5? I was throwing down a bottle this morning.
Well, that's my kid's bottle.
Oh, okay. Full of milk.
Full of milk, exactly.
Alrighty. Into this map 5. Will Johnny be the one with the last laugh and the opening impact for this team? Or will Boston Breach somehow go from an 0-13 skid or whatever it was to 2 straight search victories? It's Big Beans there with the first blood.
And because the bomb hasn't been planted at A, he stays just watching the B cross, right? You're hoping Attach hits that late route. B side, once the bomb is planted, to set that up instead. takes so long. Now the smoke is down, and this is what we saw all day yesterday. Sort of these smoke retakes on this site.
This is like flashes of Envoy. Yeah, like yesterday, he gets into it. And then the teammates pick up all the kills. A little bit different this time around. It's going to Geo now. 1 versus 2. 20 seconds to go. Trying to get forward. Not going to happen. Beans starts it. Beans finishes it. Round 1 to Boston.
It's a little bit scary there. Nero was able to find a double on that push through the smoke. But nice patience out of Priesta and Beans. They take their time, force Geo to come out of his spot. Have to check the bomb. But I think just staying honest, you know, from Beans as he finds 3 in the round. Just that first blood onto Attach, because Attach is hoping the distraction's over there towards A. I can hit an opening, make your play. Instead, he got caught.
Great job there. Just patience, making sure the angle's not open. I mean, he had a couple moments in different modes where he was like giving something up, finding awkward timings. Maybe he's probably telling himself, gotta be patient, just hold the gunny, stay L-triggered, make sure it's clear. Gets the kill there. I'm sure he's working back into a rhythm now, too, being out a little bit with the squad, but he's been frying throughout the course of this series. Nice 3-0 start now. We'll try to push that further. They get aggressive right up towards the bomb site. Pentagram trying to get low and stay up. Snoopy playing behind it, looking over him while the plant starting to go through. Beans is getting this down. Trophy's keeping him up.
Yeah, big trophy there to stay alive as you're able to find that plant. Snoopy still has a smoke. There's going to be the retake. Still waiting for a team to get a trophy down near that cut. But inside the smoke, Snoopy trying to slip slide. Beans is able to find another one, and there we go. 2 rounds on the board for Boston.
So did Beans end up dropping? Or did
I think he ends up dropping there.
Okay, I was saying he was up to 5 or 6. Probably up to 5 in a row before he died.
Yeah, he gets traded.
He does, okay. I wasn't sure if he fell or not.
But yeah, I don't know if he got. No, yeah, Snoopy got 2, so.
No, he got up to 5, yeah.
No streak, but looking comfortable near this A site.
Yeah, no, you're right, though. Like, see if they can get the trophy to a spot that's going to eat that smoke, maybe make that play not as common, because that's certainly become the retakes right there. Yeah, just smoke down, chaos ensues.
Well, for a while, it was like,
Roll
we're
the
through the
dice.
flank, and then teams were like, this is just, there's so much to clear on the offensive side of the map.
At least this, like, there's, you know, everything's going to have a timing or a random factor to it to some degree.
Yeah.
At least this is quick.
Exactly.
Like, it's a smoke, do it fast. You're not burning 30 seconds checking every corner. So, yeah, sometimes you just got to thrive in the chaos.
And Vegas going to switch it up. Have to go for a B plant, so another retake in this 4-on-4.
Well, the nades hit.
Just at the same time, those nades.
Not going to connect.
One hit a tree.
Well, the tree's dead. Unfortunately, the players are not. Johnny looking for his first. The woes continue. Picked apart again. Boss or Breach is firing. Nice shots there from Geo. Lordy, I thought he was dead. He wins it, but is traded. Down to Nero now in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, he gets spotted, though. Has to try to finesse. Still time to work with. Boston have to hop on the bomb. Now it's a 50-50, and it goes his way. Nero able to buy enough time. It gets close. They're able to clutch on up.
And they needed that one. Somebody to go big in a moment, and it's Nero that's able to do it. And I mean, that's not really a, you know, you're guessing there. Like you said, 50-50. That's not, listen, there have been many rounds where it's been like, dear Lord, Breach, you're killing me. When it comes to search, that's not really an example of it there. You're kind of guessing.
And who was the other player alive with him? Was it Geo for a moment? But, you know, over towards like the...
Well, Geo's the one that won the crazy gunfight at first, like poolside, and then back down and got traded, I think.
Yeah, I mean, him backing down, though, opened up middle of the map for Nero. Like, bought him more, just a couple of seconds to work that timing, because there was a chance if he dies earlier, Breach able to pick up the mid pinch. A little bit of a different mid hit here. They're just going to run at Attach. At least it looked like that at first, but Johnny on the B-bomb, that is quickly 4 dead.
Yeah, their different look didn't look good.
No.
They just all got mowed down.
And they're thinking, like, Vegas maybe going to stack A. The problem is like, while Attach was in spawn, everybody else was poolside.
Yeah, that round we heard from our producer, it totaled 21 seconds. So was a fast one, Joe. It can be an eternity for some.
Yeah, I was going to say. Pretty impressive.
Stop. Oh, Lord. On to round 5, tied up 2-2. Joe, the 21-second demon. Now a father. As we get deeper into this, and Nero with the 6-2 start and the 1 versus 2 clutch. There you go.
as well. Both of our, okay, we're back. Both of our feeds died, but we're now back as everything kind of slows down, at least for this first 30 seconds. Looks like it's going to be an A hit. And you see the spot Geo is. Just watching that flank. Again, did Boston want to push towards that or just hit mid?
I'll get the plant down. And now we'll see if Breach can work this retake. Narrow on 3 straight, he'll be holding. We'll wait for the smoke to come in and the chaos to ensue. From this position, you know what, round 1, you lost a man early. This time you're able to get the first blood. Nero going big, 5 in a row. Looking for 6, able to keep on eating. Maybe the ace. Prisa, the last one up. He's able to take down 1, but playing it patiently here so far is Nero. Doesn't want to throw anything away. 15 seconds to go on the clock. And I love this. Just the patience toilets all 4. Nero, a monster in that round, and he's on 7 in a row.
Yeah, just nice adjustments there from Vegas Legion. They switch it up. In the end, that retake starts pretty late. For Boston, they didn't have that smoke, or maybe the smoke gets eaten. And even where Legion plant this bomb, because it wasn't in a safe spot. I mean, it was safe from one side, but through middle, he could have got picked Nero on the bomb, but able to earn that cruise. And now you have, what, Pentagram 0-5. You're hoping he turns it around. He's just had these slow starts in some of these maps.
And all modes, too. Like, he's had some big plays, but just, yeah, some of these starts where he is just coming out very, very flat. A death in every round so far. And Nero will hold on to this streak as they'll play it slow from the defense. And Boston Breach, it looks like the plan of attack is going to be A, as they played for the info game, and now they're going to start to collapse.
Well, this could be good if they can dodge this. I mean, you're going to get in. Oh, yeah, you'll dodge that. So, Cruz doesn't work out.
Yeah, pilot of that plane hammered as he tries to go in the missile right into the building.
It's not the first time we've seen it, and I think players have learned how to avoid that. Priest just smokes Johnny for a first blood with the MCW. So Cruz comes in, not able to find anything. Barely enters the map, and now you're getting bombed down.
Plant is through. Beans with another. Looking to answer back after the crazy Nero round. Snoopy shots to the storm. Nero able to get another, so his streak got the double digits before he fell. Attached through fire and flame. Able to get 1. He'll be traded and drop Breach. Answer back, tie it up, and Cruz is gone.
Yeah, and I love this round, right? Just because you've lost 3 rounds in a row. Let's slow things down. Let's play around some picks. And it worked out. First of all, insane first blood by Priest. That hits a nice little drop shot. But yeah, we've seen this before, at least on a hard point, where you call this in, and yeah, because this is on a skyscraper in the sky, you're going to hit the roof of it.
Yes, by the time he gets control, it's too late, right into the building. Doesn't turn anything else. Pretty frustrating, I'm sure, if you're Nero, because you were on a massive streak, but you're 11-3 through 6, nearly averaging 2 kills a round on a heater. But now to the poolside view we go. It's beautiful, but it's about to get bloody.
Or will it?
Oh, not yet, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have 3 players in the middle of the map for Breach. Bean's just trying to find some info with some nades.
What if we just had realism? Like, people got shot in the pool and just turned to, like, the water got bloodier and bloodier.
Like Jaws?
Yeah.
And you just couldn't see?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
No, it would not. Please don't do that. No. Playing another 4-on-4 retake position. Kind of have a 4-on-3 to a degree, because Attach is playing very deep for the push through on the flank. He'll have to track back and get into the action. Beans, another first blood for him. 3rd within it. Gets a 2nd as well. Beans and Nero going toe-to-toe. Nero up to 13 of the round. Geo finds another. Attach has now tracked back, and it's all on Beans. He's on 4 straight, working on an ace.
Yeah, it's just a time game now. Gio's been in this spot time and time again, and he's been playing it well.
And he's stomping.
These two know their angles. They know just how to waste time. They will be patient. Now Beans is able to win it. Almost gets number 6, but Gio wins the gunfight with the snap.
He really had no chance to win that round. If he would have somehow won that second gunfight and got the streak, that's about as good as it gets there. Like, Jesus. But early on, yeah, that's what, Beans with 2, Nero with 2. Both putting in damage, finding the kills for their squads, but you had the bomb plant. You got to dictate the tempo around the objective there late. It's a win for Legion as they go back up. We go back and forth, and Pentagram's nightmare continues. Now at 0-7. We got Daniel Craig on the map.
Honestly, this map kind of looks like it could be in a Bond movie.
Honestly, yeah, it kind of does. Are you telling me that Pentagram's the next James Bond?
Well, that's no.
Oh. Whew. Imagine. Maybe it's Doug Spencer Martin. He could be a James Bond.
Oh, that I should see.
Absolutely. His opening shot him here, doing pull-ups like on the rooftop.
Well, Johnny's just playing the lurk roll. Nobody checks secret now. You do get a quick trade. What's going to be the response? To be a 3-man flank. So over to Snoopy here. He's going to find one. And I love this. Just get away with your life. We've seen those players in those spots die, and then, well...
Those players, I mean, we've seen Snoopy do it multiple times where he gets a kill, and instead of maybe backing up, his team decides to swan dive off of 6 stories and ego chow somebody. He's been guilty of it. Here, playing it patient, though, getting back to the squad. Pentagram dialed in, looking for the first. Smoke is out, gets a freebie. Able to take him out now, goes through it, looking for another. Pentagram eaten, 1 player left. Geo takes to 1 versus 1. I don't know how he's alive. 15 seconds to go. He's on the hunt. Beans is dancing, trying to scramble away. He's simply too fast. The sneakers laced up, and Beans gets away.
Oh, God, that was one of those rounds again. The Boston Special almost gets away from them, but they're able
Boston
to tie
Special,
it up.
that's what, yeah, that's good. Oh.
But Beans just plays this smart, bro. I was like, run!
I wish you saw Joe. Like, oh, God, well, both get so animated sometimes. I thought Joe's going to run into a wall there when Gio got 2.
And luckily, Beans has, like, you know, lightweight boots there for the slides. Like, just gets around the corner. I'll tell you what, Gio is shooting.
Back maybe busted IRL, but it's not the game, Joe. He's moving and grooving.
Moving and grooving. Double digits for Beans.
And Gio is on 5, though, so a chance for maybe another streak to put into the building.
I was going to say, it may not matter.
It is a stack of all stacks here on A.
As well, what? You got Johnny just taking his time. You get some info there for Boston. Well, it's going to be another B retake, and this is not going well for Boston Breach. So how do they do this differently?
All right. Similar setup to what Vegas Legion had before when they won that kind of 2-on-1 late.
Really
Catch will be deep.
Like, Gio's just been so good in this, but it's Beans able to find it, and Gio doesn't get that streak, and now you have man advantage.
Do they pick up attaches? He's coming all the way from deep. Are they going to be ready for this?
Well, gets the info to Nero, so pressure is onto him.
Able to win the fight is Nero.
But yeah, it's
Pentagram.
It's a time thing on this bomb site. Just going to hop it right away is Pentagram. Just going to call it away is Pentagram. Just going to call his bluff. It's going to be close. Tries to get down, but Attach knows it. Probably has a teammate counting to 7 and says go.
Yeah, I mean, it goes a little bit better for them this time in the collapse in the sense, like, you know, you force Attach to have to maybe get involved earlier, but he never really has to give up his position. He's able to just play the time game. And
in that time, they got the first blood.
Yeah, way different, but same result.
And it's just been Gio and Attach. One of the last 2 alive, just able to find that victory for Vegas on offense.
Come on, Breach. Get us to around 11. I believe.
That's 15. Sheesh.
3. Funneling over towards B. Snoopy will be the low man on the other side of it. Should have an open site to get this down. At least they do for the moment, but starting to transition across will be Vegas Legion. Now they're working up to get this on the site and get this down. Plank going through now for Pentagram.
Yeah, now watch number 5, Snoopy, right? He's the low man on the flank. Is he going to work through mid? Is he going to go for a full flank? He's going to have to go quickly, though, because Vegas are all here. But I think some nades maybe slow them down, but they're all going to jump on through. And now it's a hunt. Johnny's going to find the first. And it looks like, who is that? Johnny's going to read it. Johnny's going to read it. The new addition able to read the pitch. 2-on-3 for Boston. Attach is able to find it. Beans now in the bar, drinking alone. And Boston don't win in a game 5.
Oh, they were able to win one search. It was monumental, but it will end there.
New record.
Whoa, putting up numbers is Nero. Johnny makes a big play late as he looks to be a great new addition to the squad. Still work to do for Legion. Boston now to 1-10 in game 5s. It's been brutal for them, and the brutality continues.
I think what you saw in that last round is just that the way Boston played that, Vegas knew something was up because there was just so much space. They're like, somebody just look flank really quick. It's like, just peek it.
Yeah, and like it's tough because if you're Snoopy, unless they got eyes on like all 4, like he's thinking he has to clear some corners as he goes.
He's got to go.
Well, he got to like mid and then sort of waited a little bit. If he just hit it, no hesitation, probably gets there. But like I don't know, you're gambling. It's a timing thing. But he didn't go. He didn't full sit it for mid. I think until they lost the first player. Once Johnny got the first, I think is when he went, and then that was the timing where they turned and picked up the flank. So great play, great read.
Yeah, Vegas Legion able to clutch on up, back on the board. Able to win both respawns. They looked great in those hard points, getting plenty around that slang. Factory again winning that game 5. This new over roster, that is what they want.
Yeah, I mean, is it an impressive win to beat Boston Breach right now? No, it's not. But Legion have looked so bad since Purge was removed from the roster that I'll take anything as a positive. You got a series win. You were on a 0-4 skid. We got 3-0 every series. This is much of an improvement. Now we need to see more, but like I like what I saw from Johnny. He had some great moments. Johnny was there, liked his movement, like solid stuff so far.
I think he played with great patience, just situational awareness.
And I think this is like you know how we talk about spots for like people to come into the league? This can be like an okay spot in the sense of there's no pressure on him at all. If he had come in to fill Purge's shoes after they had their most successful stage, it's one thing, but they were horrible over this last stretch. So there's no pressure on him.
And there you can see just sort of the series, how it's gone without Purge. I mean, yeah, again, that 5-2 stage. They lose a couple of matches at the major, lose the first one at the start of this stage, and they obviously go for that switch.
And I don't even think that graphic's good because it should have been like Life Without Purge. It should have been like Purge after the role swap, after Standy left.
Yeah.
That's when the team got good. Showing the whole body of work didn't really make sense. But like if you had that 5-2 stretch like after the swap, that's where the improvements were, and that's what they're trying to get back to. That's the pedestal. And we'll see if they're able to do it. But to break stuff down, back to the desk. Would love to hear what you guys think.
You're going to round 10 in a game 5 against the worst S&D team in the league. I wouldn't be super excited if you're Las Vegas Legion, but you're right. The slide stopped, and we mentioned how meaningful the points were in this matchup. Coming into this, overall, Legion were outside of the top 8. They wouldn't be going to the champs if it was tomorrow. This win jumps them over Seattle Surge. It jumps them over LA Thieves by just 10 points.
And I mean, you've got to look at the bright side on that side of things, right? It's like you still have a chance to make it to champs, even with all the trials and tribulations you've faced over the past couple of weeks. So for Vegas Legion, you walk away with that sort of positive. But on the flip side of things, for Boston Breach, it's one of those series, once again, you have literally beaten yourself. You finally put a stop to the Search and Destroy slide, and it was handedly so. It was a 6-1 win in the Rio Search and Destroy. We go to a game 5 6-star, and suddenly you become the most predictable team in the league on defense. You are 4-stacking a site. The second Vegas Legion gets the information like, hey, I'm seeing a body over here. We just hit this full roto because we know all 4 of them are here. We get this bomb down for free. Yes, we're trading rounds, but eventually that smoke play is not going to work, and Vegas is going to be ready for it. We saw it in that final round 10.
Yeah, a beautiful series out of the Vegas Legion. I know people have been harping on Boston a lot, but they've taken a lot of teams the distance, right? So they have to get it done by winning 2 hard points, which Gio goes absolutely bonkers in that game 4, 34-16. He's been playing, lights out lately, and then you're getting performances out of Johnny, which is exactly what you want to see. Over 2 minutes in hill time on map number 1, 27-24 with 5,000 damage map 4. So the production is there. And then in that game 5, just made the play to win the game. I mean, turns around, finds Snoopy on the pinch. This is exactly what you want to see in the heads-up play. And on the flip side, as for Boston, just a terrible performance, man. They kept giving up their side of their defense.
Team to go 0-7 in our qualifiers. I don't know if that's all-time or this year. Either way,
this year, but
that's now 10 losses in a row. Their last win, March 17th. Their next match, May 17th. There may be a 2-month gap between wins, if not longer. Their next qualifier is in June. Let's talk with Nero, though. It's our Monster Energy winner spotlight with the man who just took over the S&D kill record from Gwyn. Nero, congrats on dropping 16. How'd it feel?
Thank you. It felt great, just a normal takeover, I had 2 of those this year. 1 on land, 1 now.
Yes, you have. And I wanted to ask you about the most recent one that we just witnessed on 6-star. So you had 15 kills through 9 rounds. Were you setting yourself up? Are you trading with teammates efficiently? How were you able to catch fire like that?
Nah, they were just getting shut out, honestly. They just couldn't kill me. Like the first 3 to 4 rounds, they were just getting slammed. And I clutched that 1v2, and that's when I knew it was on.
Yeah, I think like one of my most favorite things about watching Vegas Legion is when you do have these maps where you just start taking over. And guys were kind of down for a moment there. They get 3 rounds in a row and you guys strike right back. They started to get a little predictable on defense. Who made that call to start like, hey, on attack, if we see some information, let's just go for this full rotate?
Honestly, it was all of us like saying, yo, let's just wrap and play slow, because we started predicting them. Like if 1 or 2 are gonna be there, they're most likely all there. So we ended up just wrapping and just taking map control off of that.
I want to give you your flowers for a second. Congratulations on beating Boston, your former organization. I know how good that feels, man. I've been there before. And you did it by taking over, so good job. I wanted to ask you, with this roster change, there's been a lot of questions, myself included, like, why didn't you go back and just pick Purge back up, right? Like, how has this been for you guys coping with the fact that, like, you were performing like top 6, and there's been such a fall off throughout this stage? How have you stayed mentally in the game? Talk me through it.
Yeah, well, we didn't go back with Purge because, well, it was an option, but we felt like that we needed someone that can actually like play around the hill and slay around the hill, and that's what we needed as well. And we ended up looking at Johnny because he's been frying in like challengers and elite, and he's really good at S&D. It's also why we picked him up, and that was our struggle, was S&D, and yeah, that's what we really need help with.
Sounds good.
We thought Johnny would bring that.
Nero, you guys have to wait until that Friday to play in the elimination bracket, and I wanted to ask you, who's the best possible matchup for Legion to draw dropping down from the winners?
Probably, I'll take this as a great, so I'll probably say Heretics.
Okay.
Let's just say that.
Miami versus Legion. That's the matchup we all want to see if you're a Vegas fan. Thank you so much, Nero, for joining us live.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate it.
That's Nero, that's Vegas with another W, in Boston with an 0-7 stage. But there's still reason to be happy. It's your birthday.
I don't know if that's enough to make them happy.
And we have candy to celebrate. Let's take a look at it.
Oh no, not this.
Are we not missing the first comes out?
Are so chaotic. Happy birthday, Allie!
Oh my goodness, what is this?
This is happy birthday to you.
Oh my God. I didn't even get the blow out.
To you. Happy birthday, old woman.
Allie.
Thank you, production. Thank you, guys.
You're
Thank
now
you to the
30
guys.
years old.
Thank you.
too.
I am not 30 years old.
Yay!
Thank you. That's it.
Fantastic stuff from Allie. Clayster chimed in online, and he is ready to play video games when we come back in Carolina. Lock in.
What's going on?
Time to find out.
This is really chaotic.
That looks good.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
perfect!
I feel the power flowing, the flashing lights are glowing. I keep a steady focus, this is my glory moment. We burning rubber on the road, if you hadn't noticed. No, they ain't ready for the smoke, gonna let them know.
Flame right now lining them up for Ravens. They win the majority of them. Clay through it too. This one is done. See you later, New York. Fly on home. Felony rallying up the side. It's gonna be Quinn. Whoa, down to 64. Pistol hits. What? Maybe just trying to end the Rookie of the Year conversation.
Found a way getting up top though.
Hello. For the wins! Phoenix is left alone, and Lynch will get his third.
Gwen on the collapse. He gets the angle. He gets the kill. His series continues. Gwen's here.
Yeah, this is
You've done some damage, and Linz is doing damage. That's 4 straight for him. You want to feed him number 5? Go ahead. There's the 5th. Second will drop as well. They collapse. Oh, on Gwen. Of course it's on Gwen. One player left. Hudson finds it. Gwen seals the deal with a record-setting series for Gwen. Gwen is different.
It is time for your Monster Energy matchup. Carolina Royal Ravens take on Minnesota Rocker. This one decides who starts in that winner's bracket with the top 8 or who has to start on Friday with their elimination life on the line. Carolina, let's start with this team led by the rookie Gwyn in their big upset over New York Subliners. That seemed to be the peak that I've seen from this team. What do you want to see from them today, Alley Cat?
I want to see them all on the same page. The teamwork has seriously been lacking in the Minnesota Rocker camp, so I'm hoping we get to kind of see some fruits of their labor against Carolina.
Let's take a look at our standings, Nameless, because this is a big battle.
Oh, yeah, this is a huge game. I mean, you're talking about a win-and-in scenario, right? You got Carolina, who are all at the facility. Clayster's there now to be with the guys. They've had a couple of bad matches in a row, but you're going up against a struggling Minnesota Rocker team who had a 2-man roster change. So, by all means, Carolina should have the edge in this series. Their young guy in Gwyn having a superstar stage, a 1.1 or above in terms of kills. The damage is there in all 3 game modes. And Search and Destroy, he's had the most improvement in the entire league, and that's now their best game mode. So for Carolina, you're feeling confident headed into this series, but there are some glaring errors, especially when you talk about their hard point. The supporting cast in the AR specifically need to turn up.
Allie, and we got to give a big props shout out to Mr. TJ Howie. Gwyn was saying the reason I'm able to pop off, TJ is making some great calls in Search. He's setting us up for success. When you look at this roster, though, who do you think is the X factor between a successful win or loss tonight?
Honestly, I have to say either Clay or Fellow. I feel like when you dive deep into the stats, it's that over-under Celium statistic where it's like when they win, it's usually Clay and Fellow that is positive. When they lose, both those players usually find themselves negative. So those are going to be your 2 players to watch. But when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, it's kind of the same thing for both of these teams. Win and you're in. The winner of this matchup gets top 8 in this qualifier and locks them into the upper bracket. Right now, Carolina is 10th in the season standings. So for them and their champs run, this is a really important matchup. But to follow this up, like their hard point has not been where it needs to be. Like at least you rotate, right? At least like there's some fundamentals, but they're 3-8 in hard point in the last 30 days. They're currently on a 6 hard point losing streak. On the bright side, they're also going against another struggling hard point team, the Minnesota Rockers.
So Carolina desperate for points at this point in the season. On the other side of the fight, you got Minnesota Rocker, who kind of bailed themselves out with a top 4 placement at our first major. After that, Nameless, they've been up and down. Where do you see the Rocker right now?
I feel like they're towards the bottom of the league, to be honest. But all things are forgiven if you come in and you get this victory and you're in winner's bracket. They've fixed their Search and Destroy. I'll give them that. Adding the dynamic of Standy and his ability in that game mode has made them so much better. It's given them more plays in their playbook. You got Linz and Standy now that the defense has to worry about. But for these guys and the respawn, they have been abysmal, especially when you talk about that hard point. Like the statistics, when you look at it, they're 7th in hold percentage, but their points per hold, 3rd to last in the league. So when they do do get that initial wave, they're getting broken on that second push, which cannot be a thing when you have guys like Gunless and Accuracy, right? So it just hasn't been gelling. And for the Monster Energy pregame, yeah, like we said for Carolina, win and you're in. You get top 8, you can make a run, and you desperately need points. There's only one more stage after this if you want to make it to champs. Hardpoint looking soft. As I just mentioned, 2-7 this stage, 1-5 in map 1s with a league low of 0.93 team KD.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes, Alley Cat. We got 5 maps coming our way with a double dose of 6-star for games 4 and 5. But I love to see the Vista Rio combo for games 1 and 2. Who has the edge?
This is going to be a really aggressive series. I would not be surprised if you take a lot of overs in the kill department. And with this layout, I'm leaning towards Carolina, though, in this opening Vista.
Standy for 35 plus kills, Gunless for 35, or Lins for map number 1?
I don't think anybody's getting 35, but if I had to pick one, I'm going to go with Gwen.
All right, well, let's pick 2 here, Nameless. I'm going to make you go first at 104 to 53. Can you make it 105?
I'm going with Carolina Royal Ravens. They're going to get it done, man. They're all together. Time to turn up.
Rally Cat?
This is so unfortunate because I told Chris that this was the series I was going to try and catch Ant, but now I'm down 2, so I think I'm going to keep up with him. I'm going to go Carolina Royal Ravens.
Which means I'm catching up on Allie. I'm going with Linz and Minnesota Rocker today, and the fans, you know they love Clay. They're going blue as well. It's time to get this party started. We got Miles and Chance on the mic. Miles, Linz, 35 kills is good, right?
Yo, Camo.
Yeah.
What's up,
Camo,
That's crazy.
bro?
My bro.
Chance is also dressed in camouflage, aren't you, mate? You're in some form of. You know what? I was going to make a joke about Ali. Ali, happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
Honestly, mate, the 30s are the best decade of your
I'm
life.
not
You're gonna love
30.
it.
Seriously, you look great for your age.
Fantastic. And cut their mics. Nice job there, Chance. How you feeling, baby?
I'm feeling great because I'm not 30 years old, so my limbs are still functioning, my knees don't creak, and I can do okay. So I'm not here to complain, but we also have a 30-year-old in this lobby who shoots like he's 18. 25. I'll say he shoots like he's 25.
25
Placer, yeah, he's been doing it for a long time. His mic is still, or not mic, his camera still not active, but his teammates are playing in the penthouse of Brian Safe, getting ready to play against Rocker, and a sweet view on this map as well. So in real life or in game, these guys are going to be living the big life.
Yeah, absolutely. Vista coming up first. A very important series, as the jokes aside, folks. Ali's not really 30. And Chance, you're... What,
let's not talk about it.
I'm only 29. I'm looking good. But yeah, we're excited to get into this one. Gwyn, over 35? No. Couldn't get over 35 kills, though. That's the end of the age jokes. They're all gone, folks. Here we go, though, into our first map. Again, super important. Win and you're in. Lose, and it's a loser's bracket. Here we go.
And, you know, just for the long-term implications as well, it cannot be understated how important it is to get winners, to win a series against a team you're going to be competitive, and how nice it is to have an opening break like that. Carolina ripped through everybody except for Standy, who does a nice job at least picking up 2 kills to sort of cut off the reinforcements and maybe buy enough time. TJ and Clayser not quite ready in time, so as good as the opening break was, it is going to be a battle around P1. Nobody getting that extra edge.
No, not yet. Well, for those folks who are wondering who maybe are not on socials as much, Clayster is playing from the facility. He made it through a very tough flight. He's now flying his way towards the hard point. It's Rocker all day and night, though, here on P1. Beautiful work from Linz there. Finds Clay and Fellow. We say goodbye to P1, say hello to P2, and that's where we go right now. And Gwyn has managed to do laps around Accuracy, catching him out at the very least, but not enough to soften up the defenders here. Minnesota Rocker holding down the new hard point, open for business.
And TJ's got to take it slow as well. Maybe wait for some reinforcements. Maybe fly on in, and he does enough damage, and there you go. Teammates coming from the middle of the map, able to just pounce. So Rocker, early rotation, they absolutely get bullied out instantly. So Ravens here to collect a little bit of time, but also a few open lanes. You should be able to jump just straight towards the hill. More trade fest coming out as neither team can push anything out, but what Linz can do is pick up 2 kills. Currently has 7, leading the charge from Rocker and collecting that time.
Absolutely holding it down. Standy doing what he can now. Top mid's not a safe place to be. TJ Gwyn get theirs. The break is on. Oh, big kill from Felony. 20 odd seconds to be had here. Get in there, Carolina Royal Ravens. You need that time. Big P over to Tej. Old Rise teammates going at each other, and now a big lead for Rocker starting to develop. What a battle chance here at P2.
Yeah, neither team able to lock anything down for a significant chunk of time. It is just a trade fest rather, in and around the hill, and maybe that trend is going to continue over towards the new time. Someone stopped shooting at accuracy, and he manages to kill Gwyn before he falls, so that's a nice little moment for Rocker, giving you just a little bit extra, but of course, you don't have the back spawn, so the reinforcement's too quick, and now we get to test Standy's movement over in the perfect amount of time and wins the gunfight as well. Rocker applying the pressure as the trades, they are endless right now on this map.
Absolutely. Well, who's got the stronger trade fists in this matchup? Linz. Plenty of pumping behind that bar, but he's only pumping and bumping to the music being heard here in his head as the kills keep going the way of the boys of Rocker. Nice work from Gunless. Big P keeping it going. Standing from down low, traded out. And that's the name of the game right now. And it's all Rocker once again, Chance. Fantastic work here on the bar. Carolina Royal Ravens not able really to get any breaks. Not a huge amount of scrap time either, but they are staying alive in this barely. Can they find some success here? Gwyn, you are on the rotation. Catch out one, look for the next. Try to get new.
It's just too much for him to do. I mean, anywhere he goes, he's going to get killed off the cross as well. He's trying to wait for his teammates to time out on this flank, and his teammates have at least locked down the back spawn. So many kills they get, those players are going to spawn for Rocker out, but it took a long time to get the kills, and actually it's all the Ravens players that end up falling, and they fell so fast that Linz, well, he spawns in the back anyway. So Ravens purely on the back foot. They are getting outgunned, outmatched, outplayed right now on Vista.
Yeah, it's an absolute smacking. We've seen a few of these in recent memory. There's a TJ right there. Stanley somehow missing that one. Maybe the FOV was a little low, but Tejan fellow into it. Oh my goodness, that's a Carolina kill feed. Sadly, 1 or 2 friendly fires in there, but now 20 seconds that they sorely need. Rotation on the way as well. Can they find that? As once again, Charles Rocker, they've been on the front foot since this started, and they have not skipped a beat.
They're getting some nice picks as well on this rotation. Yeah, add it to the pile. Everybody going to contribute as they make their way towards this break. But the most important gunfight around time, accuracy wins it and secures that rotation. So Rocker might have been a little bit mixy before the hill pops, but able to stabilize and get a nice little setup as well. They've got both sides pushed out.
Gunless has got the opportunity to go big here. Tej sends it. Spotted out. Oh, Big P strikes for one, but massive damage in a fellow as well. Picks up from accuracy. Trey's going down again, and Rocker. Oof, a big one from Linz. Clay's out. That's solid time to be had. If Gwyn can keep him at bay, you're staying safe. But for now, Rocker, again, strong looks in the feed. I mean, we haven't seen a huge amount of resurgence until now from the Ravens.
Yeah, what a nuisance Gwyn is in that moment. Wins that single one-on-one gunfight, drags so much attention his direction, and, well, gets his teammates back in the mix. So I'd say the bigger problem for Ravens right now, it is exactly as the stats sort of predicted. They've had a couple early rotations, but just get bullied out. That's where the game has been at its mixiest. And, well, now we talk about the rotations. It is going to be Rocker here first. Accuracy cutting off the middle of the map, and a big responsibility. 2 players in front, does some damage, but no kills. And without that pressure, his teammates got to jump at a time and play around the hill before they go for the re-break. And, well, it's a 2-2 pinch from either side.
Here it comes. Linz, the first in. Standy able to get his. Yeah, great work. Rocker, what a look here on P1. Clean house. All members of the Ravens out of action. Back on spawn they go. There will be a split pinch here for them. Can they be as decisive? The answer is no. Teja's gone. So already Rocker, a fantastic break and a good look towards P1 again.
Reading the spawns might have been a little bit tricky for him, but in the meantime, Linz absolutely able to collect that cruise missile, so nice little benefit to have, and you can use that on maybe 3 different hills we have on this map. So right now, Rocker firmly in the driver's seat, 60-point lead, the kill still flowing their way, and scrap time gonna be collected. Maybe good news for Ravens is TJ picking them apart through the middle of the map. So this is another test for Ravens. They've won the rotation battle. Their holds have been terrible. Another opportunity to get back in the mix. Unfortunate for them, though, the cruise missile, well, using immediately to break it down.
I've got some bad news for you, Ravens. Linz cuts down TJ in the middle of the map now. Only 2 members left. Make it 1. Gunners finds his. Gwyn is tagged up. Gwyn is down. Rocker with another break.
Yeah, I love the call to use the cruise on the middle of the map as well. Open up that lane and just isolate the guy on time. And, well, now the spawn kills are rolling. Rocker on point. Rocker with the lead. They are doing everything right. And, frankly, might get this final 25.
It might get this final 25. We better hurry up and get to a listening and see how hot these boys sound.
I got one you.
Burger dead.
Nice.
I'm going you. Last guy going off spawn.
I'm back S3 right now.
They're spawning you. They're spawning on the
Play from the front. Play from the front. Go. Help them on the right. Help them on the right.
I'm hitting pillars. Pillars to the back. I'm on to the back.
One on
Two in the back. Two back S3. That was deep right.
Clay is on old.
I got him.
Three. Last guy Clay. Or no, Gwyn. Last guy Gwyn.
I killed him first. I have the back. He's spawning in the back. In the back.
Got me middle right now. That's him. Two pillars. I stunned your pillars. One's weak pillars. Two pillars. Another one pillars.
Short in pillars.
I'm short.
He's in lobby.
Lobby's done. Fire rifle mark.
I'm
getting in here. Good try.
Let's fucking go. I'm going to come in. I'm gonna be Zig.
He's S1. Just S3, guys. 2 S3.
I'm in the back out,
okay? There's 2 S3.
I'm blocking. Clay's gonna spawn out.
I destroyed their trophy.
He's spawning out. Shut your still. I'm sure. I don't see him.
I don't see him spawning out. Clay, up middle. I don't see about middle. Are you sure? One's S1. That's one S1. Nice. Might. Yeah, they spawn out.
Look your S3.
Okay. Got me the pillars. That's him. Pillars. Oh, there's two. Alright, 2 or 3 old, guys. 2 or 3 old. Last 2 are by old.
I'm holding S3, okay?
Charles, I mean, I think that's a perfectly balanced listening there. This Minnesota Rocker lineup, you know, one part equal level head, the other side crackhead. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, no, they got every head they need in the moment, including staying ahead of the game, winning the rotation again. I mean, Linz was in the sweet spot. He's been living in the back corner of the map, and Gwyn might be able to pick up 2, but this is just another moment for the Ravens where they just weren't able to do the more difficult things, or really the easy things. The easy thing is getting back to that section of the map. Linz on point, and he might fall, but here's the other cruise missile coming to effect, and accuracy misses everything, hits a roof, and, well, Ravens may be able to stay alive and collect the time, but the kills not going their way, and that is another 4 down. Rocker have bodied them on this map, number 1.
It's a pounding on Rio here, on Vista, sorry. It's not pretty. There's not a whole lot that the Ravens have been able to muster here whatsoever. Bridge hard point again. And this time, hopefully no trolling under that bridge. Clay and Gwyn actually in position for this one. You've got that side of the map locked. Can you deal with accuracy? He thunders his way across this side of the map. A nearly impossible comeback on the cards here.
Well, at least they have a couple things pushed out. Got a nice little dynamic duo working towards P1, and the trades are rolling through, so they have that under secure. Clayster reading the flank sort of spawn coming through from accuracy, and all the pressure is going to be the front for the moment. So for the first time, quite literally, this entire game, Ravens are having a very decent hold. Linz, though, he's found a route to get next to the hill, but even then, Ravens able to chop him down. So it is a desperation game. Final 4 seconds, and well, now TJ, the last man standing. Took a little extra bit to make it happen, but Rocker destroyed them on map number 1.
Utter destruction. Standy sleeves are up. You know that means business. Rocker walking away with a big one there on Vista. No problem for them whatsoever. I mean, we saw the same thing with Surge yesterday, chance against the Thieves. It was an absolute blowout. It seems to be like momentum shift is nearly impossible to break and catch up. So we start our Monster Energy matchup with a banging 1-0.
And it really is a map as well where there's sort of like the, you know, default scenarios when you're holding a hill, and then the good scenarios. If you can get pushed out and you're planning for the spawn kills, it could be extraordinarily easy to lock down a good chunk of time. Rocker had a few of those moments in the game, especially when guys like Linz were popping off going on 6 sprees, but Carolina, anytime they were holding on to a hill, except for the final bridge one, it was always just chaos, like a trade fest in and around the point. So Carolina never able to stabilize, and as well in the box score, I saw accuracy dealing the damage. So he was able to get posted up and just be the sort of bread and butter play style of accuracy. Looking forward to it, but either way, any good moments for Carolina, they were few and far between, and never for a lot of time.
No, not a lot of time whatsoever. Sprees at the side of Rocker certainly helped out. Those cruise missiles, again, as you said, about 4 out of the 5 hills, or maybe 3. Very, very open. Extremely easy to use the cruise missiles. And again, it's such a small map. It just has an impact regardless. Good work there from Rocker. Beautiful start to this series for them and their campaign towards the winners bracket. They have set the front foot forward. Can the Ravens bounce back in our search? I don't know, man. This is going to be a tough one. This is a good-looking series on paper. Game 5 to start the day off. I wouldn't be too surprised if we get another.
Not at all. I mean, this is another one of the series as well. I mean, we talked about it for the Seattle series we had yesterday against the E's of like, it's just going to be fun Call of Duty. You never know what you're going to expect, but certainly there in that one. It was quite literally from the opening break. Rocker never really breaking a sweat. And if you were paying attention to the kills column, I think for the first 3 or 4 hills, it was dead even on slaying. So it's not like Carolina were struggling, at least initially, to pick up the kills. But once things started to get a little bit bad for the team, they just spiraled and got worse and worse. But look at the brand new maps we have on this series. Karachi, the only one from back in the day. Every other map, very nice and new, very pretty to look at as well. And I gotta say, I love the new additions. First, that life in a ranked play as well. It's been a lot of fun with the newbies.
It has indeed. A lot of folks not really knowing the ins and outs of some of these maps. Our pros, though, do. Rio, Search and Destroy on its way. And to quote Jeremy Stud, very easy to get caught lacking on this map. A lot of players end up licking the walls on the inside of Rio. Crazier things have happened. We'll find out whose tongue is attached to what piece of furniture in a moment. But for now, this should be a spicy one. Again, massive stakes on the line here. We are going to keep hitting that because winners bracket in this upcoming tournament, Toronto, next week. We head out on Tuesday. It's going to be very exciting indeed.
And this is like a separation game as well. Winners bracket versus losers bracket. All the confidence in the world going into sort of that final series because 2 different teams that basically do at least a little bit of the roster mixing. I know Carolina a bit more distant from the roster changes. Rocker, well, half a new team through in this stage, but I know initially for Minnesota, they were certainly struggling, like looking decent against the top squads, but not able to find wins. But here they are, a win against Carolina to, I mean, potentially not even turn their season around. They're still in 5th place, but the difference between 5th and 10th place, a grand total of maybe 20 or 25 points. But taking a look at the S&D so far in Major 3, and I mean, not too bad comparatively. Good win percentage for the post plants, but Rocker certainly a little bit better at actually getting that bomb down.
Signed, sealed, and planted, my God. Here in Search and Destroy. Eyes on Stanley and Tej. Again, these are sort of statistics that we find. This is the trend set. So you know if you're the other team, you bring down Stanley, you bring down Tej. There's a good chance that bomb is on the ground. You do have to confirm that with your own eyes. You can't just dive in and hope for the best. Ready to roll into map number 2. Rio, S&D. So far, so good for the Ravens.
And always fun to have your name right there with Atlanta FaZe as well. A perfect record thus far, and obviously a map where you can be pretty on point with getting the bomb down as well. So attacking and defending Carolina, maybe their bread and butter. Those stats certainly look like a thing of beauty. And I know comparatively the opening duels might be the difference maker for Rocker, currently sitting at the bottom of the league on this map.
Depends on who those 3 wins were against. Linz is in. Linz gets it, as does Gunners. Beautiful opening 2 there for Rocker. And Clay bounce back, gets himself a pair as well. Mr. Eubanks swinging.
Oh, good coverage as well. Yeah, Linz is going to get spotted to the outside, and now Linz isolated, but Clayster trying to shoot him with a gun that didn't have bullets. And now Felony a little bit too slow. He's getting pinned in the back of the map, but good reads from Felony. Might have this clutch in the bag.
Oh, now it's a tight 1v1. My goodness, fellow. T-Fel taking on Linz. Linz goes back for the bomb plant. I love it. Is Felony going to get here fast enough? Oh, my goodness. Renetti at the ready. Do it. Do it.
Love it.
Do it.
Yes, do it.
Goodbye, Linz. The round is over.
That's an absolute dream. It doesn't get better. Like, your eyes light up when you catch him as he's running away from it. That's the instant call to hop the bomb. So Linz getting caught off guard. He is a rookie at the professional level. Felony has been doing it for nearly a decade. So a moment like that, he'll jump on top of it. And I love the pre-fire basically too. The hard read on accuracy, trying to trap him in the back corner of the map. So well played. That was opening duels in a 2v4 clutch that Carolina ended up winning.
But that's a really good situation there, again, for your rank play teammates, folks. If you see that spot happen, go for it again. You've got the timing. If they double back, that's magic, or they're cheating. Who knows? Bomb down for Carolina into the fray. We will now go 40 on the clock.
And Gwent's getting tagged up by something. I don't think Rocker actually know that he's here, though. So still a cheeky spot, and nice reads from Gunless, though. Ready for the pressure. And bomb down. We saw the stats. Carolina great at executing after this, but Rocker grouping up together. They got to go fast.
And they're sending it. Smoked. Teach quick reposition. Might be able to catch him on a pinch, but he's got to get going now. Fellow with a couple of tags. 15 on the clock. TJ snaps alive. 1v1. Fellow's out. Oh, no way. It's the shoe on the other foot. Fellow, he's been doing it for a decade, and that is the experience you want. 2 in a row.
Those are easy reads. It's kind of like a vet play from Clayster too. He gets the one pick and then gets caught sprinting, but in his mind, he's like, guys, there's 23 seconds left. If you're taking all this time just to hit this lane, you're not going to be able to clutch. And well, his teammates deliver. TJ gets the intel initially, or Gwyn maybe setting up the information game for Felony to play late on it. But 2 rounds for Felony. Needs to be able to clutch for the squad. Handles both of them beautifully. Ice not a factor right now on Rio.
Yeah. 2 good uns. Nothing tremendous in the streaks department from Fellow after those rounds. Looking to get a first blood here as well.
Okay, this is a fast flank, by the way. Carrie, I was going to say blitzing out through double doors, so they're roaming together as well. They get that pick, and they are completely gone. Fellow might be hunted down as well, but he's able to stay alive, so Carolina right now on point. And, by the way, Felony, his entire team is now with him.
Here comes the whole team through the back line. Bombs made its way towards the middle of the map, so nobody home just yet. Linz might have timed this so perfectly. How does he know? The Ravens conga line has gone around the outside, and now they go back towards B.
This is COD timing at its finest. Yeah, they're roaming together. That's a nice pick. They got each other's backs. By the way, Gunless has been spotted on the map, so Felony has him trapped. I think Linz has to help out somebody, one direction or the other. Everybody's getting the intel, but no gunfights just yet. Linz is finally going to strike, looking for number 2. Gonna get it. Gwyn's carrying a bomb, but here comes Felony and Clayster. Another defuse. The ARs for Carolina, always alive in the end.
I love what we saw from Linz there. He tried to assess the situation as cleanly as he could. Like, what order do I need to take these players down? The nade was perfect on the guy coming off a bridge. But another good one there from the Ravens. Good looks, but not enough.
I just love the strat too, because I think Felony ended up playing in like the perfect spot just to play on the crosses because he catches Gunless towards the end. But here's a look at Linz. Nice strike, extra damage being done. Poor Gwyn caught with the bomb in his hand, but that final gunfight, Felony nice and clutch as well. Felony picking up 2 in the feed as well. So, I mean, 3 clutches he's been a part of and a 4-0 start. Not too shabby from good old Felony, who's getting the stuns out on Standy already.
Here we get number 5. Whoa, highly unlikely. Teammates here to back him up, though, the entirety of the Ravens squad. Now on the outside of the A-bomb. Heads up from Fellow, and he's playing so safe.
Oh, we might have the island fight as well. Clayster gonna get caught. Accuracy. What the hell just happened on the minimap? And now Accuracy catches him. Okay, don't know what happened there. And then on the flip side, Carolina getting picked apart anyway. So none of this matters unless TJ can clutch a 1 versus 4. That is not the case. That is a round. The Call of Duty timing so far on this map has been a little bit out of control.
Dios mío.
I don't know if you got it, Miles. I'm saying Clayster ran straight in front of Accuracy. Accuracy's arrow never moved. I don't know. There's a strange scenario, but either way, the defensive stand holds. Rocker, nice job on the call for the double stack towards that site.
There's no way he was scratching his nose or something. You know, you put the controller down for a second. Not at this level, guys. You've got people to do that for you. What, 3-1? We finally stopped the roll the Ravens were on. And Gwyn, you had to get a kill. So good stuff there from the Ravens. You haven't needed one of your heaviest hitters to really get things done. But the Iceman here, down low, creeping in towards the bomb site on defense. Here come Rocker, sending it. Cut down, 2 of them. Can't get the 3rd. Accuracy doing what he can, but Gwyn gets on the board, and it's all on the Gunless.
Yeah, those were nice shots thrown through from TJ and Caroline. I think Gwyn probably picked up a few assists as well, but Gunless, the island player in this round. This was the exact spot Accuracy was playing when he let Clayster run by, but for Gunless, I mean, you got to find a way to get to the bomb, and it's not like Carolina are confused about where it's going to be. So the sooner, the better.
Well, Ravens set up all around this one again. Gunless, we've seen situations like this. Oh, dear. All season long. Clay closes it out, and it's 4-1 now for the Ravens.
Yeah, I think Gunless every single time on this map. Granted, it's only been 2 times, but if he tries to cross by that truck, either Felny or Clay is going to spot him. But there's a look at the snap from Tej. Both of those an absolute thing of beauty. And Gwyn again right behind him, probably picked up a handful of assists. And then Clayster is playing a cheeky spot to watch the full flank and just sees the toes of Gunless probably running underneath that black truck. So Minnesota struggling on this map, and Carolina, bread and butter continues. Perfect record, and they're showing off why.
The toes of Gunless goes crazy. Wow. Okay. Onto the bomb site, you send it. Linz, he's been an exciting watch here on Rio. This we can't string together a couple of rounds. No real movement yet from the Ravens. That bomb still teetering through the middle line, waiting for the opportune moment to hit. But they're so spread, Ravens have got options.
And this is a great call by Ravens. As soon as there's a little bit of noise made towards A, they start roaming towards B because everybody on Rocker jumped on that information and started rotating for the A hit. So this will be a bomb plant straight up 4 versus 4.
Here we go. We don't see too many of these on Rio. Linz is making moves. He's not going to run into a lot of trouble yet. Fellow has got a tremendous amount of work to do. Damage dealt. The pinch is in, and accuracy strikes first.
He just been too much more patient. Well, now that means his team can start to swarm. Who's getting active towards the middle of the map? The SMGs for Carolina showing off.
Once again, 20 seconds to go, and it might be Linz doing what he can to make the play. Quick check. Guns at the ready. Gunless not going to be able to get it done. Too many mans, too little time. Round goes to the Ravens.
And this is just too easy. I mean, they're getting the bomb down for free. They're making those calls, playing them like a fiddle. The only thing that's going wrong is accuracy is more patient than Clayster. Otherwise, Carolina can virtually do no wrong. I mean, TJ and Gwyn roaming together towards the middle of the map as well. But again, that's just an easy strat call. Rocker bit on the bait as soon as noise was made towards A. Well, the bomb gets planted at the other site. And Rocker right now just struggling to keep up.
I know, despite the fact that both teams have, 3 first bloods, opening duels either side. That 5-1 scoreline is an absolute devastating one. We'll find out if we're going to go the distance or if this is it for the Rio. Tej is in. Accuracy banged up, but the trades are over. Can't pick the nade. It goes down in the middle of the map. Clay trying to get himself going. Trades are down again. It's a 2v1. Fellow, can you close the map out here?
He's had a couple clutches. Maybe add one more to the pile. He's going to get great timing as well. So he's trying to figure out if that was player number 1 or number 2. But right now he is behind both. He can get this done.
Gunless. Oh, the fight's on. Can he maneuver? Stay alive. Pistol. T-Fell goes down swinging. But the trades are done. Rocker, another round to fight.
Yeah, shout out to Gunless. Maybe the Spidey sense tingling to be able to watch the flank in that moment. And nice jukes as well. Kind of leaves his teammate hanging out to dry. But again, just to pick up the presence of Fellow in that moment. Because as far as 1v2s goes, that was certainly one of the more clutchable ones. Timing initially on Felony's side. But still for Rocker, a long way to go to get back on this map.
Look, it only takes one. We'll find out what happens now, though. Once again, attacking round for the Ravens. They are playing with tremendous pace. And a lot of confidence with good reason. However, the opening gambit has not worked out. It's 2 for Linz, 1 for Standy. Fellow, go on, mate. Give us the ace to close the series out.
All right, this would be excessive. You can't do the 1v2, 1v4 with bomb down. There's simply no way.
He's pulled out an ace on land. Not this time. Okay, it only takes 1. Now there are 2 in a row.
I'd imagine if you're a Rocker, keep running it down. I mean, Linz and Sandy has a combination players right now in SD. I mean, Linz does have 10 kills. It's not like he has been struggling in the gunfights department. Just got to get this man in the action early and make sure, I mean, Standy or somebody's going to be around for the trades. Kills are certainly flowing. You said it only takes 1, but for Rocker, it will take 3 more.
Takes 1 to get things going. Okay, Rocker. What'll it be this time round? As Linz is setting a wonderful pace at 10 and 5. Straight up to the middle of the map, lay the bomb ASAP, or get another kill. Whoa! Quite a nice win. That's a beautiful opener. Bomb does get planted, though, regardless. So now the fight's on. Clay, a little bit of bad timing. Gunless, nice shots. The play continues. The Ravens are in trouble.
Yeah, Island players, though. Accuracy this time being the one that makes the move. So man advantage to Carolina. And by the looks of it, gonna close the door. Standing for a 1v3. And he's in hell in between everybody. There's 1, and he gets away. There's hope.
Onto the bomb. Fellow with the defuse. He's going to do it again unless he gets checked out here. Standy checks it good. Damage dealt. Not enough for the kill and can't get away with his life. It was a delightful attempt. For the Ravens, seal the deal. 6-3. We're all tied up 1-1.
Felony and TJ, two different players that have mastered S&D. They put their 10,000 hours in and easy plays towards the end. Someone just hop it and make sure Felony's ready to jump off to make himself a bit more difficult to kill. TJ there nearby for the coverage as well. Rolling Ravens kind of bullying him out on Rio as well. Really setting the tone just from that round one. Keep in mind, the way things started, Minnesota Rocker got the first 2 kills. Clayster responds with an instant double kill, setting up Felony for the 1v2 clutch and a big round as well. Felony, 5 assists, 6 kills, a handful of different clutches. You can see he got 2 defuses. I mean, the first blood battle, Rocker certainly not struggling, but the round execution, they could not hang.
Low when a plan comes together. Karachi control on the way. And that Rio bounce back was exactly what you're looking for the Ravens. The march towards winner's bracket is on. We are not done yet. A double dose of 6-star. There'll be anything but relaxing at that resort towards the end of this series. But control chance, we're going to get to that after the break. Any sort of quick feels before we get going?
I mean, from what we've seen for the first 2 maps, this is like a square-up series between these 2 teams. It is close and competitive, and the control, it is always that swing game mode. So quite literally might be the map that ends up deciding the series.
Hot map on the other side of this break. We're going to play control on Karachi. Someone's taking the lead. We'll find out who after this quick break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
A single second, the Seattle Surge, they are going to send it. If any team is set to fall apart in a crazy way, go. Oh my God. What a play! Oh my God. thought it was going to be. The remix is in, folks. There we go. Skirt, ready to rock. I'm ready to go now, man. Let's get straight into that control game. Map 3 now upon us. Someone's taking the lead after this one. Chance, you called it. Control's a tough one. It's the swing mode in nearly every series we play, and nobody knows how this one's going.
And the more competitive the teams are, especially when like the hard points in S&D relatively even, because both these teams right now have just won their map picks, right? It was the Vista that Rocker wanted for the map 1. It was absolutely the Rio that Carolina wanted for the map number 2. So this is the one where it is even odds, evenly contested. And I know Standy is showing off the absolute cannons him and Lynn's been shooting on maps number 1 and 2, but I know Gwen hasn't exactly had his pop-off moment just yet. Maybe he's saving it for this moment. Record slightly better here for Minnesota Rocker on Karachi, albeit with a few different rosters, but same can be said from Carolina. So evenly contested, you're looking for that difference maker.
Even when Gwyn's not necessarily soaring, the team looks pretty good. Let's find out if he can go back to that record-breaking form here against Rocker. Starting things off slow and steady on that A capture. Carolina already in. Gwyn taken care of. You're running out of space to work with here if you're the Ravens, but Rocker slow and steady on the approach. That first segment's gone.
And you see the pressure of that flank coming in through Standy too. Felony, yep, trying to be a little bit too concerned about giving up top third control so he can't cover his teammates on the actual zone. And, well, now Carolina attempting to reposition to go towards B. Gunless is here, but Gunless is also dealing with the entire team. Those Carolina arrows are swarming and Gunless yet. Too confused because the push was too slow. Carolina, they time it perfectly and they get 3 bodies around this zone.
So, sweet start. Saying goodbye to the B zone in a mo. Accuracy not in time. Gone. Gunned. Peace out. B is done. That's going to be 2:05 on the game clock and a wide open A zone as well.
This is the Seattle Surge special. Have a great opening break and then just give up B instantly. And now TJ, the longer you live here, the farther you're going to go. Gwyn able to win that one as well. There's a 4 down, a trophy on the zone. Stack it, why don't you? You got 3 bodies on the point. This will be it.
The secondary stack, Gunless. Good luck, mate.
Good
Smoked.
Lord.
Absolute devastating. Ravens close out the round in nearly record time.
I mean, again, that's just, I don't want to be mean, but the Seattle Surge special, like they literally got a clean 4-man wipe, and Gunless was the only one that was close to like top red to sort of be that cutoff man. But then I think, honestly, it was like the timing of Carolina. After Gunless got that first kill, they left, I think, Clayster in the point by himself, and they took it so slow to clear things out that Gunless, well, he feels the pressure to start to move actually towards the zone and just get shot in the back. So Carolina on point with the timings, and I mean, that is a beautiful first round.
Of donuts as well for Rocker. What a round. We'll see if they can find some success on the attack. It's going to be a 2-man stack on A for a moment. You need that top AC control. There's no way you can hold on to the zone without it. Gwyn trying to be the tip of the spear for his boys. In he goes. First Sega A done.
That's a Rival 9. Great nade though. TJ dialed in. And now you're just trying to find the pixels that are the foreheads of these players, and Gwyn takes that moment, flies on top, gave up 2 ticks, but you might be able to get the spawn trap as well. I like this from Felony too, but number 3 able to sneak by, so maybe Standy the opportunity to make a hero play, but Felony, I mean, he's heads up. This is a big 1 versus 1 moment just to try to stop the time, and well, not a 1v1 if you get a little bit of help. Carolina making sure the B zone does not falter, learning from the mistakes of their opponents.
Might be able to close out A. Gwyn's on the move. Lynn's nice work. Just body blocks that enough. Stops the kill coming through. Allows the capture. 2:05. Is this going to be the same? Can Rocker now get going? The battle for mid-map is looking fantastic for the Ravens. That's going to be 3 clean in the feed. Gunner's last man still kicking. And with that, the attack all comes from the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that was from a cruise missile as well, so Felony not quite able to get it. Gunless with a massive 2-piece. In the meantime, you do have TJ on a 4, and TJ just the man blocking spawns. Gunless trying to be the guy that shuts down all the streaks. Is Rocker working every single possible flank that you can. And on the minimap, TJ gets shut down. So Gunless is the streak killer. And now everybody on Carolina is falling. And Gwyn got to be the cutoff man. But this is a Rival 9. He's trying to time it for the flank. But the whole team for Rocker near this zone.
Good luck, mate. He's got to get in there fast. Doesn't even run. 1. Nearly the second. Teammates show up in the nick of time. Isn't going to help, though. 1 Sega A B done. Halfway through the second, there's a contest. Accuracy. Bad timing. Fellow wins it. Fight's not over yet, though. Gunless could go huge here. Picks the right corner. Good timing. The capture continues.
Oh, it's just chaos, though. He hits DJ at least as well, but not enough pressure. For whatever reason, some of those Rocker players not getting that close junk spawn, so going to be a little bit more distant, and you see the difference of the timings the spawns can make. Accuracy a touch too slow to get up the ladder, and well, now Carolina has stabilized. You got a minute to string something together, but everybody right now from Rocker just continuously coming off spawn.
Oof, a couple of wins help on the approach. Standy, Ian Gunless now have an avenue to work with. Over towards that B zone. You've got some space. Check your corners. You don't check the top of the bus, though.
Oh, no.
They sneak through. It's a freebie for Clayster. You might be able to get the second. No, it doesn't get Standy on the push out. He's completely surrounded. Awkward fight. Gwyn wins it. And you've got just over 30 seconds of the round. Is yours, Ravens.
And this should be good for the Ravens as well. You just got to make sure you trade out these kills. Rocker, only 6 lives remaining. Clayster and Accuracy consistent with the sort of standoff battles that they have. But Rocker, they're looking for the one good push. But you see the early information they got on Accuracy. He's going to fall. Good nade from Clayster. Knows exactly where to look. And no respawns remaining. And no open lanes of attack. Last player to fall, well, it's going to be Accuracy. The Iceman, but a 1v7. The odds are just too high.
Yes, that. Ravens back-to-back rounds on control, and there is a calm, cool demeanor about them. They're in the middle. Here on Karachi.
I mean, it's just tough. Again, like one sort of, not even big mistake necessarily on defense, but one moment that certainly does not swing your way. And Karachi can just collapse. They're able to fight and string together a few decent opportunities on the attack as well, but Ravens making sure the trades are flowing, keeping them on point. I did think for a moment when Gunless started winning a bunch of different crucial gunfights, the tides might have turned, but right now they're just simply getting outslayed.
We saw the first round when that attack from the Ravens was so decisive. This time around might be a little different. We'll find out. Play on the slow bit of work. Keeping the kills going. He's going to be pinched in a moment, though, so this is going to come to an end. Still the first bit of segment progress done. Gwyn there to pick it up immediately. So the conveyor belt of players there for the Ravens. Constant flow of reinforcements. Able to try to battle out their spawn. They've set themselves up for that big hit. Can they get a couple down and make these zones fall over?
Well, they're just taking it extremely safe, and, well, the guns are... They're winning every gunfight, even Linz with the MCW in hand. And now Gunless, yeah, the ever-present problem, the thorn in your side. Going to be forcing out the distance spawn and calming out everybody on the cross. So him and Linz right now, I mean, you got to get past this crossfire. Not an easy feat. A lot of damage being done. TJ full sends it through the middle of the map. So one player's made it past step number 1, but still for Ravens, little ways to go. But look at Gwyn in the feed, popping off in the gunfights, and Gunless able to slow him down, but that is just to capture the A zone. Extra minute should be added to the clock.
Strong flow of Rocker players towards the back lines. Trying to reinforce this B position. Deej going to be getting his way through the front door. Awkward spot to be in. Great work defensively. You deal with everyone there from the Ravens. They're all down and out. You've got a slight life lead as well for Rocker. Minute 40 to play. And this is still anyone's game.
And Accuracy is going on a deadly pinch right now. As Ravens just squaring up to blow their way through red. If you can win a series of gunfights, you're going to be on point. You see Accuracy actually striking in the feed, so he's going to be slowing him down. So nice little pinch rolling through. So Ravens, it's not going to be one push. It's going to be a few before they can make their way out. Or they just win every gunfight. Clayster just guns too, and here comes TJ. Ravens are running it down.
He just flies from the top side of the map, gets his fellow and Clay pushing up the back. Accuracy's on a flank. Here goes Gwyn. Gets the pair. That's going to be it. That is a big closeout, boys. Stack what you can. Hold on for the next wave of kills. Rocker are going to be able to get some damage done here, but it is going to be close. Can they get one hit through here? Clay trying to slow him down. This could be the map. Gwyn's on a spree. Anyone's going to get close enough to get the contest, get the kills? The answer is no. Ravens, 3 straight. They're in control.
That was too easy, right? Like, you had like players on Rocker making plays in good positions, and then out of nowhere, Clayster just picks up 2. TJ gets to soar in from the top rope, and I mean, those were just instantaneous captures on the B zone. Both of those offensive rounds for Carolina. So, I mean, That is a clean, quick, efficient Karachi. You couldn't ask for anything more. They outslayed them by a, let's go a ton. We'll just go with a ton. We don't have to be specific. We don't have to be too shambolic about it, but there's the actual look. 3 out of 4 players positive and all by a pretty decent margin. Gunless did what he could, but there was simply no support. I mean, just less than 2K damage on Standy. Both him and Linz going 9 and 17 as that duo. And I know a lot of that certainly comes down to when you're on the defensive end having to flood over the dumpster, things are not going to pan your way, but that is a tough scoreboard to look at. And even Clayster, 3,800. That's honestly super typical. Clayster, fantastic map 3.
Well done, whether you outslay them by a ton or a Bryce. A 3-0 is not an easy thing to do whatsoever. I mean, that first attacking round, that was about as clean as it can possibly get, man. That's really, really perfect work. You're 1 segment down on A, they transition across to B, immediately capture it. They win 1 set of fights, another 3 down, and then they get absolutely smoked on the A zone as well. Defensively as well, super work out of the Ravens. Whether it was T-Fel, we're watching him easily read these plays. Great work counting players, something that goes, unnoticed. One of those things we can't account for in the stats. Beautiful work there. Ravens, they take the advantage in this series and they're campaigning towards the winner's bracket, looking that bit more doable. Can they pull out a hard point?
We get to find out, but I know a pretty big topic of conversation this year has been sort of like the fresh challengers talent, and like, does that mean more than like experience at the pro level? Well, I think one of the moments we saw, like Carolina, one of the most experienced teams we have in the league with the trio of Tej, Fellow, and Clayster, maybe the most experienced team at the pro level, in all honesty. Haven't done the math, but like when they have Gunless spawn trapping them in junk, when everybody's pinned back in their spawn, Linz is on like the cross, those are incredibly difficult situations to get out of that I think some fresher faces just get bullied. They were able to slow things down, take their time. TJ's out to cross mid, and they're just able to handle those very difficult moments well, play heads up. I mean, we watched Felony have 3 different clutches, so it's little things like that that I think the veterans show off why they've been around for so long. The heads up plays, they're, well, never shy from making them.
It looks like another day in the office for the Ravens. It's still an incredibly high stakes match. I mean, Linz and Gwyn being the sort of the newcomers here in this series, relatively speaking. Rock has still a chance. I mean, this is an organization with tremendous legacy when it comes to composure, and mounting the greatest comeback in Call of Duty history against Toronto Ultra. I know I'm going to say it, and I know the Ultra fans are out there listening to it, and look, it is what it is. It's cruel, but it's true. 6-star hardpoint, though, looking here, not a good look for Rocker so far. That average margin of difference in scoreline, not nice. Don't let the numbers fool you. But the record only 0-1, only 1-1 for the Ravens chance. Still, not a lot of reps.
Yeah, I was going to say super fresh for both of these teams. So Minnesota getting bullied out once, not necessarily indicative of how their gameplay is actually going to be. But again, as far as the map picks go, this is the one Carolina wanted to see at least a little bit more than Vista. So going to be confident. And again, the new maps also adding that new dynamic for a bunch of these teams who can capitalize on it. I don't remember the stats off the top of my head, but I know for the maps that we've filtered out as we've brought the new ones in, Carolina is certainly happy to see a few of the maps that we got rid of gone.
In the 6-star. Match point now for the Carolina Royal Ravens and a seat in the winner's bracket at the Toronto Major next week. Rocker still plenty to play for here. The comeback is on the cards. Can they make it towards the search and destroy on this very map? We'll find out. 6-star. An unknown quantity for both teams. This is bound to be an absolute treat. Here we go, folks. Who's getting winners?
And I mean, the stats we talked about for the first hard point for Carolina is their rotations, fantastic. Actual holds, not great. This has been the primary map that explains why Carolina have struggled in those statistical categories. So if they're able to early rotate, got to win the gunfights. But the opening break, Linz have been on point. And maybe he only gets 1 kill, but Rocker still in the time. Gwyn going to be spinning in circles just to get these trades. Rocker still holding on.
Yeah, Gwyn is cracked, man. Like, he's a tough customer to deal with. Behind bar, coverage with his teammates. He's got the hard point for now. Nobody able to get in there for Rocker. Tej now on the flank. That's a sweet double shell out of the boys in purple. A clean up there on the hard point. Fellow down. Clay's on his way out on a bonus. He can pick up the entire squad. Not likely. And that's going to be good time for Rocker. Once again, a P1 that they should be proud of.
That was great timing as well on the double chow through Yuso, grouped up together and continuing to make plays. Felony right now just trying to be a nuisance in getting these players to turn so his team can be nice and secure on rotation. But here's test number 1 for Ravens. They win the rotation battle. Can they hold on?
Find out. A Mo pulls up. Ravens are in. Accuracy just on the outside there. A little too fast for Teach to process on the jump. Nice shots. Not enough. Clay on the pickup. Trades are done. Perfect timing to cover himself behind the plant pot in the middle of the map. Stay alive. Hold on. Here come the reinforcements.
Plant pot, word to scrap, and, well, fighting for the potential scrap time as well. Nice double chow rolling through. Accuracy. They've been winning every single gunfight out towards the pool, and if you can win those, easy breaks. So a hold opportunity there for the Ravens. They really do not get a good chunk of time, and I mean, you got Rocker fighting the 2 front wars. Sandy is way ahead of the rotation. Accuracy is calling these players out well on the cross, so Sandy knows they're nearby. Gunless wins the gunfight for the final 10 seconds. The Rocker are doing everything right in this moment. Maybe it just could be a hard point. Skill div is Accuracy gunning with the Renetti. That gun is, in fact, OP.
An absolutely disgusting 2v1 there on the new point. Accuracy on a 4. Should be traded out indeed. Cleaned up. Standy can't get another point to save his life. Magnificent work from the Ravens. You managed to sneak in.
Excuse me?
Clay fell off the mat, boys and girls. Wilhelm scream at the ready. You saw it. I saw it. We got it on tape.
You know, I guess you have to jump on the map in that moment. There's no accidentally falling. That is unique to Clayster and Clayster alone, and let's see if it actually makes a difference. Maybe not. Ravens still holding on to the time. Even though the fact that Rocker have had these back spawns, the constant flood has been just enough to keep the pressure up, but I guess eventually the dam is going to break and Rocker going to get the final 15. Things probably, honestly, would have gone a little bit different if Clayster... I mean, I don't know what happened. Maybe he got stunned or...
Did he get stuck?
I don't know.
No, he died.
Call of the void. The call of the void.
He heard something and he answered that call. 2 hard points up, over to security we go. Again, we are playing on an older patch for the folks who are like, wait a minute. No, that's the way we do things here in the CDL. We're going to change that after the Toronto Major. Went on time. Lynn's trying to make the entry. Standy's going to be the first man in, but his ears will be ringing and soon he'll be dead. 3 in the feed. Last man up, gunless, and he's holding on though. He's got himself a couple before being brought down, and that is going to be good time for the Ravens. Great intel and soon a lead change.
Nice nade from TJ as well. Maybe just to slow these players down. Everybody on Rocker effectively just working on the flank. And TJ, yeah, gets every single stun and nade and like bullet landing on his face. And now for the final 20 seconds as well. Rocker having to take their time to get the break. Fellow stops shooting, so he's spamming the one-shot call out. And, well, Rocker off the back of that, again, able to win this scrap time fight. But now Carolina, once again, ahead of the rotation. This is a hill where you can hold a full 60. How much time can Ravens get?
Oh, man. Well, they are getting close to the dub. Oh, Tej gets it in the end. You know exactly where these players are going to be coming from. Nice work on the second. Nearly the third. Lynn's brought down, though. Lovely teamwork from the Ravens. Rocker making their way forward, but there we go. Lead change. Carolina in control. Let's go for a listen in.
P2 from P2. I can look over P2. I can look over. Weak. Front wall. Gunless laying down front wall. Weak as fuck.
Nice. Good job.
I'm gonna look over your shallow in a second.
Mid down.
Give me a sec. I'll look over your shallow.
I'm nading your front P2.
I'm nading it. I'll chow with you. He's laying down there dead.
I have all mid. Yo, make sure pocket.
We are not.
VIP. He's going you. He's rotating, bro.
Front P2. Gunless.
I have P2. Stay alive.
I'd say it's probably dead.
One shallow. I got one. One's shallow on you. Yeah, be on the circle. I can get him. Hold on. Weak shallow too. Right, Tom. Okay. Circle.
He's
one
DJ on me, guys. Somewhere DJ on me.
That was him.
Okay. Where the fuck did this
I'm gonna pinch. Yeah.
In you on me. In you, Lamar.
I'm waiting. I'm going
our side you.
Go deep. Set up a pinch. We're good.
Good hill. Our side you. I spawned blue. Oh, we triple spawned here. Let's hit blue together then.
Yeah, I'm at Charles.
He's gonna be VIP. I'll stare at our side hill.
VIP. Dead.
Go, I'll look over hill. Go.
I have a trope. DJ.
Trope dead.
I'm gonna follow you.
I need you inside hill. He's gonna be DJ.
You. What's supposed to be you? One more.
I have trophy.
I'm one up.
P4 on you.
Oh, he's got me. Standy weak. There's side time.
You have an 8.
Yeah, he's really weak. He hit a trope.
I spawned lobby.
Is it?
Hey, lobby with me.
P2, front P2.
I'm
getting your front P2. Let's front P2 wall.
I didn't stun anybody.
I stunned from P2. Nice, good shot.
He's on me hill. Sliding on me, weak. Lynn's in hill, weak.
Dead. I'm one shot.
I see 2. Lamar and Standy.
I'm getting on time. I'm one shot. I have a trope down.
There's
side time, Lamar.
Good 20. Standy there too. Standy on you. I have your help.
They're gonna be in you, Teach.
Blue, last guy. I'm not
Yeah,
new.
Heard you.
He's gonna be side vent.
Yo, I flipped.
Yep.
Side vent late. And shallow.
Spawn on P2.
From P2.
Everyone, listen to me. There's a guy in our water.
One got deep on me.
Deep helipad.
Big kill on
One
that
is
kid.
in water.
Double pinch.
I'm gonna pinch with
Where? Fire pit?
Deep
Fire pit.
He went to the very
He
back.
went in blue, guys. In blue, one shot.
Went to the very back.
Nice listening chance. I felt I had every piece of information I possibly needed to try to make the right play there. Good work, Ravens.
Ooh, extremely communicative. That's the word to say. And Clayster gunning people. I mean, 15 kills right now. Might not seem crazy, but I think his damage output has been electric, and the comms are good. Everything right now for Ravens is flowing. It's only those outer sort of pull fights they've been struggling with on this hard point, because Rocker setting up the pinch, TJ spinning circles around the time, doesn't know where to go, but he's going to the grave, and as he falls, well, so does everybody around time. Standy team killing Linz, and for Rocker, it's just going to strip away an extra few seconds. Ravens, if they can strip away the time, they'll be happy for it, but they're making sure you just keep these players away from the rotation.
TJ trying to be that guy, unable to find at least one there. 2 remaining members of Rocker on point, 2 going towards the new hard point. Bad news for the Rocker fans, the Ravens are already in. Linz battling his way out of old. TJ might be able to cut them off if he gets to the bottom set of the stairs fast enough, but Fellow, it will work out for him as well. There are members of Rocker nearly everywhere. Pinch is on, and that's a good look. Rocker, break him down. That's their hard point.
Those are massive wins. Linz is on a 4 spree. Accuracy wins the gunfights for the spawns as well, and keeping tracking names to make sure you hunt down Fellow. So talk about the good comms from the Ravens. Rocker providing their own as well, but the mix fest that has been this hill, TJ pops off and gives you just a little bit extra. Ravens somehow on this hill continue just to bully their way through the front, desperate to get out a trophy his accuracy, but as he delivers, so does his team. 4-man wipe, and finally a sense of stability. Final 20 seconds going to go to Rocker. Another lead exchange. The double helix hardpoint game in the mix, and Gunless in prime position to break this next hill down.
Good pedigree of players here in this lobby, and it's showing. Lead change. There we go. Bottom side of security is getting ripped up, and once again it's Gunless, the head of finding those kills, standing on the pinch. The accuracy does get his crews as well. This is huge. It's a 7 spree from Lamar. Can't make the 8th. Ravens are in for a moment, but it's only Clay for now.
And I do wonder, I haven't actually seen a pure top-down view of this map, but maybe a moment's calling the crews, or maybe a moment where everybody's just going to get gunned. Accuracy not moving on the minimap. Here comes the cruise missile to force him indoors. Gunless responsible for door number 1. Where does everybody go? Hiding. Only 1 kill coming through, but with the comms, you push Ravens back, but still got to get rid of Tej. These players have been on point. Ravens holding off on the defensive end. Like, this is clean work.
And they're holding it together up front. The break is good. The lead is theirs. Standy straight in. Trades again, and it's great work. Beautiful hold. Final 10 are definitely going the way of the Ravens. To the pool now we go as things hot up. 2-11 are climbing. Rocker doing what they can to get towards the break. It was not a fantastic hold the last time around, and it has to be better this time. This is match point.
And they just forced so much that, I mean, Ravens right now, game is in their hands, literally shooting fish in a barrel, but somehow, in some way, the swimmers on Minnesota Rocker able to find their way into the pool, and we square up and we go again. Felony, first man leading the charge, waiting to take a dip.
Quite literally sink or swim here in this moment. Rocker, just about 40 on the clock. You able to get this time? No, the break is good. Standy has to get in there ASAP. We will not see the game end here. It is going to be dangerously close if they do manage to get that final segment. Here comes the hit from Rocker. Contest. You fight for another hard point. You don't fight for the time now, though. You've been brought down. Linz, last man, gets a kill. Might be able to make it a 1v1 in the pool.
Well, you can't win it here if you're Ravens. The more time you get, the better. Rocker overwhelm you for the break, but set up towards new. You see that middle of the map section. Ravens players are swarming. Easy reads on the vent. TJ wins his gunfight as well. So initial time here going towards the Ravens. 19 seconds, and they walk away with the series. Rocker squaring up for the break. Everybody through blue, but Gwyn can't hold him off either. The break on its way.
Oh, here it is. Last man. Fellow wins a couple. Clay right back into it. Ravens have not relinquished control for a second. Here comes the stairwell hit. Final 10 for the win. Rocker's pinch has got to be immaculate. They've got to get going ASAP. They're waiting for the perfect timing on this hit. They don't have the time. They don't have the chance. And they don't have winner's bracket either. That's a GG as the Ravens run the series.
Winners bracket for the Carolina Ravens. Their record when they are playing together versus playing apart is radically different. These guys building that chemistry now in and out of game, and I'm telling you, those plays are absolute class. TJ's making the read for a pinch like that in the final seconds. That is an insane route for Minnesota to be taking. And I think that's one in the, type of route that maybe 3 or 4 teams in the league would actually be able to read, but Carolina, one of them. DJ on point in that moment, but as called out, Clayster in the damage department was ever present on the map. 5,500 damage, 17 assists as well with 26 kills. Him and TJ were absolutely active on that map, and even Gwen just had to be the super soaker in the hill, but while he was soaking, he was also the leading slayer.
Magnificent work there from the Ravens. Congratulations to them. Winners bracket. Nice bit of back and forth. Not actually as much as it felt like, Chance. I think the breaks were so solid there from both teams. It was difficult for Rocket to accumulate hill time. Just because, the Ravens, they managed to get that opening time from the rotation, and they may get broken, but they always got it back. That allowed them to maintain that lead, except for that one lead change towards the latter half of the map. That Vista so far away in our distant memory after the 6-3, 3-0 and the 221 victory there. Massive stuff from the Ravens. Congrats on winners bracket for Rocker. You make a big team change. Things don't go to plan. We'll see if they can find success on LAN.
Yeah, we get to find out. I know for Rocker, right, they are just sort of clinging on to life in that 5th spot, but I'm excited for the Ravens because they are genuinely playing some very good Call of Duty, maybe upset potential come major time.
We'll find out. For now, though, it's back to the desk. Gang, what we thinking? How we feeling? What's the vibe?
I'm excited to see you guys next week, but let's jump into this one and break down what we just witnessed. Clayster looked like he was alongside his teammates today. Nameless, can we start there? Because Clayster all last year when he played with the Legion didn't have a facility. Most of the first half of this year didn't have a facility. He was missing the last 2 matches. Now he returns to the facility, and he drops 5,700 damage to win the series.
Yeah, had the most in the lobby as well across the whole series. Clay, just a man on a mission, man. This is what you need. Before the series started, I said, Gwen is going to need help from the supporting cast, and particularly the AR players, Fellow and Clay. They've been the 2 guys that have been prone to the bad game, right? Like, in this one, you get that activity out of him, and it is so much easier. And, the Search and Destroy, they've made so many strides in that game mode. Rio, they finally started playing it throughout this split. They're now 4-0 Rio Search and Destroy in this split specifically. So in their map pool, it's getting deeper. We go into the control. That's a game that's been up and down for them. Everybody, it's an absolute masterclass. The offensive pushes on point. They finally stacked the point. Some strides forward for Carolina throughout the series when they needed it most.
Ali, they're now into the winners bracket come Toronto next week. What are your expectations for the team in blue?
Really high, actually. I expect them to maybe get a top 6, maybe make an upset for top 4 placement. Simply because Carolina Royal Ravens, every time we've seen them at LAN, the reason they have any points is because of those wins. They've been able to make a couple elimination round runs. Now they're going to start in that upper side of the bracket. They've had a facility. They've now been on the same page, and now they also get better at LAN, which is not what a lot of our teams can do in the league. I have very high expectations for the Birds in blue.
And then for many, the teamwork, just not there. Like the control, they got steamrolled. They have players who can pick up kills, haven't been able to put together at the same time. You haven't had a series yet where it's been like the entire time Linz and Standy have bounced off each other. We haven't seen it, and that's what they were hoping for. It's unfortunate for them.
So Minnesota's going to finish, 2-5? I'm looking through their stage, though. It was brutal. They played Atlanta. They lost to New York. They lost to Toronto. Their wins just over Boston and LA Thieves. So Minnesota, don't count them out of that elimination bracket, but it's not going to be easy. For now, though, we got to take a look at our Scuf play of the game. Alley Cat, what did we see in this series?
I mean, we saw a lot of great stuff, Carolina Royal Ravens, a lot of great strides, and specifically this control, just because it was extremely dominant. And TJ has now kind of moved from his S&D prowess. He has a 1.25 in that game mode. We saw it here in this control, in this respawn, 16 and 9. Still showing that he's got it. And honestly, for Carolina, this spells great things because they already had a really strong search and destroy, 6-3 in the last 30 days heading into this. Now 7-3 with this W. But now they're showing a lot more strides and respawns.
Yeah, and what's good for them is Gwen and TJ are both averaging 4,000 damage in the controls, but they're good at high rise, and now they feel comfortable on Karachi, right? So they're just getting rid of invasion in these series, and now you have a fighting chance every time you get to this map 3. So for Carolina and Clayster dropping that damage, I mean, it's looking up. Top 8, top 6. Now it's time for top 4.
That's my birthday brother right there, the old man on the squad. But we got the youngster joining us live in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Welcome back, Quinn. And last time you were on the show, you talked about the efforts you were making individually to get better for this squad. Today, it looked like a team effort. Everyone was chiming in. How has this team grown in the last week or two?
I mean, even in the last week, we've put so much time in VOD. Every day after practice, before practice, go over VOD to try to fix our hard point, fix our control, get better S&D. So even over the last week, we've made a lot of progress.
Gwen, I just gotta ask you, how excited are you to now having your first start in the upper side of the bracket?
I'm so happy, thank God. No more one and done.
Gwen, talk to me about that hard point. You said you guys have been watching a lot of VOD. Oh, there goes Olive.
Is that Olive?
Clay.
What's up, girl?
He had to actually prove he's actually there. Love
Good
it.
to see you,
Gwen, talk to me about the improvements in the hard point. Obviously, you know, the first map doesn't go your guys' way. A tight game 4, but some great plays. You get a lot of damage out of Clayster. How have you guys improved in that over the last week?
We've been really going over, not like just throwing our holds. I feel like we've always rotate pretty good, but like we just throw when we have the hill. So we're trying to work on our teamwork and just team shot when we have the hill.
Fair enough.
Gwen, what are you looking forward to eating in Toronto?
Some nuggets, like always.
Yeah, I heard you were a chicken nugget guy.
Hey, them nuggets will catch up to you, bro.
Looking forward to catching up with you on land. Congrats on starting the winners bracket.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
That's Gwen. He keeps it basic, and you love to see it. In game, he is ferocious. And real quick, how weird is it that Clay and I have the same birthday, and he also named his dog Olive?
That is really weird. Another weird thing is we share the same month. We're all Tauruses, and he's also from Virginia.
Cool
and
stuff
you guys are
here.
all 3
We're
chaotic.
all connected. It's 3 degrees of separation. The producer told me we got to look at these standings, and I agree. Let's check out where the Royal Ravens lie currently. They are in that 6th seed. And keep in mind, Seattle Surge, who's above them, still has to play Atlanta FaZe to close out the night.
You know what? I really like Carolina headed into this major. They look good across the board, and they've done damage on land. They're only going to get better. They can absolutely make a run for T4.
2 squads currently set to be in the winners bracket. Face off when we return. Can Abuza and crew pull off the upset? Stay locked. It's the CDL.
I mean, it's just too easy.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if Easy's been seen, he will drop off the map.
You have both players from LA Thieves trying to attack this from the middle of the map, but this might play right into Shotzi's hand. They're gonna get completely caught off guard, and the bomb is gonna be able to go down at B.
LA Thieves, see how quick they do realize this. Dashy just fell off the map.
They're playing my court. They have to play. They are both water. One shot. There's two water. They went red. They went red, Clay. Did they? Yeah, they went red. Both red. Both inside red. Both inside red. They went front door. They went front door.
He's hopping. Watch me tank.
Watch your water. I have your water. Back door.
They
didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay!
Yes, sir.
Good shit.
behind enemy lines.
He's getting loose early every round. Like,
do a little dance, make a little love. Who's dead tonight?
That is what Shotzi buys his team so much time. He's able to find 3 more. He is just going, and you see what this does for their hard point.
He's just so good at being elusive. Yeah. It can be such a pain in the ass to deal with.
Maybe long lane, probably long lane. Bring some time, one shot back.
It's like that was a very, very good listen, and a reason you're seeing this score busted wide open, and map 1 is done.
This guy is insane.
Picking up Zig. As you watch the white arrow start to funnel out, Simp and RCs have that crossfire. It's a lot for Simp to deal with, and he is dealing with it. 4-0 start. Just sensational. And he gets stuck. That was directly to his forehead, I think.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra trying to get water side to, flip spawns for the second hill. We're going to head towards the left side of your mini-map, dude. Over towards Kitchen. All right, but at least they're sticking them.
Was that deja vu? It's like 4 in a row.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Goes for 1, goes for 2, goes for 3. I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin, but I'm never Johnson. You quit this ain't stopping. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have our #1 seeded Atlanta FaZe, the first team over 300 points overall on the season, taking on Seattle Surge, who sits at 100. So Surge very much in the mix for champs, but they got to stay on this run. And recently, they found some success, but you're going up against the best team in the game.
Yeah, so maybe it's a testament to maybe see where you stack up against one of the top teams, but on the Atlanta FaZe side of things, like there's not a whole lot to say other than they're literally disgusting. #1 in every category. All the players are above 1.2s and 1.5s in their own respective game modes. So for Atlanta FaZe, it's just kind of about not letting this be a trap game, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, with Atlanta FaZe, I talked about it, I think it was a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago at this point, where Atlanta FaZe, when they recognize that they can play the game the intellectual way, but also in-game just be like, hey, we can drop it and also just gun you, and they have that hybrid play style, is when they become the best. When they have that confidence, and you can see right here, 18-2 online record, a 58-15 map record. It's what I just talked about. Like, these guys are playing the game the correct way, but when you need Simp to go and drop a 40 bomb, he's been doing it this year. The confidence is there, and across all 3 game modes, only 1 map loss in all 3 of them. And you talk about the top teams, they've been frying them 9-2 map count against the other 3 teams that you put in that big 4. Atlanta FaZe, the scariest they've ever looked.
Stats are all on Atlanta's side, but really, they have nothing to gain other than the pride of going a perfect 7-0 leading up to this major. For Seattle Surge, you're trying to avoid playing at Atlanta in that first round of the winner's bracket. So let's talk about the Surge and what they need to get done today. Nameless, what's the scenario right now for Brezzy, 0-4, Abuza, and Hook?
Yeah, Seattle Surge, they've had a great stage, and they're happy because even if they lose, they still make it into the winner's bracket. But I don't know the exact math yet, but if they don't win a map here, they could end up playing Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah,
which
Carolina just put the pressure on them with that win.
Exactly, and you don't want that to be the situation, right? So you want to show some fight in the series, not only for confidence to see where you're at, but also so you don't have to draw them round one. And for the Monster Energy pregame, no gunny, all teamwork, 6-4 record, CDL low, 0.91 team KD. That is astonishing.
Coaches kind of love to see that, right?
Yeah, making the right plays on rotations.
That's the biggest thing for Seattle right now is having to hang with the slang that Atlanta FaZe brings to the table, because they're top 3 hardpoint team right now, and their search and destroy doesn't look terrible. The problem is 0-4 is the one dropping all the numbers with 1.13 in search and destroy, and the only player positive in hardpoint is Abuza with a 1.05. So that's going to be the biggest focus right now for me when it comes to this map set.
Yeah, the search and destroy hasn't been that bad, though. I mean, they've had some 6-4 wins, things of that nature, and there's some clear things that they can fix, like their opening duels. 10th right now. They improve that. They'll be one of the scariest search teams that we have in the league. And in this map set, Atlanta's playing with them a little bit. They're playing with fire, at least on maps 2 and 5.
All right, let's speak about this fire and spit some hot stuff my way, Nameless. We've got 105, making 106 paws. What do you got for me here?
Hey, Atlanta FaZe 3-0.
All right, Alley Cat.
I'm going to go Atlanta FaZe for sure. Do you want to look at his eyes while you make this prediction?
Atlanta FaZe. For the birthday girl, she wants a 3-0. Can we get one? Fans agree. Simp, let's find out. How quick can this series possibly go? Or is Surge going to take us all night?
Very well could. Puckett, you need to calm down, all right? That's all we're going to say right now. Getting a little wild, getting a little wacky. This is a series layout, though, Jay, that, again, it doesn't really feel like Atlanta's testing too much. Maybe a couple of their not strongest maps, if you have any of those. But, like, no sub-base in the mix for hardpoint. Just looks like they are trying to tune some stuff up. But, like the Desk Convention for Seattle, not a bad series for them. This just comes down, you cannot allow Atlanta to finesse their lives for forever. You got to get kills, you got to get them quick.
You have to, because that 0.9 KD as a team is not going to cut it versus Atlanta FaZe. They outslay everyone that they play against, so Seattle Surge have to be on point from start to finish, and at least for them, they get to start off on a Karachi hardpoint where they did beat the hell out of the subliners, so you're feeling confident if you are Seattle.
Yeah, it's been a good map for them kind of historically, but yeah, especially in this qualifying stage, that was by far one of their biggest highlight hardpoint wins, let alone Karachi wins. So that's going to have to be there once again. Atlanta mostly playing around red, looking to try to just have zone of control here on this rotation towards 2. Seattle right back into the hardpoint, but fighting against the current of FaZe, trying to come back in to break this hardpoint up.
Yeah, there's still 20 seconds here at P1. You don't want to give up all this time if you are Atlanta. Try to contest it all the way to the very end, but more focused on maintaining red side. That's why you don't see Simp over-challenging, being a little bit too over-aggressive on that side of the map, because he wants his team those spawns for that next hill. But a couple players from Seattle Surge are already applying pressure over towards Junk, but Abizi just walks in, finds a double, shuts it all down. Atlanta FaZe win rotation.
Yeah, heads up play right there from BZ. I mean, there really wasn't anyone back behind him. So, hey, get forward, try to find a couple of off-angle kills, and that allows Atlanta to rotate over freely in towards P2. It's a spawn situation here, though, for Seattle, but BZ's just not dropping up top. So, single-handedly, he has shut down the push from the front. One more to grab at Abuza, and that's 5 in a row. One off an early cruise missile here for Atlanta.
And now this is perfect, because Atlanta did have a couple players spawn over towards Junk, so they're going to be gifted with an easy route off the rotation. Huke is actually going to cut his losses, finds out one-on-one versus Draza, but the trade is instantly going to be there. Abizi earned himself a cruise missile. Seattle have not been able to sniff close towards this cafeteria. And this has been a full 60 hole from Atlanta FaZe, and they're going to win the rotation to the next. Seattle, you got to start playing ahead.
Yeah, and the thing about it is they know rotations block through mid, so they're trying to play through old. I mean, there's been 20 seconds left on this hard point, and Seattle just continues to go one by one into this old time, knowing they need to get some of these Atlanta members off this rotation, but it's just not working out all that well. There it is again. Selim just playing his life. Abuza does shut the door on him, so no second streak to come through here, but FaZe, like you mentioned, over towards this mini market is already set up perfectly with a couple of good players pushed out trying to receive this hit.
And this is where that second overall in this qualifier break percentage needs to come in for Seattle. Because Atlanta FaZe, if you let them walk away with another full 60, they already have a cruise missile going to play a big part going forward, but you just need to stop the bleeding. And every single time you look at the kill feed, it's all red. Atlanta FaZe are just picture perfect so far in this stage, and so far picture perfect in this map 1.
And the thing about it that's really, I think, compelling about how Atlanta has played hardpoint this qualifying stage, and you're seeing it here in this map, is that even if there's 3 down, instead of just waiting for the 4th, they're going to go hunt you out and take that space away from you, and that turns into things like this. Now you've got high ground power position control for Atlanta looking to rotate once again across the map, and Seattle just has not had the chance to set really anything up outside of maybe their first break attempt. So again, it's just Atlanta winning on 90% of the key elements of this hardpoint to this point.
And already off the rotation, you have a couple couple players contesting over towards the new hill. Seattle are swanning all over towards the red side. Finally going to get a couple players through the back, but none of the kills in their feed. Like, it's all red every single time. Brezi's sitting at 1-8. Abuza's sitting at 4-9. The Arrows are currently not playing, and Atlanta FaZe are just continuously running up that score.
Yeah, looking really clean. Although Seattle, good moment here for now. BZ up top is another issue to deal with, though. Salim going to do the same thing from the opposite high ground, top third. Sees the head of Hook, doesn't miss a bullet, and it's just the slaying presence for Atlanta continues to keep them in these moments where it looks like Seattle's about to score some points, and now up the ladder, nearly another opportunity for BZ to dominate high ground control for this last 20 seconds, but Seattle needs some time, and they're going to fight for it.
Yeah, you need this time because you're already going to lose the rotation over towards next, and even if you win a couple gunfights at this old hill and start to progress your way through the front end, Atlanta FaZe have 2 cruise missiles to work with to re-break in towards P5, but when players are shooting like this, a BZ 13-6, selling a 14-5, like, this is what makes this team unstoppable, and like, this is what I think about this Atlanta FaZe team. This is the best form we've ever seen, and the reason why, especially in Hardpoint, is that they are back to the fundamentals. All throughout the last couple of years with Atlanta, it's been, all right, we're gonna break, we got the best gun skill, like, we're gonna make the game a lot chaotic. But with Draza added to this lineup, it's all about the fundamentals, and that as they win another rotation, Seattle, they find a break, but this is where you invest that cruise.
Couple of members off the close spawn, though, trying to get here for Seattle. Looks like the cruise is going to be called by a BZ, not moving at the moment, so yeah, he's going to call that forward. Brezzy likely the target, and he is. Seattle stay alive, though, around the outsides of the hard point. Big moment here for 04 up top, and proceeds to find the first elimination. So really well received here for Seattle. All marks going positive here over the top of 5. The break is good, the survival through the cruise is good, and the scrap time will go their way.
That's good time. Very, very much needed for Seattle Surge to withstand that cruise missile coming in, not allowed to get any kills, and then find a clean forward deck to walk away with the final 25 seconds. You're only going to put yourself in a deficit of about 45, but off the rotation at P1, you do not have any map control. Atlanta find 3 in the feed. Draza, all you have to do is at least find this trade on the point. Another break successful for Atlanta.
And that's the thing, is there's never 2 moments strung together in a row, it feels like, when you're blowing up against this Atlanta hardpoint.
Yep.
Sure, maybe a couple of moments here and there, but getting a trench to actually stretch hills together, so difficult to do. Seattle looking to use kind of a duo up top on third, see if they can find a way to open up the hard point, maybe even create a little bit of space around it. Decent trades back and forth, keeps the hard point neutral. Abuza still top bricks, doesn't win the gunfight versus Draza, but the trade is in. And as Brezzy tries to step into the hard point, he's met with the resistance of the follow-up push from FaZe. Back and forth, we continue to go here over the top of Rubble.
It's a big 15 seconds, though, if you can get it. You still have Atlanta FaZe contesting all over the middle of the map. They're able to find every single kill. Last player up is going to be Abuza. He does find one, but you can already see on your mini-map, Atlanta FaZe again winning the rotation over towards Cafe. Seattle could not break in the last time around. Let's see what they can do this time.
Now, BZ tries to hit the same route, playing forward towards bottom red, seeing if he can receive Seattle before they have a chance to actually break through. Only gets one of the 2 this time. Atlanta still a couple of members over towards the top side at mid, but that contest is likely not enough to stop the entirety of this surge push. Trades are forward. 04 trying to step down into the hard point, catches out 1. Does he predict the second? Decent shot towards the BZ, and he'll back away, valuing his life, hoping that the surge members from behind can come and reinforce.
And this is a big break right here if you are Surge. You need this final 30, and then to keep them trapped in towards the backside of that dumpster alley is exactly what you want in this scenario. But Atlanta FaZe on the back of Celium finding a double. We're able to execute the break again. Abuza does not check the corner. And that's going to be all the kills in favor of Atlanta FaZe. They are just dominating.
Yeah, scrap time going to go to FaZe. This is kind of the make or break, though, of this hard point right here, right now. Seattle's going to win rotation as we jump on into a listen in to see how they comment out.
Back left. I'm holding back left. I'm taking for mid and bottom third, okay? Yeah. I'm holding back left. As well. Let's get full 60. We're good, guys.
Good job.
No, I'm needing my bottom.
You have all the right top for? I'm going top. Yeah. Can you shoot it? I'll watch bottom. Yeah, I can watch bottom as well.
They take one bottom. One is gonna be the back. He's gonna kill me in the back. He's killing me in the back. Killing me in the back. Top he shoot my ass. Yeah, they're in the back. I'm dead. I can't.
They spawn checks.
Yeah, one third. Yeah, back third.
I'm weak.
That's nothing.
I'm really weak.
You can try to cross on time.
Back right.
I'm getting back.
He's on the yellow truck.
On time. Dead.
Back right.
Close. Yeah. Probably gonna flank me, bro. They need me on. They need me. Keep bottom bike. He's going front bike.
I got one.
Front bike.
What's the time, Abe?
Bottom first. Nice. You can see that.
That's one bad.
Good.
Wait, they're spawning bridge on you.
That's my shot.
Still let's move, guys.
I have all the green. No, bottom. Wait, one HP bottom green, guys. Okay, he's done. Nice. I have green. Just your time.
That's two.
I'm on top. I have green.
Yeah,
I'm watching my own side from time.
Nothing bridges.
They're gonna be backside. I'm mid. Draws. Yo, they're third.
I'm my green.
One guy's close, sandbags.
I'm a stand back. 10 HP, stand back.
And behind me. Sandbags dead. Top three, so.
There you go. Yeah, we spawn back that. I'm gonna back that. Got me, bud. Okay. Get sick of that back.
Be cut.
I'm letting me cut. Yeah, be cut.
Draws, one shot.
Beyond the cap.
Up green, dead.
Stand back.
Sandbags was weak.
Nice. Last one left. We can go left.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, they spawn behind us. There's gonna be one here.
Beyond the guy. 10. I'm gonna push it.
They're popping us.
I'm on HP.
More in the back. I'm going top.
Yeah, I'm heavy front. Doing P3, guys. Someone need to get time, guys.
In the back, just went back P3. I'm behind you.
Top it.
Well, you're starting to catch a couple of moments of panic and frustration for Seattle when they think they've got the coverage and it's just not fully there. Maybe some of that, Jay, you were talking about it while we were listening in. The ARs just have not been able to lock down lanes against this Atlanta push.
Yeah, you can hear it in 0-4's comms. Like, he's sounding a little bit frustrated because none of his ARs are in those power positions. And when you're trying to roam around with that SMG, you need lanes to be open. And unfortunately for him, Abuza and Brezzy not having the best performance, but at least they found this break in towards P5. But all the kills in the feed are currently going in favor of Atlanta. Only 2 players left from Seattle Surge around this point, but you had to slay before you hop the hill.
A couple of players are in, though, for Seattle. 3 members large, watching over the top of this, but then 2 fall immediately upon as Atlanta's hit the go call. Brezzy, a good double, will clear out the front of the hard point, and that will guarantee the scrap. But you're absolutely right. I mean, I know the scoreboard was not reflecting the proper time up until about a week ago. It is now 33 and 20 with no seconds of time for Abizi. He is just running around having himself a whale of a time.
Yeah, that's insane stuff because he hasn't touched the hill a single time. But when he's playing like that, you just got to let him continue to fry. Seattle Surge, little but surely, they're showing life. They're on this P1 hill. They're finding him at least a couple kills, trading effectively. Atlanta's able to find a break for now, but you're keeping it scrappy through the middle of the map.
Yeah, not bad. Down 40. There's still a chance here. Just running out a little bit of a time, and you have to make sure that Atlanta gets taken off this hill while also you win rotation. Like you mentioned, it's been hard for Seattle to do 2 things right in a row against this FaZe squad. So that's the requirement if they want to have a chance to get back to this game. And just as soon as we frame it up, Atlanta comes away with 3 straight eliminations, a chance to get back on the scrap time of 1.
But now you just have to cut your losses if you are Surge, because you are in the midst of an opportunity to finally get your first Cafe Hill. You just got to win a couple fights over this jump ball. Beezy starts it off with the first. No one can slow that guy down. He's able to find a double. Hookah's just trying to play a couple cutoff kills, hoping that his teammates can take care of Beezy, but he is still frying. Finally gets taken down 0-4 with the one-on-one gunfight, and that at least allows Seattle into the hill first.
Here we go. There's a chance here. The cutoff from Simp goes pretty much negated. Celium now trying to play off the mid-cross. Decent shots over towards 0-4. That allows Draza to step on into the hard point. Contest is alive. 3 in a row for Draza back over to the pistol. And the kills for Atlanta start to turn up. Still a couple members here from Surge. Just need to get in and find these kills. And this is what we're talking about. It's just so hard to trade out this Atlanta team. Abuza gives it one good try, but the follow-up from Celium is in. And now it's just 8 seconds remaining before Atlanta can win this game.
Yeah, that might just be it. Celium still finessing in towards the backside of the closet. No one's going to be even close to the hard point for the Surge, and that is going to be Atlanta FaZe taking map 1.
Clean, man. It really is. And again, maybe this is the first time that we've been able to really see it, fully, especially considering the map pool that Atlanta has played so far throughout this major, which has consisted of a lot of Karachi for what it's worth. But again, I think it is just one of those things, like Atlanta's taking away 3 wins for every 1 loss in the moment that happened across this hard point. Like, they'll win rotation, they'll hold, maybe they'll get broken for scrap, but then they'll win rotation again, they'll hold, and then they'll hold the scrap. Like, it's just so hard to find moments to string together if you're Seattle, and I think it does become a little bit more difficult to assume so when your ARs just are not able to stop Abizi from running around and doing whatever he wants. 6,300 damage, selling him at 35 and 16, right below that, but also has 2 minutes and 24 seconds of hill time. So, it's just so weighted between that main AR and that main SMG Slayer role right now for FaZe. It's hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to deal with, especially when you allow Atlanta FaZe to have such a hot start, because Seattle, you only lose this game by 75 points. You gave up 260 holds at the P2 at Cafe. And then you also allow Atlanta FaZe to get a couple cruise missiles to make themselves find easy breaks to some of these hills that you were early rotating. So it's a slow start from Seattle. If they started off on a better foot, that's probably a down-to-the-wire kind of game, but another story for Seattle Surge. It's been the story so far all of this stage. That .9 team KD. If you're not able to slay, especially with the best in Atlanta FaZe, you're simply not going to be able to keep up in the game. Atlanta FaZe just kept their foot on the gas to start to finish of this map number 1. And now if you are the Surge, you need to respond into a search and destroy on Invasion, where Atlanta FaZe have a lot of reps on it.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And the only real benefit here is just across Seattle's history, their search and destroy has always kind of carried them through tough series. Yeah. So that would have to essentially be there again. But the thing about it is, you know, the Seattle search and destroy of, you know, Major 1, Major 2, it's not as much prevalent in terms of conversation points as we've had since the switch into 04. A couple of good moments to be sure, lots of round 10s, even a round 11 loss. So some of their losses haven't necessarily been poor. It just comes down to finding that consistency and letting this be a game mode that really allows you a chance to beat teams that are around you, I think in particular. Like, this is a David versus Goliath story, but hey, you got to take some benefit off the fact that you kept this game relatively close. You're within 40 points at one moment in time. Your search and destroy, it does go to an invasion, which you're happy to see, to be sure. And then the 6-star also good for you. So it definitely feels like Seattle, if they were to win this series, would have to be by way of winning maybe the 2-3-5 here.
Yeah, if I'm Seattle, I'm foaming out the mouth to get some 6-star, because that has been their bread and butter map alongside Vista. Unfortunately, we do not have Vista in this series, but now you got to figure it out on Invasion Search and Destroy, where both teams have one strength and one weakness. The weakness for Atlanta FaZe is their attacking rounds. They're sitting at about even, but their defenses, they're basically stellar, and they're one of the best teams at this map at finding first bloods. On the opposite side for Seattle, you usually play Invasion, you're thinking, all right, defenses need to be locked up. Like, it's very difficult to work these bomb plants, and for some reason, Seattle Surge have yet to put it together. They're 10th overall on that side, with them not finding a lot of success in that first blood column. You know, if you give a first blood to Atlanta FaZe, they're going to take full advantage of it. So if you are Surge, you have to fix your defenses and simply not drop first.
And the thing about this Atlanta team on this map as well is, you know, if Seattle decides to play with a bit of tempo, especially from the offensive side, get the bomb planted, that has usually been pretty decent for them, but you're playing up against a very strong retake team in Atlanta, in particular on this map. So there's really not a great avenue towards like, hey, just do this way better than your opponent and you can win. This has to be a full collected effort here for Seattle, and flat out, as easy as it is to say, they need to find a way to outplay Atlanta on this map.
Yeah, it needs to be with teamwork though. Like, the individual plays are not going to work. We see how that's been turning out for Boston. Simply 0-7 this stage. But Seattle Surge, the way that they've been getting a lot of success has been through the teamwork. 0.9 overall team KD, but they're still finding W's. As you take a look at the difference between the attacking and the defending side so far in Search and Destroy, Atlanta FaZe are basically perfect. They're number 1. Like, they're uncontested in basically everything. Defense is sitting at number 2. Like, how the hell do you stand a chance with a team that's great on both sides of the floor?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is they've lost 3 maps this entire qualifying stage. And one of them was around 11. I mean, go figure, it was against Carolina on this map. But still, it's just the avenues of how you beat this Atlanta team are slim, if they're even avenues at all. They feel more like footpaths, I'm sure, if anything. So that is, I think, the biggest issue. And if you were a team like Seattle, this is kind of a big test for a player like 04. You know, first major team that you've had a chance to play up against, and naturally we swap right to him getting smoked off the rip by Droz.
That's a caster curse right there, Alan, and Droz is able to find his second on the round. Now Abuza and Brezzy, the ARs, left here for Seattle, trying to clutch on up, and you can already see Atlanta. They're not going to give them any space to work with. They're just trying to trap them on this side of the map.
Yep, play forward, play corners, get your reads, find your quick kills, and Abuza will show himself almost enough for Draza to collect the elimination. Not fully. Brezzy able to take down Draza on for 1, and then the follow-up back over to the pistol is able to find a BZ. So now from what was a 1v4 essentially to a 1v2, plenty of time remains, but the problem is he has no idea where Atlanta are, and Atlanta has bottled them up inside of Cafe. So Wound will go their way. First 2 kills were barely even really contested as Atlanta came away with the first 2 cleanly.
Yeah, Atlanta found the first blood in the first 3 seconds of the map. Like 04, you cannot get picked off in that scenario, because you've been the shining light for Seattle so far in Search and Destroy for this stage. But great team fires from Atlanta get that first blood. They're able to find the second as well. Draza on the top of the tank. And then when you put yourself in a 4v2, you're just consistently taking the map away from the opposing team. And Brezzy, even when he finds that double, just had no awareness of where the rest of Atlanta FaZe were. Atlanta take round 1.
So a bit of a throwaway round right there. Just never a chance to really battle back. And now Sullivan once again getting to work through mid. Has seen at least one player trying to play aggressive in towards mid tank. And you can see Atlanta, as kind of a response, are trying to catch early isolation of Brezzy over towards B, but a trophy system keeps him safe. And response grenades do push Atlanta back just a touchdown B Street.
Yeah, thankfully Brezzy was able to find a double in that last round to earn that trophy system, because their defensive look would have looked completely different. It's him not being the Iron Man over towards B, but he's still going to fall for that first blood of Beezy with the AR in hand. He's able to get it done, and look at Simp already taking space.
It's so smooth for Atlanta. It's just such a perfect read. And again, you have to give, Brezzy some help over there at one point, but he's got to help himself. You cannot be isolated as the sole defender at B. As soon as that happens, Seattle has to rotate over, and Atlanta are right there behind them, literally. So now Abuza finds himself in a 1v3. And he's got Atlanta members staring him down on this round as well. That's just too easy for Atlanta. Again, getting free bloods all over the map.
And look at their teamwork. Like, you could just tell BZ and Cellium are so in sync. They showed it all throughout map number 1. They were just going back and forth, knowing that the last teammate was watching that front end from the tank. So as long as we trade effectively, we are okay. That's now 2 first bloods in favor of Atlanta FaZe to lead to 2 round wins. But as we take a replay look at Simp just finding the timing through the mid-tank, able to find that first kill. 04 has already have a couple bullets in him. He's able to find the second as well. You called it perfect, Alan. Like, they just play smooth. Really, really smooth.
Yeah. It's just so quick. They know exactly. It's like they've got the X-ray from Codcaster on. They know exactly what things mean when there's a kill that happens on one side of the map. Okay. Let's get something going here, Seattle. 4-man stretch. Everyone's alive in the first 15 seconds. That's already a bit of a benefit. But Atlanta have also kind of concealed this defense just a touch. It's a very safe angle for Cell. Simp is tucked in a corner at Cage. And then a little bit of floating help on the middle from both Draza and Abizi, just kind of waiting to see where the context comes from.
And right now you can see, look at the plays coming in from Draza. He's just going back and forth between both sides, just forcing Seattle to think that they have some kind of information of how they're playing this setup, but he's just being such a nuisance on the defensive end. That's already been 45 seconds knocked off of the game clock. Looks like the push is finally going to be called over towards A, and BZ finds another first blood.
Ook does provide a nice trade. Keeps this A side a bit more open, but here comes Simp through B Street. Maybe he caught a glimpse of someone through DVD Alley. Doesn't like the look of it, so backs up over towards Dark. But the longer that this hit takes to develop, the more Simp may think that, wait, they've rewrapped. And once again, he's read it perfectly. Just making sure he's got the full commitment to be able to hit on this B Street play. And maybe this moment of hesitation will kind of cost the opportunity to blow up the round. So Seattle will get a post plant, but do they know all 3 FaZe members are playing through this retake on the flank?
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get a read on it. The stun is also going to connect onto 04. You set up Simp to find that kill. And now where is the bomb carrier and where's the final player, as they at least spotted 1 player crossover towards Ice Cream, so they have every single ounce of information they want.
Oh, and the shots onto Brezzy are near perfect. Who trying to step in towards the smoke, finds himself too. Straight back out, MCW up, but he can't track down where Cell had bailed out to. It was a decent read from Seattle. Really it was, considering that Simp was the only one to show himself on that flank initially. But the reposition from Hook gave himself a chance, just could not find the 3rd member through the smoke.
Yeah, Hook drives through the chaos. We've seen him doing time and time again over the years. Unfortunately, not able to clutch up in the one-on-one. As Atlanta FaZe, they just played that to perfection. Another first blood on their pocket. Obviously, is instantly traded, but once Simp's teammates get a call that, all right, we're pushing all the way up through the Water Street side, they're not over towards Cafe. They obviously have to be going over towards B, and they were able to isolate 04 to start off that trade fights.
Yeah.
So Atlanta FaZe just picture perfect still.
It's just the mid-round adjustments are so freaking perfect from FaZe. It's hard to deal with. It's hard to keep track of, and it's hard to keep them guessing, it seems like. 04 was, surely he was seen on the slide through. BZ not looking primed to try to challenge us, not with an MCW in hand. His whole responsibility is to make sure no one pushes through B Street. The bomb is still leaning A, and they've got Cellium taking a long-range battle versus Sabuza at the moment.
Yeah, you don't need a BZ getting overzealous over the flank area. Just make sure you're holding on your cut, allowing your teammates to get some information over towards Cafe. And then when they pounce, it's time for you to make the play.
Yeah.
He does have a read that 04 is going to be in towards Broken. He puts down a couple shots, not able to find the kill, but he's trying to at least force a couple players from Seattle Surge to pull towards his way.
And Atlanta's making noise here at this water street, seeing if they can pull 0-4 out to rotate to give aBeZy a chance at that 1v1. And finally, the rotation comes through, but aBeZy cannot find the elimination. Brezzy through mid, also stops Draza from tracking back, slips away with his life. Help from 0-4 over the top. He wants the gunfight, and he takes it. Clean shots from 0-4. Now just down to aBeZy. 1v3, make it a 1v2, but the follow-up is very good. And for the first time, Seattle respond with a nice round here.
Yeah, they get the first blood on the back of Hook. Like, he was contesting over towards the A side. They did not bite on the distractions over towards B. 0-4 was doing a great job of at least throwing his shoulders on that side of the map, keeping aBeZy at bay. But when it came down to the fights over towards A, Hook starts it off, and then Seattle searches better in the trade scenarios. Also, Brezzy taking a lot of space to at least find that second kill in towards Cafe was a huge one.
Yeah. Well, First Bloods have told the story of who wins the round so far. You asked the question, could Seattle be better at winning opening duels? So far, the answer has not been yes, but at least when they have gotten their first blood, they've converted the round, which is always a strength. Different setup here, though, for FaZe. You've got Simp playing deep and aggressively in towards DVD Alley. Maybe a moment where Seattle kind of recognized that this is a possibility, but you've also got Atlanta taking a lot of space early through mid, bounce back from Draza, and now Simp is kind of left on his own to see what he can do.
And I'm pretty sure Hook got some info that he was getting aggressive up through DVD, but it's looking like they're just going to completely disregard him. 0-4 finds the first blood onto aBeZy, but this is now Simp's opportunity to make a play. The trade is there, instant 3v3.
And the defense is rotated over towards Ice Cream. So Seattle have kind of found themselves now isolated on their own foot. Nice push through. Hook able to find one and then turn it into a pop-up play into Celium. A bold call, but it works out perfectly. And then aBeZy holding the flank works out to find Simp, who again just could not get out of DVD. So good awareness, good push, and just good overall decision making from Hook to win the round for Seattle.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing. The decision making right there for Seattle was amazing, because you didn't want to waste time working your way back over towards DVD to try to isolate Simp, because you don't know if he's still going to be in that position. We're going to try to push through that B side where we know nades are coming over the top towards Palace side, so there has to be a couple players on that side of the map. And Hook wins some insane gunfights with that Rival 9 through the ice cream door. He's able to secure the round for Seattle. Another first blood for Surge. Secures the W.
Yep. Wow, look at this. Another aggressive setup for Seattle right in the middle of the map. A couple of the pre-fire shots, plus a lot of nades, and one of those do land over towards the B-side street. Draws the first one to drop. And now this is, again, about Seattle just holding your numbers, play the 4v3, don't give Atlanta...
Also not fall in that situation. Your teammate has your cross. They can't get to you for free. But when you give up that kill, now the B site is completely open. Atlanta FaZe can work that objective.
And they're going to get this plant and a post plant of their choosing. A long rewrap route from both Hook and aBeZy. But Celium is playing a more passive angle and broken. So this is just about him, again, holding this street side. Just don't get pushed on. Let the rest of this post plant stay safe behind it. So you may have to hope that 0-4 is the one to turn heads first, because here's aBeZy lined up for free by Cell. A quick turn doesn't really catch out Hook. aBeZy showing maybe more than he was intended to, but the help from the coverage of Simp is decent. aBeZy trying to finesse, but the push through for 0-4 timed out perfectly. And while the extra little shots that he was able to find through Ice Cream to push aBeZy off may have been everything they needed for Seattle to get back and find the retake.
Yeah, that's all it came down to. 0-4 just making the heads-up play. We cannot attack 3 from the same angle, because that's what Atlanta FaZe are going to be looking for. But he plays it super patient towards the Palace side. Is able to at least spot aBeZy.
That's big.
Right in the arm. Puts him one shot, forces him to reposition. Then takes down Simp. aBeZy's already weak. 0-4 making another massive play for Seattle in search and destroy to tie the game up at 3. But Brezzy with that first blood over the top, they got another one on the board.
Yeah, that's one of those, thanks boys, you bailed me out here, because, you know, Brezzy, that's twice now. You just cannot be the first one to drop on Tractor like that. It just cannot happen. Different setup here for FaZe again. aBeZy this time stepping in towards Cafe early, looking for a quick cross. Doesn't see anything. And then it's back to normal, with the only exception being Celium is the one wrapping and staying committed towards B, as Draza is playing over the B-Dom tank.
And now Atlanta FaZe don't have to move. You have every single crossfire being watched. They cannot cross to either one of these sites without you knowing. So it's all about just staying strong on your round, on your setup, and making those mid-round adjustments, since it's already been 40 seconds wiped off the game clock. A lot of attacks are going to get invested over towards this B site, so it's going to fall into the hands of Simp.
Cell trying to rotate over. Smoke will block his cross. He's just going to pre-fire through it. and he may have gotten a little bit of damage. You can also see the stuns coming over the top as well from the defenders at mid. That stopped Seattle's approach, so that smoke goes for nothing. Abizi stuck up towards mid with Draza, but he commits a little bit too far forward, and Brezzy pistol that will win the second. Cell now has to commit with Simp to playing this from the B Street side, and we're going to see an A plant.
There should be a free A-bomb plant, but Simp is trying to at least find this kill onto 0-4 to make this more manageable. Now you have 45 seconds to try to get a read of what the setup in the post-plant scenario is going to be for Surge. A couple players stacked in towards the cafe. Simp's going to at least get some info onto one, but he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. He falls, Celium left in a 1v2.
Yeah, and Cell's got to wait for the regen before he can chow anything, and I don't know if they know that Abuza is playing over the top of the half wall. Now we do. Cell, seeing if Abuza will give him a free 1v1. Won't happen. Brezzy's still playing deep over towards that cafe cutout. And yeah, this is just Seattle playing with their food just a touch. Make sure Celium cannot do anything crazy. Time's likely going to run out in this play. He's down to 8. Yeah, no chance to hop and stick it. Plus, you've also got Abuza playing over the corner just to confirm that that's the case. And Seattle are going to go up 4-3 here. I mean, Jay, that's surprising to say, considering we've been praising Atlanta's setups and how they played to the mid-round. But Seattle have found ways to adjust, adapt, and find good commitments.
Yeah, they found another first blood on that round. That's now 4 first bloods, which leads to 4 round wins. But Atlanta FaZe, you can just tell in that round they were playing a little too cocky, a little too confident, because they were getting a lot of info early on that, all right, the pressure's probably coming over towards B, but then they changed their mid-map setup. You take Abizi out of mid-court, you push him up towards the mid-side of that B-Dom. And unfortunately, he gets caught off guard in Seattle. They take full advantage of it. Also, Brezzy slides him with the pistol to find the second. That's chef's kiss. Way to make up for the previous round as Seattle Surge now in the advantage.
Love it. Okay. What do you change here if you're Atlanta? After, being, again, kind of shut out of first bloods in the last handful of rounds. Don't die to nades seems to be the call in this round. Everyone's staying indoors, and that's exactly the case. So Hook will preside over the middle of the map. He's got a little bit of assistance nearby in 0-4, but he's playing towards DVD. And Abuza is just trying to scout whatever he can through water. Brezzy right back over towards the tractor again at B.
And now Hook in a very crucial position. A lot of stuff can explode right around this area outside of this freezer door. But he tries to go for the child up through the middle, and Simp is making him pay for it. 0-4 there for the instant response. It's still a 3v3.
Yeah, but the thing about this DVD position is he is, again, self-isolated himself, kind of like Simp had from rounds previous. And Abizi says, if you're going to play towards DVD, I'm just going to try to stick for a plant. A couple of kills come through, one from either side. Cell trying to rotate over. Caught mid-map by Brezzy. Good pistol win. Now down to Draza, the only one who has not been seen yet by Seattle. Can he surprise this and find a way to come back to a planted bomb and win out a 1v2? Seattle's looking for him on the hunt. Not able to see him initially. And that's a self-start. Not what you want to see. Maybe he thought it was a smoke. Maybe he thought he had it on the corner, but none of those things happened. And now Seattle will get to 5. And the little duality play between 0-4 and Hook mid-map works out all right for them.
Yeah, that worked out perfect because you at least kept the numbers even, and then even on the flank area where Celium finds the kill, you see Seattle Surge said, screw the bomb planner, screw the guy watching over that bomb guy. We're going to isolate Celium, who we already gained info that he was playing over towards Treehouse. They go for the double child. They make it a 2v1, and then unfortunately, Draza thinks he's got a smoke in the back pocket. Too bad, it's a stun grenade. Gives himself no chance in that round, and now Seattle Surge put themselves at game point with 5 rounds in a row.
Yep. That's, I mean, again, it's just been perfect in terms of how do you adjust for this Atlanta setup, both defensively and then as well, how do you deal with this Atlanta offense, which has been a lot of trying to play pretty aggressive late in the round. Abizi once again over towards mid cafe, just looking for a crosser early in front of A. Not able to scout anything initially. 0-4, important to note, MCW in hand this round, not a rival. So look to see if Seattle's going to play this one a little bit more patient. Look for picks.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're going to look for. At least get some kind of info how Atlanta FaZe are playing on their defensive setup. You're able to spot Draza, but you don't have any info on Abizi. He finds another first blood on the map. Looks a little bit different on that bottom right corner, but the trade is effectively going to be there for Sim. 3v2, making it 2v2.
Oh, but the trade back from Abizi. Brezzy nearly able to get another double. He has been good for those mid-round, but the numbers favor FaZe. Bomb collected by 0-4. And does he see Cell? Well, not fully, but at least confirms he's playing on this side of the map. A response back over. Tracks Abizi up top at Sandbags. Stun will also lock. So again, time being an issue here for 0-4. Avoids the follow-up nades. Has Abizi mid-map, but can't quite lock down the shot. Cell gonna take the battle. 0-4 down to 50 HP, and he's got to commit to this. Frag cooked up, thrown over towards Park, but here comes FaZe right through Water Street. No worries to overwhelm him. And we'll go 5-4.
That had to be so annoying if you're 0-4 in that scenario, because you're playing against guys and Abizi and Selim who simply do not die when they need to. They're throwing shoulders consistently. And you could just tell, like, in that situation, he knew he had to play for a kill, but we're forward working that bomb plan because Atlanta still had a couple tacks in their back pocket. They were able to consistently check if the bomb was getting planted. But by the time he puts down all those shots with that MCW, you have no more ammo to go for the double chow. Atlanta FaZe on the back of Abizi finding the first blood. Stay alive a little longer.
Okay. Now to the offense. We've seen, again, FaZe try to play for the first blood and then commit. Are they maybe getting familiar enough with this B setup? Try to do something aggressive. 0-4 does use the smoke to sneak in towards Broken. Abizi is no stranger to this play, though, so I'm sure he's thinking about this could be an option, but largely speaking, Atlanta cannot convert on any early first bloods through B Street at the moment. Does that frag connect? No. So Abizi, again, still concealed from any information on how far this Seattle defense playing forward.
And every single player from Atlanta are over towards this treehouse side. They're basically going to try to isolate 0-4, and 0-4 is able to find one kill. So early first blood in favor of Surge. Brezzy, they were not expecting him in that position. Is at least able to put themselves in a 4v2.
Oh, but they're trying to follow up on the damage that was hit by Brezzy, and 0-4 kind of sacrifices his life, and Brezzy's stuck here. The bomb trying to rotate back over towards A, where Hook is there to meet him. Well won, and now it's just down to Draza for a 1v3. Abuza over the top, clean shots, has him at one bullet, and how about it? Great search and destroy from Seattle after 3 flawless rounds from Atlanta. The composure, the adjustments, everything turns up in favor of Surge, and let's be honest, some of those came by way of some heroic doubles that come through in the middle of the round, but regardless of it, Seattle put together a handful in a row and take the map 2 to get us tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, they made the adjustments, man. That's just great plays from Seattle Surge, especially on the defensive end. They said 2 times in a row now, Brezzy did fall over towards Tractor. This time we're going to put a little bit more of a defensive setup on that side of the map, use that smoke to cross over towards Broken, and then 0-4 just being a nuisance in that area kept Atlanta FaZe at bay. They came out swinging, took the early first 3, but then it was 4 first bloods from Seattle. Then they find themselves at game point, and then to close it out, they find another first blood on the back of 0-4. That was 5-5, but just the mid-round adjustments were a lot better from Surge. Like, if you're Atlanta FaZe, we got to make sure we chill out a little bit, because teams are going to start to understand what we do, but when you're playing a little bit too cocky, then it comes back to bite you.
And the other side of that too, you know, defensively speaking, Draza was a non-factor, which is very rarely the case. I mean, they just never really gave him a chance over towards B Street to do too much. So you stay away from the ARs early after those first 3 rounds, and things started to work out really nicely for Seattle. So we're tied 1-1. We stay in invasion, we go to a control. Could be interesting because, hey, for Surge, it's been a pretty positive match for them, Jay.
Oh, yeah. Invasion's the only one that they have W's on with this roster so far in this stage. So you're feeling fantastic if you're the Surge spawning into some Invasion control next.
Well, that's what we got. And then, of course, we have at least one of our 2 6 stars for the hard point. Maybe a map 5 here as well, which, again, like we said, Seattle would likely need to see if they want to beat this FaZe squad and hand them their first loss of this qualifier. But a lot way to go before we can get there. And we stop to Invasion control next after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
after a really fast start in the hard point, Atlanta was looking tight. Little bounce back though from Seattle late, and then a big comeback effort in the map number 2 has us at a 1-1 count, and Jay's ready to run through a freaking cement wall with the Seattle intro. I see you bumping.
That's all it is, baby. That intro just gets me turned, bro. Like, I'm ready to rock, and hopefully Seattle Surge are ready to rock into this control because they're gonna need it. We saw it in map number 1. They got outslayed heavily. It was a total of 31 kills, and that's what Atlanta FaZe are really good at doing, especially in control. They are literally the top slaying team that we have. They win a majority of their rounds by outslaying by 7 to 10 kills, and if you are Seattle Surge, at least you have the average 6 in your previous matchups. Not versus Atlanta FaZe, though. You need to be on point here.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, like, the numbers are relatively similar when you look at things like the attacking record, the defensive record. So, again, even though the overarching story point, which has been Atlanta dominating everybody in control, the recency bias of what's happened in Major 3 is actually not terrible for what Seattle's been able to put together, especially, like you mentioned, on this map. Now, the only issue has been hard pressed to find any wins in control has been the Seattle team. Are you too one-dimensional? Are you too predictable in what happens here on the invasion control? Only time will tell as we get the very usual break-off 2-1-1 split, look for picks, and then make a decision on which zone you want to hit for Seattle.
And the good thing already is that 15 seconds into the round, not a single player from Seattle Surge has fallen. They just had to try to get a read of where Atlanta FaZe are because Celium already finds the first kill. BZ's causing problems in towards Broken. That's 2 early kills go in favor of Atlanta FaZe, and now they can start to reinforce their numbers up through B Street.
Yeah, Hook just on the hunt here, seeing if he can find this last stray Atlanta FaZe member over towards DVD. Not going to work out, though, so now has to come back over towards the zone. Draza making a mess of the rotation as he stepped deep into the park, and now he's on the backside of the play. Oh, no. Seattle very much so under threat of being spawn trapped, if not overwhelmed on this B approach. Need these kills from the front to start turning up, and again, FaZe just so hard to finish off. It just feels like their life lasts for way too long, but decent kills here at least keep Seattle relatively out of threat of spawn trap, but no success towards either zone yet is still an issue.
And now they are super trapped because Draza worked his way around the deep pinch and now finds himself in towards Ice Cream. Gonna force all of the Surge to work their way over towards A. You do currently have Hook in on the point, but the nades are gonna be hitting, the stuns are gonna be hitting. He's gonna be one shot. And there's going to be bodies there from Atlanta FaZe, at least potentially to contest, but he wins that one-on-one, and he's still working up that first record.
Nade coming in decently, and that's enough to take Hook off the point. First tick of progress has not been locked in over towards A. The rest of the Surge making their way over towards B, and they will get there to stop the clock at 15.1. Draza seeing what he can pick apart from the high ground here at Treehouse, and good challenge from 04. Sees him over towards Broken Window, now gets on for the double stack. Brezzy trying to watch over towards DVD. Sella will find the kill, but the first and second tick look pretty good. Atlanta looking to bounce back and stop this zone from being captured, though.
Yeah, they're going to try their best, but at least Seattle Surge, they're not giving them anything to work with. 04 already puts himself up towards Treehouse, so would look to be a dominant round from Atlanta. Now you have an extra minute extended into this one. And a lot of map control currently in favor of the Surge. 04, you really want that one back because that would have been a difference maker. But now it's a minute and 5 seconds. Atlanta, and they just need to hold strong on their defense.
Yeah, Seattle given a bit of a path here over through DVD to try to rotate through mid-map, but Abizi trying to reclaim it, has found good first blood, and then a follow-up onto Abuza pretty much shuts down the play on the OE. So now Atlanta, with their focus, starts to step in and step forward. Hook has technically gotten behind Simp here, who is playing in the weirdest angle I think anyone would have expected, just laying prone in the middle of the street. But a quick trade comes out, and Seattle have a chance to approach A.
And he just have to get past Draza. The trade is at least effectively on that side. Now with only 30 seconds left, this is basically going to be your last hoorah. Have to try to get past the defensive setup, the crossfire setup out of Atlanta FaZe. They find 2 initial kills in towards the feed, and with only 20 seconds left, not a single play from Seattle Surge even close. This might be it.
Yeah, Cell is red though. Abizi also taken down over towards Freezer's side. Sell off the regen, trying to find at least some contact at mid, and with the help of Simp, they will clean up 3 of the 4. So for Seattle, again, it's not a round that you're going to love the feel of, but hey, you still found 3 ticks of progress, which is better than we may have figured considering some of the earlier moments in this round.
Yeah, you made something out of nothing, and that was great plays from Hook to just be that nuisance player over towards A, winning that one-on-one gunfight to force Atlanta FaZe to fully give up their setup over towards that B point to earn those 3 segments into this round. But you can already see Atlanta FaZe, obviously you prefer to spawn on an invasion control on the defensive side because your numbers are going to get padded left and right, but it's been an issue for Seattle Surge early into this one. You have to respond with a dominant defense, and to simply not give up any segments over towards A.
Yeah. Just, again, not able to set the bar super high on your first offense, but it gives you a chance to kind of neutralize what was a very poor opener.
Yeah.
If you can set up a good defense here. 3-1 split for the Seattle defense. The only player actually defending B is 0-4. And Atlanta have a lot of attention and eyes towards Cafe as if they want to try to break out and go towards A, but Hook's first blood is going to pretty much stop that. Plus the follow-up pushing through B Street. This is looking really solid for Seattle.
Yeah, they win the one-on-one gunfight over to the player at B, and now they find all the kills through the middle of the map, and Atlanta FaZe are potentially going to be put into a trap, but Draza at least still has a lot of mid-map control. He wins a one-on-one gunfight, but the rest of the teammates are falling. 0-4, that's another one that you want back. Sip giving his team another opportunity to push up the B Street.
But that's about all he's able to provide. Off the regen, maybe a chance to stop the clock. Abuza trying to over on the sandbags. Can't quite find it. Abizi shuts him down. Prezi, though, still keeps the clock ticking. So again, Seattle, you know, responding and throwing some punches of their own here on this round 2 defense.
Yeah, and Atlanta FaZe, you better not be get caught lacking here, because I know you're still showing a lot of presence over towards A. Just trying to keep Seattle Surge on that side of the map, but now you got to put your focus over towards B. 0-4. Not able to win that second gunfight onto Abizi, but the first one was a snap. The segment is going to get complete for Atlanta FaZe as they're working on the second one.
Oh, but Abuza actually takes down Simp, who was watching this dark push the entire way through. So now Abizi has to give up his angle in order to jump back onto the zone. Here comes Seattle for the retake attempt. Oh! Good for Draws on 3 in a row, but 0-4. Able to turn this to a 1v1, but Cell steps away, eludes the gunfight a little while longer, plus gets a read towards Hoop, but can't win it. 13 seconds left. Simp able to jump back in, plus shots towards Prezi will confirm the second tick, plus the nade over the top should allow the third to also be secured.
Now, if you are Atlanta, time is going to get extended by a minute. Just got to try to take a little bit more map control, because you have no idea how Seattle Surge, how far pushed up they are over towards that Water Street side, but it's trying to clear out the middle of the map. Sip slides up, able to win the first gunfight onto 0-4, and now you just have to get Arena where the hell the rest of the Seattle.
Yeah, Draza trying to feel things out on the overextension. Prezi gets one before dropping. 0-4 coming out of gas station. Whoa, wants the battle, and that's a clean win. I will say this much. This is, like we mentioned, 0-4's first real test at a major team in the CDL, and he's provided. He's had a good series so far. Now he wants Cell. Oh! Okay! I'm telling you, this kid's him. He's had himself a heck of a series at this point, and now gives Seattle an opportunity to try to play a bit forward on the defense. Abizi trying to change that, and he does confirm a kill and a half worth of eliminations.
But that's 3 dead in the feed. Make it all 4. All of Seattle Surge coming off the respawn. You got to invest attacks, throw your stuns, throw your nades, try to slow them down, because Atlanta FaZe are already in.
First tick being worked on. 2 members on for the stack. Hook try to force it in, but again, everyone's just waiting for it. Semtex does take one out of the place, and then 0-4 able to take the second, but still, FaZe following up. 2 more members on. Second tick of progress being worked on. Prezi able to take down one. Draza try to find the trade, and he does, but does not confirm the second tick. So that starts to get depleted, and here we go again.
10 seconds left. Last push from Atlanta. You do have one player working around the deep pitch, but time is not going to be on their side. You have to get them out of the hill. You have to put someone in towards the point, and at least Seattle Surge are able to stay alive on the defense. They almost broke down at the very end of that one. You cannot afford to go 4 dead with only 20 seconds left on the round, because then you allow Atlanta FaZe to at least get the one segment complete over towards A. So now they are in the advantage going forward for the rest of the map.
But again, just marginally so. Like, Seattle is hanging around, battling back, and that's something that we weren't really able to say too much in the hard point. It's like we said, it's hard to put together 2 moments in a row in the respawns versus Atlanta, but here, they're at least keeping themselves in the picture by finding the right responses. 0-4 to 14 and 14. He's hanging. As the hit for Seattle is all 4 members over towards B with no trophy. They're lucky to be alive considering how many of those stuns and nades were landing.
Now they're working their way up for this B progression. First segment already going to be complete, and I love this team effort right here out of the Surge. Do not put anything fishy. No one over towards Cafe. We're just going to catch them off guard with a stack over towards B, as they currently have a lot of map control to go with these segments. The second one is about to get done, but Atlanta FaZe are here to contest.
Second tick of progress does get locked, though. So even though Atlanta cleared the zone, Abuza and Seattle have a chance to still work back and extend this clock maybe early. I say that with hesitation, though, because Celium's on a power position at mid. Abizi's pushing up on the flank. Uh-oh. You want to count with the BZ here. Whoa, okay. Thought for a second he was going to go from 1 to 2 to 3, but Abuza off spawn, reads it, gets the kill, and now Seattle all of a sudden have a little bit of momentum starting to build over towards A. Simp can only deal with one, and now BZ stepping in is the next defender up, and as his team comes off spawn, Atlanta will make sure no nonsense happens on this A zone.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is to make sure no one's going to get aggressive up through the A street. BZ Chill's trying to sniff out. Where the hell did Brezzy go? Checking every single corner, trying to play the timing, but Brezzy might have just played it to perfection. Gonna be able to get the free kill over towards Water Street and finesse a little bit with his life while his teammates complete that B segment. But he falls. Atlanta FaZe stays strong on defense, 22 to 21 in lives.
Oh, and a good follow-up there as BZ maybe got a little bit too big for his britches over through Water Street, but Simp right through mid. Continues to just dominate defensively at the middle of the map. 3 for Simp, the third the most impressive of the bunch. And we've got a 20 play 17, minute 20 on the clock, and Seattle are left to have to play off the OE.
Now you have a lot of time to work with if you are the Surge, but you can't waste a lot of time trying to locate where these players from Atlanta FaZe are. Good thing for them is that BZ does not have a rival 9 in hand. Not the preferred weapon, and unfortunately it comes back to bite them. And now Seattle Surge, they're already behind enemy lines. Atlanta FaZe need to iron up.
I will say, though, there have been some moments here for Seattle where it's like, hey, this is good for you, but they're not team working out a couple of positions that should be pretty much given. I mean, 04's had a couple of very aggressive challenges. Some of it has worked out, sure, but, you know, there have been some moments where Atlanta should surely be wiped off the field, and they're able to win a 1v1 like this one to give themselves a chance. But the first tick of progress, looking likely at A. Follow-up eliminations for FaZe are decent. The first tick gets locked, but Celium on 5 will not have a chance to get the 6th here. Atlanta swarming right back through Water Street and are right back into position defensively.
And now Seattle find themselves up by 3 segments, so that's already job well done to at least even it up. But you want to try to walk away with this round win, so you could be on defense potentially 2 rounds in a row. But Celium finds himself on 6 in a row. Cruise missile already earned. 25 seconds remaining for Seattle Surge to try to make something happen.
04 able to deal with Simp deep towards Water Street, but Abizi Celium continuing to just be menaces in the middle of the map. Last one to find is Abuza, and I think they know they've got him completely cornered inside of blue. Celium will say, you boys got that, I'll handle B Street. Abizi will do the same over towards Water Side, but Abuza's been a bit more of a problem here. Draza has to lock this up, but Seattle are not going to try to push out and try to get to A. It would have been a hard-pressed race to get there considering where Atlanta's defense was, so it'll be the 4 ticks. And now it's just down to, again, can you just keep Atlanta from finding a first tick over on the A bone?
Yeah, I think even if they tie it up and complete that B point, Atlanta FaZe are going to guarantee themselves defense with the way that they've been able to outslay Seattle so far in this game. So if you are the Surge, it's about not allowing them to get 3 segments, but even better, just trying to put them in the trap early. So this start off is going to be big for Surge.
Yeah. And Cell is going to watch through mid-map. Are they looking to possibly use the cruise missile early just to get those 3 ticks? Could be. Push up from Abizi. Stun trying to find the 1v1 versus Brezzy, but that wasn't a 1v1. Booza was right there with him. Now the push forward, starting to come out for Seattle. Nade will land. Simp the last one left, and he's playing outside of Broken. Right back into the zone. Brezzy dealt with up top the read over towards 04. First tick locked. Second actually on the way, but Abuza and 04 do well to kick a couple of kills, and now it's just down to Cell trying to isolate, but that stun, I don't know if that was from the defense or not. It doesn't make a difference. Trades are in, and Seattle have now pushed up the map.
Now, this is a scary moment for Atlanta because you do not want to get trapped. That time is continuously getting away from you, but when you have players who can shoot like that, you are breaking the setup for the Surge. That is only 1 player left in Hook over towards that B point. You know that he just walked away from him, but he is going to put down a couple shots, so you're just going to try to isolate him to work those segments over at B.
Here comes the pitch from Sim. Shots over towards Hook. Can't get the kill. Brezzy's nearby. Does he know that Brezzy's playing right above him? That's the real question here.
Hello?
Hello? I'm surprised Brezzy didn't try to just jump down and take Sim, because when you let him live, he does stuff like this. 04. Now the last one left. First kill is good. Shots towards Abizi. Able to give him quite low. Abuza on the pitch, dealt with by Cell, and FaZe just need to deal with 04, which they do. They'll get the second tick of progress. Brezzy and Hook still trying to force the defense in, but they may have to put up a little bit of a pause here, and with that, FaZe will get the 3rd tick.
Yeah, once Hook falls through the mid-dark, you are now forced to give up that B point. But now if you are Seattle, you have to try to outslay, because you see everybody for Atlanta FaZe is all sitting at positive. Only 1 player currently positive for 04. He's having another moment in the feed. Finds a double, make it a triple. Now all of Atlanta FaZe coming off the respawn.
One of the top slayers in the lobby right now is 04. Lots of engagements, 26 and 25. Gotta get something else from his teammates, because 04 has been a hero through and through. And now the cruise missile is out. That will be dropped over towards the A zone, but Abuza stays safe with that, with the trophy system intact. 04 watching his cross from Laundry. So again, even though Seattle doesn't really own the middle of the map, they're in decent spots, and they've dealt with Celium on the pinch, so now everything from FaZe has to come from the front.
Yeah, with 40 seconds left, you have to make this one count, and I don't really like that play call right there to Celium with that cruise missile. But at least it does force the players from Seattle Surge indoors to allow your teammates to get farther pushed up on the map. An unfortunate team kill from Brezzy, because all of Atlanta FaZe are right around him.
That door's open here. Player in Laundry, player diving in, and Abizi not only gets one, but he gets a little bit of assistance from Draza to find the kill. So now it's just down to Hook. This will be a 1v3 essentially for him, and he's been dealt with. And look at the spawns. Seattle are all the way out towards blue. 3-man stack is in. First tick locked. Second on the way. Abuza, big gunfight window from range. Can they still find a way to get these players out? Draza, Simp working together. Then they get the third tick locked. It's just down to Simp. Brezzy drops, but Hook saves the day. And now it's just down to this last and final approach. 4v3 the count.
Gotta make it count if you are Surge. Don't want to fall short on this defensive round. 0-4 again with a big kill onto Abizi. Abuza finds Draza. Now with only 2 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe are not going to have an opportunity to get on the point. 0-4 just getting it done for this Surge squad. Whenever his team needs him to the most, he's finding a double, potentially a triple in the feed to simply keep them alive. But now you're going into a round 5 where you watch Atlanta FaZe walk away with a lot of segments over at A. You have to try to figure it out on this attack.
Got to. They've had opportunities. And again, there's just enough resiliency, maybe just in 04, to stop Atlanta from getting these runaway moments. A lot of other teams, when they crumble like that, there is no hero. There is no one to save them from it. But so far, Seattle have again extended the lifeline map after map. But a round 5 offense is the ask. To try to go up in the series through the swing map, and Seattle find themselves all focused over towards B. Trophy system does get placed a little bit late, but still an opportunity. Hook trying to get on a bit of a streak, but again, trades are decent over the B zone. And with Abuza on, this should at least be 1 tick of progress.
Yeah,
good.
Seattle Surge just try to extend this time. Let's give myself a lot of time to try to break down the setup of Atlanta FaZe. They're slowly working up the progression for this first segment, but Brezzy does fall all the way pushed out towards Treehouse. So now Atlanta FaZe know we can start to get aggressive over towards E because you already have Draza on the deep pinch.
Well, here's the thing. Hook has gotten over towards A. So as much as Atlanta was really overwhelming this B play, Seattle has them taking their focus back over towards the opposite zone, but just not a scout out towards Simp, legitimately just walking into the zone untouched. So Hook will drop. Draza now pushing forward. The only player they don't know about right now is Brezzy on the corner. He's able to find one, sneaks away, but the trophy system doesn't really stop the damage enough. Cell gets credit for the kill. But Atlanta continue to kind of have to go back and forth like a seesaw between both of these two zones, as now Seattle are working on the third tick at B.
Yeah, they're working on the third tick, but Atlanta FaZe is still going to try to contest this, not allow them to extend this time. You send in the Beezy, he's going to at least get something done. He's able to find a double. Now all of Seattle Surge coming off of the respawn. Draza was doing a great job of at least contesting on the left side of the street. Another unfortunate team kill for Brezzy, but you look how much map control Atlanta FaZe have. You have to get past the Beezy.
And this feels familiar for Abizi. This time there isn't an Abuza behind him to get the easy kill. It's the one in front of him that finds the trade. 30 seconds on the clock. Lives are starting to run out here for Seattle as well. Down to a 20 playing 13. Third tick being worked on by Brezzy. At least could be being worked on by Brezzy on the B zone. Help from Seattle, spawning towards Ice Cream. Has to find success, and it needs to be clean. Good stun towards Abizi will confirm the extra 60 seconds.
Yeah, they find a couple kills as well in the feed if you are Surge. Now it's all about taking more space around the map with these kills. As that third segment is about to get complete, Hook through the middle of the map, able to win an insane gunfight, keeps himself in a position to potentially take down Abizi, but he's 60 HP. Let's just find a trade. And Seattle Surge currently with a lot of map control. Atlanta FaZe got to clutch up.
And you could hang here for a little bit if you're Seattle. Wait for Hook to get into the mix, but Brezzy gets caught over towards the A-bomb street. Abuza still over towards this cutout. It Cafe dealt with, and the follow-up right there, I am sure Seattle will go back and look at that and say, what could we be doing differently? Because everyone was a bit stuck, and as Atlanta started to push up, they found every single kill, and that may have taken the wind out of the sails of this potential round 5 offense, but 04 provides another double, and okay, don't count them out yet. Seattle's still breathing.
It's got to be perfect because there's only 30 seconds left and you only have 5 lives in your back pocket to play with. Unfortunately, 04 is going to fall to Celium. Another clutch kill over towards that A Street side. Brezzy working around the deep pitch, but we got to work through the front. We have to try to get there.
He knows he's in trouble. Tries to slip around Simpin. Okay, that'll work out. The finesse is good for the kill, but it's just down to a 2v9. Brezzy trying to get it done, trying to provide some sort of an option to get in towards A, but not going to happen. Atlanta just too strong defensively. So even though Seattle found some recovery moments on their own defense, staved off the Atlanta hits that looked pretty eminently good for maybe even a full round. Gets them to around 5, but still cracking the code offensively. So difficult to do against this FaZe team.
Yeah, it's very difficult because even when you find a clean 2 to 3 dead, the last player up is still an absolute shooter. And it was selling him every time over towards that A Street, just keeping the faith in favor of Atlanta FaZe, finding a clutch double, slowing down that push, and then allowing the players off the respawn to retake their way up through the middle of the map. Sip leads the way with 7,100 damage. Obviously, everybody for Atlanta FaZe drops 30, but Seattle Surge, they got to be beating themselves up because in the final 20 seconds, you fall short in the defensive round to give them a couple ticks. And then you guarantee yourself an attacking round versus this Atlanta FaZe roster, which is simply probably the best defensive team that we have in the game. But at least you kept it a fight. At least you kept it a fight. And now you're going into a 6-star where it has been a bread and butter ever since it's been added to the map pool for this team.
Absolutely the case. Also important to note in that scoreboard, Brezzy around 6,200 damage. He was 24 and 34, but had 14 assists. So, I mean, he's getting damage done across. But that's also the problem when you play against this FaZe team is, you know, getting 140 points worth of damage and it feels good, but they're so good at finessing their lives and coming back and replaying out a gunfight later that it can be difficult to confirm those kills. And again, I think there's another element here, and we'll kind of take a look to see if this is replicated in the 6-star. It just feels like there was a couple of moments in this where Seattle just were not taking their time to teamwork out an isolated FaZe member, where like 04 got really aggressive and maybe he's shooting well enough to pull off some of those overextension gunfights, but Hook did the same thing a couple of times where it's just like, guys, just wait a half a second, get that second member there, confirm that kill, and then turn that into actual motion across the map. Those little things, I think, were the difference maker in this one.
And that's the same thing that costed them yesterday in their series versus LAT. They were dominating all throughout that Rio, but then when you started going one by one to try to break these hills, it's not going to lead to a W. And that could potentially come to, you know, we got a couple rookies in this squad, we got a couple new faces in the CDL, and when you get to those late game moments, you're probably shaking a little bit. You cannot afford to do that versus a team like Atlanta FaZe. It cost you yesterday versus LAT, but the best team in the game, you have to make sure you're on point from start to finish of this game. So if you are Seattle Surge going into the 6-star hard point, you have to make sure that your rotations are a lot better, because you saw all of map number 1, Atlanta FaZe, never bit the bullet twice. You might beat them off a break, you might get the final 30, but they're always responding with a great hold at the next hill. If you are Surge, rotate, you have a chance to force game 5.
And I think the thing here is we need those ARs to really step up in those moments in particular. That was a huge letdown for them in the Karachi. Still battled back at one point, just being down 40 points. But at that point, it's so late in the game that it almost feels completely negligible. In terms of the history across this overall map, though, both teams have found even amounts of success on it. I think in terms of hard points overall throughout this stage, this has been one of the better ones for Seattle. Maybe this and Vista. Just the one loss that they've been able to tally, and that was a 215 to 250 versus Optic. So again, they've been good here. It just comes down to, again, those extra little polish moments that Atlanta will punish you for if you do open up mistakes.
And Atlanta FaZe, you said that they might have a similar record. They're sitting at 1-1 in this stage. They fall short to Optic 250 to 205. But then the next time that they played it, it wasn't versus no scrubs. They were playing another top 3 team in the game in Toronto Ultra, and they beat them down to a pulp. 250 to about 120 was the score line. As you take a look at the numbers for both squads, it's a plus 40 average for Atlanta FaZe. That means that when they're winning by a lot. But their hold percentage is outstanding compared to a Seattle who's also outstanding. But the break percentage for Atlanta FaZe is a little short because they haven't really had a lot of opportunities to break any of these hills. So I think if you're Atlanta, let's just stick to what we do best. We rotate, we're going to be able to close out this series.
And I think on the other side of this for Seattle, in terms of trying to find success on those rotations, if you're the team who's getting the scrap, you need Hook and 04 to work together.
Yes.
To open up that space as SMGs. You cannot just allow one of them to run rogue into a waiting arm of a Draza or a Celium or wherever the SMGs happen to be. We saw BZ and Karachi just do whatever the heck he wanted. He was, 34 and something or other and didn't have more than maybe 10 seconds in the hard point. So expect him to be in an unexpected spot. I think that's kind of the overall frame up as we again just take time to praise over Celium because map number 1 plus 19 and he had 2.5 minutes worth of hard point time. So he was literally Mr. Do-It-All. You cannot allow that to happen again if you're Seattle.
Yeah, you simply can't. So let's just be at that hill early on and not allow Celium to be very, very comfortable holding down a single lane. But here we go into the P1. Seattle Surge with a little bit of a split push. Couple players through you. Couple players attacking to top VIP, but Brezzy starts it off. Brezzy's able to find a second. Now Seattle had the numbers. And they're going to walk away with some much needed, with some good time here at P1.
Well, 3 for 2 exchange. Okay. It's absolutely perfect. And now it's just down to do you get a read where this next Atlanta hit is coming from. They deal with the BZ over towards mid steps. Simp through the backside at U-Haul, catches Brezzy napping in the corner, and that's enough for Atlanta to re-break almost immediately. Plus, again, that little extra step. Able to find 04 topside DJ booth. The follow-up, though, shut down in Seattle again. Right back in, game of tug-of-war over the first hill.
You're able to break on in, but you can pay attention to the mini-map. Atlanta FaZe at least have the preferred spawns over towards B2. So you can contest this time all the way to the very end, but we're more focused on maintaining our map control for this next hard point. And Seattle come out swinging early on to the P1, but now you have to walk right through the front door to try to find a break on Atlanta.
Early nades being denied by this trophy, which does expire. Here's the play through the shallow end of the pool. Celium stuck in between the pool stairs, and, well, he's able to get one. Stun comes through, but a follow-up Semtex at his feet allows the BZ a chance to isolate. Now it's down to just Hook inside the hard point. And this little step up could be absolutely huge for him, but his back is not fully covered. And as Hook and 04 drop, Atlanta just walk right back into the hard point.
Yeah, they have the back spawns, but at least you think so. 04 is actually going to spawn right behind them, but a BZ spawns literally right behind him for that easy kill. And now Atlanta FaZe still hold on, and this can get scary if you are the Surge, because those spawns now flip. You do not want to be on the back foot again. You need to find this break early on to give yourself a little bit of time to win a couple gunfights off the rotation.
Oh my goodness, Simp nearly just absolutely single-handedly shredded apart the Surge. And that's what we're talking about. Like, Atlanta rotated at 22 seconds left in the hard point, left just Celium in the inside of the hard point, and then when Atlanta realized no one's actually tested this rotation, Simp holds his ground, plays for the exit, and it just makes life so difficult for Surge. Trying to rotate across the map, followed up through mid-statue. Abuza Hook do provide a couple of eliminations. Is it enough to flip spawns fully out? Not quite, but Brezzy around the back will at least block for now as Atlanta clean up everything from the front.
Oh, but Draza with a great play to find 3 in the feed. You keep Celium alive, you read the player going on the pinch, and then you're also able to find an insane gunfight through the front end. Atlanta FaZe take the lead by a little bit, but there's still a lot of great time here at P3. Celium is also on 3 in a row, but everybody from Seattle, they're just going to hit the jump up, and they at least find a break for a little bit of time.
And again, it's the small moments here, Jay. I mean, we're already tailing it just 3 hard points in. That small moment for Seattle, it gives them a chance to stay tight, but still Atlanta able to find the advantages in those late moments of the hard point. Now up towards top security. Stuns, nades landing on both sides. Draza in trouble, has to back off, and Celium's there to cover, but not fully enough. Surge will get control of the security room itself. Draza stuck down at gold, and how about it? Seattle will technically win this rotation out. 1v1 with Simp. The stun is through, but not enough to take the kill. And that should be enough to block spawns, and it is.
Yeah, you do not want this if you are Atlanta, because if you're flaying your way through the backside, it's not going to be easy. As Brezzy's able to come all spawn, catch these 2 players going on a pinch, and now Atlanta FaZe have to work their way right through the front. But they find every single kill in the feed. Simp has covered so much ground in this one life. Now finds himself on 5 in a row.
You have to know that the call from 04 was 2 players top security, and then all of a sudden, wait, Simp's bottom gold. Wait, no, Simp's top security. Like, he's just all over the place. And now looking for 6 in a row. There's good for the cruise missile. So again, a moment where you look at that and say, Atlanta FaZe are dominating, but Surge have done well. Again, their objective focus has been really strong for them since adding 04 to the mix. They are right back in this game, a tie one, pretty much to the exact numbers we had on over towards the pool.
But this is now the 4th time that they have been late to the party. Atlanta FaZe fully set up with the cruise missile in their back pocket. You also got trophy systems going down, so how does Seattle Surge try to find a way on in? Everyone attacking through that P2 side. Abizi stuck between a rock and a hard place, cannot find anyone, but Atlanta FaZe still doing a great job of trading effectively. That's another clean 4 dead. Seattle Surge's push gets shut down.
And Simp once again gets back to work. Front side palm tree. Just making sure that Seattle, if they're going to hit this, it's going to have to be right through the pool. And wow. I mean, it is just so darn clean. Booza keeping his life, turns that into a double and a chance to contest. Pistol battle, so hard to track, but Abizi wins it out. Trades still decent, and again, a moment that feels good for the side of Atlanta, but Seattle continue just to keep working their way through. It's gritty, it's grindy, and it's working out okay to keep the lead just to about 20 points.
But this isn't the recipe for success. We can't rely on breaks for the final 15 to 20 seconds, only walking away with 10, especially with Atlanta FaZe hitting those early rotations again. They are the team set up for this P1 this time around. They know exactly where the pressure's going to be coming in from, and they have every single angle cut off. Seattle, once again, are going one by one, and they're just getting picked apart.
Yeah, and that's another moment where I think Go4 just needs to go prone. Wait, you got ARs playing over the top of you here at Nest. Just allow yourself to get the 150 HP, because as soon as you try to go into a fight 1v3 at low health, it's just not going to work out well for you. So again, Atlanta, the early rotators over towards this central bar, working out for the first 40 seconds or so as they try to stretch towards the 150 mark. SMGs continue to make a mess of this, and Seattle this time not able to break through for the scrap as Atlanta start to take all their focus or attention on this rotation to P2.
And now this way, you need to make these kills count if you are Seattle, because you were blessed still to maintain a little bit of these back control. But all the kills still in the feed are going to be red. Last player in the back is going to be who? Keep falls to Simp. 23 and 10, without a doubt in my mind, the best player currently in the game, and he continues to show it.
That's another 6 in a row for Simp. Atlanta still controlling the front side of the hard point, and I'm sure they're vibing as we jump on into a FaZe today.
One back door, one shot, back door, one shot. All day. Mid, back door. Time. Back left and inside time. I'm stun him. Dead. I'm gonna pick up. I get you left side. Back side time. Left side. I think. Wait, pick up for it. One more. I'm an 80. Nice, 2. Don't funny. I'll play new. Yeah, you're front door. You're right out front. He's front. He's still there. He's in the corner. Hey, MC, look at me. I got time. I have take. Drop right now. Drop. Out of me. Mini on spawn. See nothing back there. There's two. I spawn front, bro. I'm actually just down this again. Item. Nothing pushing to the right. Take him out. I'm blocking. Sit out. Here. Yeah. Middle Kyler. Missing go forward. Oh, light. Nice. Missing a boost. I'm blocking. Go. Back on me. Child's I'll kill that guy. Stun him. He starts. Nice. Let's go, Child. I need help, Chris. Stun him. I need to try like my wait. Hey, I need time. One shot time, Chris. Dead. Hey, let's go. I'm knitting over. Go. More hot. They're gonna flood anyways, okay? Yeah, I have a street for next. Get all this time. Guys, we're not blocking. I'm blocking mid. They're gonna start flipping. I'm flipping. Oh, open. Yeah, I'm watching, bro. I'm blocking B2 spawn. Hold later. 3-1. Oh, this. They might spawn mid, bro. I'm blocking. Open. Open going in. This spawn mid, bro. Open going you.
It's just so much trust in the comms for Atlanta, and well, when everyone's near double positive, I think it's easy to really earn and gain that trust. And once again, we find ourselves a new hard point, Jay. Seattle this time, for one of the rare times, will win rotation, but they need a full 60 and another full 60 if they want to have a chance here.
There you go. Finally, after 7 hard points, we win a rotation to the new one and cut our losses to not fight for the final 15 to 20 seconds. But now you got to deal with the cruise missile getting invested out of Atlanta. Nothing is going to connect, but you have players attacking from multiple different angles. All they need is 15 seconds to close out this series.
And just to compare and contrast, in these moments, Atlanta would pump out one side of the hard point. Seattle, instead, trying to bunker down, receive the hit for whatever it comes from. And so far, so good, actually. Hook now on to 5 in a row. Wants number 6, but again, maybe a bit too greedy. Abuza able to quickly find the team shots to secure the trade, but you know, the full 60 largely there. But once again, here we go. Rotation, Atlanta already there waiting, getting soaked over towards the pool hill.
Yeah, no sweat off the brow if you are Atlanta. We are already up by 100 points. We just need 15 seconds to close out the game, and we win a rotation this time around over towards water and find every single kill in the feed. Last player alive is going to be Hook. You have to try to make something happen, and you can't kill Abizi. That's all 4 dead in the feed. It's only a matter of moments for Atlanta call series.
I mean, this is unreal. 250 looking pretty likely here in this hard point, and it will be 250, 148. Again, another moment where it's like early in the hard point, 40-20 exchanges, between both teams, but it's just those 20 seconds for Seattle always coming in the last 20 seconds of the hard points.
Yep.
And you just cannot afford to continue to commit through old time on a map like 6-star. You're going to get out-rotated and then usually punished every single time. And by the time that we eventually got to our second set of hills, it just became too much to overcome.
You just allowed Atlanta FaZe to win 6 rotations in a row. Like, they're walking away with 40 seconds. You're breaking in for the final 15 to 20. You're not going to win the game like that. We have to put ourselves in a situation where we can cut our losses, set up properly for the next hill, and then try to get a full 60 the same way they just did at that P4 HP. You just got to do it for another couple of hills, and you're going to stand a better chance. But Atlanta FaZe doing what Atlanta FaZe do, outslaying the hell out of the opponent, doing the fundamental parts correctly. They could just do no wrong right now. They go 7-0 so far in this stage, without question, the top dog of the league and the favorites going into Major 3.
And it's that stretch between P4 and P3. You go from 81 points to 107 over the course of 5 hard points. That's where you really see the punishment of rotating late. Just a couple seconds here and there is just not enough. And as much as it sucks to, eat up what is essentially a full 60 against you, sometimes you may have to if you want to have a fighting chance. So good stuff from Atlanta. I mean, I think just kind of quickly here, Jay, what's your evaluation on Seattle? One of their first major tests against Atlanta overall for 04 in particular. He had a good series, maybe outside of map number 4. Do you feel inspired that Seattle could still make some waves, no pun intended, in the winner's bracket in Toronto?
I feel like they can fight and search and destroy. If you get invasion control, you're going to be feeling fantastic if you are search, but you have to fix that hard points if you want to try to make a deep run at Major 3.
Okay, I like the recap, but that concludes the day. And with that, we send things back to the desk to give us their thoughts.
Thank you, Shift and Study, and congratulations to Atlanta FaZe, the opposite of Boston, with a 7-0 finish to their major qualifier. They are now 21-4 in map count.
I mean, at least they were made to look a little bit more human in this series in the Search and Destroy, if you want to talk positives for Seattle Surge. But otherwise, unfortunately, went kind of the tail of the tape. The hard points, the slang just was not there for Seattle.
All right, if the tournament was tomorrow, if this was Championship Sunday, I would put my bank account on Atlanta FaZe.
Yes.
The question I have, though, is who has best odds of winning MVP?
For this team?
Abizi? Celium? Draza? I was thinking about it over the course of this 4-game series. They all can pop off, and you saw Simp and Abizi do it in both the hard points.
I'm going to just say, if there are odds on that, Chris, everybody's plus 100 and Simp's minus 100. It's pretty even, but Simp has just been unbelievable, man. It's like, you get invasion control, he's dropping dang near 40 kills. But, I mean, pick your poison, right? Like, you saw throughout this map, just flawless execution. A couple of these, moments, when you rotate over towards P3, FaZe plays it so perfect. Like, okay, we'll apply a little bit of pressure, and then we'll just get the full setup. And when you do try to get to the back, we're going to have Abizi there ready for that 2-piece. Atlanta FaZe has the fundamentals down pat better than everybody, and also is just simply better than everyone. So they are firing on all cylinders.
They are the scariest team when it comes to respawn, for sure. And Ali, our scuff play of the game, comes from that first respawn of their series. Take us all the way back to Abizi's first hard point.
I mean, this first hard point, the opening set of it was just an absolute domination from the side of Atlanta FaZe. Cell ends this map 35-16. They go up on a 100-point lead, and Abizi is just streak on streak on streak in top third.
Yeah, it was absolutely disgusting. I mean, the guy was frying them over near Coop for the P3, rotates to the 3-story, keeps finding kills, and then when we get over to Street Hill, he's inside of your church, just going off. Abizi was everywhere, and this goes back to what Envoy was talking about. He's like, listen, the subs are playing more free now after they get that first wave of kills, and it's allowing for these wild streaks, and FaZe are setting a tone.
I do want to give major props to Surge. We saw excellent performance out of 04 and Hook during that game 1. The communication from the whole team seemed to be on point. They were very much up for the challenge today. They simply just got, I think, a little outclassed. Heavyweight versus light heavyweights. Surge is making their way up the rankings. For now, though, we got to talk with the man in the Monster Winner Spotlight, Draza. 7-0, 4 maps dropped to 4 different teams. No one can take you to a game 5. Why are you on top of the game right now?
I'll just say it's confidence in how we play, and there's no one gunning us right now, so when we're playing like that, it's a pretty free win.
Jaza, obviously you guys are the best team in the world right now heading into Toronto. What do you think from the middle of the pack side of things? Who's the biggest underdog going into our event next week?
I'd definitely say LAT or Seattle. They're looking probably like the 4th best team right now. So I'd probably give it to one of them.
Cool.
You know, Jaza, obviously you guys had a good time at the last major, but it started off a little bit slow. You know, when you guys had that matchup against LA Thieves, you went to a game 5. The last match online was a little bit of a struggle. So what are you guys doing to avoid that type of situation headed into this major?
I'll just say keep working on all the maps, all the modes we have, because I know we lost a control, I think, to New York, or we lost to LAT, which was on me. So just making sure we're doing good on each and every game mode, and even that S&D there, I kind of let off the gas after going up 3-0, and that's just something that we keep ironing out, and we'll hopefully be better for Major 3.
Yeah, and I also wanted to ask, like, to compound on that, the momentum you guys have right now, match to match, you're frying everybody, the top 4 teams. How are you going to make sure you continue that momentum when you get to LAN?
I just say keep doing what we do in scrims every single day, and the way we play right now is just working against every other team, so just keeping that up.
Fair.
21-4, but Allie asked for a 3-0 for her birthday. What went down in Search and Destroy, bro?
I just couldn't get a kill, to be honest. That's on me.
It's okay, I'll forgive you this time. Invasion Search and Destroy has clearly been in the works for you guys.
Yep, thank you.
Draza, it's always fun chatting with you, and I can't wait to do it in person as we head up to Toronto for Major 3. Anything you want to say to everyone who's going to come support FaZe in that front row?
Huge shout out to you guys, and hopefully we can play Toronto there.
There you go, man. He's calling it out. Draza versus Scrap, round 16. I'm ready for it. Thanks again. That's your Monster Winner Spotlight, but we got to recap the whole day as we go back to match number 1. This is when Las Vegas Legion matched up in nearly a meaningless matchup against Boston. That's if you're looking just at Major 3. But this had huge implications on the overall standings. Yeah. Another tough loss for Boston. A much-needed 10 points for Vegas.
Yeah, you know, it was also Johnny's debut with this roster, and he played great. They had an incredible performance across both the hard points. And like you said, it meant a lot for points because Vegas Legion, you know, obviously a bad stage, but points-wise, they're not in a horrible spot. And the end game is champs. This organization has never made it to champs. So they do need these W's. Starting in losers bracket can make a run.
And, you know, Johnny played solid today. It wasn't, like, super surprising and insane inception into the league, but at the end of the day, Vegas Legion do get that W, and it comes into a Game 5 Search and Destroy where they had actually seriously been struggling as of late since the roster change. On the flip side, Boston Breach, it's another very painful loss. It's another very close loss where you just have to think some back in these hard points that if you had one player maybe not going
dropping the ball,
triple neg, you close it out because you're only down a hill. But looking towards the future in the Boston Breach, I'm expecting maybe a change after Toronto.
Nameless, keep it real with me. Is it Pentagram's fault? Can he step up his individual game, or is it a team system situation?
Nah, you don't go 0-7 because of one guy. I'm keeping it a buck. Like, it's not just him, it's the system. He's underperforming, but so are other people, man. They're not making the game easier. They need to make another change.
All right, that is what went down as Vegas will be entering with a slightly higher seed in the elimination bracket. Royal Ravens in Minnesota fought for their spot in the winners bracket, and at the end, it's Royal Ravens who come out on top 3-1. They get the job done with the final hard point.
Another fairly predictable series in the fact that Carolina Royal Ravens have just been looking so good recently, specifically in those Search and Destroys. I think the biggest takeaway in this one was the fact that they were able to take that control in the fashion that they did to expand their map pool, and as well as that 6-star hard point, Gwyn, an absolute takeover map for him, and a confidence boost of him still being kind of the leading rookie of the year.
Yeah, good sign. Clay had a dominant series. You know, they're vibing headed into the major, which is always a good sign. They've performed on LAN all year, and you know, top 8, top 6, it's time for a top 4. And I will say, like, Carolina, this is the best that they've looked. 7-3 in S&D is impressive.
Very impressive in Search and Destroy for Minnesota Rocker. You've made a number of changes. You brought in 2 new players going into this major. What can they get done looking at they have maybe an 11th, 10th seed going into Toronto?
They've done it before, Chris. They've made a run through the losers bracket, right? They can come in, get a couple of upsets. It's a top-heavy league, right? Like, the dominoes can fall your way. They just got to bring it when we get to LAN.
There are your 3 winners on the day, but we still have 3 more matches to go in the qualifier, and it all begins at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. LAG versus Heretics, Subliners versus Toronto. A little preview of what we can expect in the winner's semis, maybe. And then Optic Texas versus LA Thieves. And believe it or not, LA Thieves could steal a top 3 seed with a win over Optic.
Wow, we are closing out this qualifiers with a banger of a day.
The script is great, and we hope to see you all bright and early. Don't miss a minute of the action, 2:45 Eastern, right here on youtube.com/Codley. See you then.
Wait up. Wait up. Going back and forth like it's east and west, but the whole team up, say that's north side. I'm all lonely if I shoot the tech, and I'm 10 seasons in, still on court side. Every day I'm going back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting on my eyes and crossing on my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Wait. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. Wait.
Wait, they're gonna set that. They're gonna set deep.
I'm one shot. I'm
starting cross. I'm looking gold.
Pinching, Snoopy, got him.
Nice.
Yo, in the bar.
I don't know where he is.
In the water.
Oh, go, boys.
Nice.
Good DK 16. I got us, boys.
Holy